glad. Come in, Anna says. Merry Christmas Eve, almost. Isn't this fun? But her expression is anything but fun. Her face is drawn, her eyes bruised by worry and fatigue. She catches me staring and tries to smile. All of us head toward the kitchen at the same time. Anna is asking about drinks and snacks. Has everyone eaten? Do Lucy and McGovern want to stay here for the night? No one should be in a hotel on Christmas Eve. That is criminal. On and on she talks, and her hands are unsteady as she pulls out bottles from a cabinet, lining up whiskeys and liquors. The signals are firing so rapidly now I barely hear what anyone is saying. Then the moment of recognition thunders in my psyche. I get it. The truth runs through me in a jolting current as Anna pours me a scotch. I told Berger I have no deep, dark secrets. What I meant was I have always been private. I don't tell people anything that could be used against me. I am by nature cautious. But lately I have talked to Anna. We have spent hours exploring the deepest crevices of my life. I have told her things I am not sure I even knew, and I have never paid her for these sessions. They are not protected by doctor-patient confidentiality. Rocky Caggiano could subpoena Anna, and as I look at her now, I assume this is what has occurred. I take the tumbler of scotch from her, our eyes locked. Something's happened, I say. She glances away. I play out the scenario. Berger will get the subpoena quashed. It is ridiculous. Caggiano is harassing me, trying to intimidate me, plain and simple, and it won't work. Fuck him. I have everything figured out and resolved just that fast, because I am a pro at ducking any truth that directly impacts my inner self, my well-being, my feelings. Tell me, Anna, I say. Silence fills the kitchen. Lucy and McGovern have stopped talking. Lucy comes over and hugs me. We're here for you, she says. You bet. McGovern gives me a thumbs up. Their efforts to reassure me leave a wake of foreboding as they disappear into the living room. Anna looks at me, and it is the first time I have ever seen even a hint of tears in my stoical Austrian friend. I have done a terrible thing, Kay. She clears her throat and woodenly fills another tumbler with ice from the refrigerator ice maker. She drops an ice cube on the floor, and it slides out of reach behind the trash can. This sheriff's deputy. I could not believe it when the buzzer sounded at my gate this morning. And here is a deputy with a subpoena. To do this to me at home is bad enough. Always I get subpoenas at my office. That is not so unusual. I do get called in as an expert witness from time to time, as you know. I cannot believe he did this to me. I trusted him. Doubt. Denial quakes. The first breath of fear touches my central nervous system. Who did this to you? I say. Rocky? Who? She looks bewildered. Oh, God, I mutter. Oh, God. I lean against the countertop. This isn't about Shandun. It can't be. If Caggiano didn't subpoena Anna, then that leaves only one other possibility, and it isn't Berger. Of course, the prosecution would have no reason to talk to Anna. I think of the odd phone call from my bank, the message from AT&T, and of Ryder's behavior and the look on his face when he saw me in Marino's truck last Saturday night. I play through the governor's sudden need to see me, his evasiveness, even Marino's sour moods and the way he has been avoiding me, and I take another look at Jack's sudden loss of hair and fears about being the chief. Everything slips into place and forms an unbelievable composite. I am in trouble. Dear God, I am in serious trouble. My hands begin to shake. Anna is rambling, stuttering, tripping over her words as if she has involuntarily resorted to what she learned first in life, which is not English. She struggles. She confirms what I now am forced to suspect. Anna has been subpoenaed by a special grand jury. A Richmond special grand jury is investigating me to see if there is sufficient evidence to indict me in the murder of Diane Bray.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program. This is Audible.
Putnam Berkeley Audio presents The Last Precinct by Patricia Cornwell, read by Kate Redding. Anna has been used, she says. She has been set up. Who set you up? Ryder? Buford's behind this? I ask. Anna nods affirmatively. I never will forgive him. I told him, she swears. We go into the living room where I reach for a cordless phone on an elegant yew wood stand. You realize you don't have to be telling me all this, Anna. I try Marino's home number. I will myself to be remarkably calm. I'm sure Buford wouldn't appreciate it, so maybe you shouldn't talk to me. I do not care what I should or should not do. The moment I got the subpoena, Buford called and explained what he needed from me. I called Lucy right away. Anna continues speaking in fractured English as she stares blankly at McGovern. It seems to occur to Anna that she has no idea who McGovern is or why she is in her house. What time did the deputy show up at your house with the subpoena? I ask Anna. Marino's phone cuts straight into his voicemail. Damn it, I mutter. He is on the line. I leave him the message to call me. It is urgent. About 10 o'clock this morning, Anna answers my question. Interesting, I reply. About the same time Sean Dunn was transported out of here to New York, and then Bray's memorial service and when I first met Berger. In your mind, how does all of this connect? McGovern is listening carefully with her astute, experienced eyes fastened on me. She was one of ATF's most gifted certified fire investigators before she got promoted to supervision by the very people who would eventually cause her to quit. I'm not sure, I reply, except Berger was interested in seeing who showed up at Bray's service. I'm now wondering if she wanted to see if I would, and if that might indicate she knows I'm being investigated and is checking me out on her own. Anna's phone rings. Zenner residence, I answer. What's going on? Marino says loudly over his television. I'm just beginning to figure that out, I reply. He knows instantly by my tone not to ask questions, but to get in his truck and drive over here right now. It is time for truth. No games and no secrets, I tell him. We wait for him in front of the fire in Anna's living room, where a tree is wrapped in white lights and garlands and decorated with glass animals and wooden fruit, with presents underneath. I'm silently going through every word I have said to Anna, trying to remember what she surely will when Ryder asks her under oath about me in front of jurors who have been seated and sworn to decide if I should go on trial for murder. My heart is seized by frigid fingers of raw fear, yet I sound reasonable when I speak. I am outwardly steady as Anna goes into detail about how she has been set up. It began when Ryder contacted her on Tuesday, December 14. She spends a good 15 minutes explaining that Ryder called as a friend, a concerned friend. People were talking about me. He was hearing things that he felt he must check out, and he knew Anna and I are close. This isn't making any sense, Lucy says. Diane Bray hadn't even been murdered yet. Why was Ryder talking to Anna that early on? I don't get it, McGovern agrees. Something really stinks about this. She and Lucy sit on the floor in front of the fire. I'm in my usual rocking chair, and Anna is on the ottoman, sitting rigidly. When Ryder called on the 14th, what exactly did he say to you? I ask Anna. How did he introduce the conversation? She meets my eyes. There was concern about your mental health. That is what he said right off. I simply nod. I am not offended. Although it is true I wobbled badly after Benton was murdered, I have never been mentally ill. I am secure in my sanity and my ability to reason and think. I have been guilty only of running from pain. I know I didn't handle Benton's death well, I admit. How do you handle something like that well? Lucy replies. No, that is not what Buford meant, Anna says. He wasn't calling about how you've managed grief, Kay. He was calling about Diane Bray, about your relationship with her. What relationship? I instantly wonder if Bray called Ryder. Yet one more trap she set for me. I hardly knew her. Anna's eyes are steady on mine, the shadow from the fire wavering on her face. I am startled again by how old she looks, as if she has aged 10 years in a day. You'd had a series of confrontations with her. You told me so, she replies. Instigated by her, I am quick to say. We didn't have a personal relationship, not even a social one. I think when you go to war against someone, that is personal. Even people who hate each other have a personal relationship, if you see what I am saying. Certainly she had gotten very personal with you, Kay. Starting rumors, lying about you, creating a bogus medical column on the internet that made it appear you were the one writing it, making a fool out of you and getting you into trouble with the Secretary of Public Safety, even with the governor. I was just with the governor. I don't feel I'm in trouble with him at all. I say this and at the same time find it curious. If Mitchell knows I am being investigated by a special grand jury, and I know he must, then why didn't he accept my resignation and thank God to be rid of me and my messy life? She also put Marino's career in jeopardy because he is your sidekick, Anna goes on. The only thought that flashes is Marino would not appreciate being called my sidekick. As if on cue, the intercom blares, announcing that he is at the front gates. Sabotaging your career, in other words. Anna gets up. Correct? Isn't that what you have told me? She pushes a button on a console on the wall, suddenly energized. Anger burns off her depression. Yes? Who is it? She snaps into the speaker. Me, baby. The rude sounds of Marino and his truck fill the living room. Oh, he calls me baby again. I will kill him. Anna throws her hands up in the air. She goes to the door, and then Marino is walking into the living room. He left his house in such a hurry he didn't bother with a coat, only a gray sweatsuit and tennis shoes. He is dumbstruck when he sees McGovern sitting by the fire, looking up at him from her Indian-style position on the floor. Well, I'll be damned, Marino says. Look what the cat drug in. Great to see you, too, Marino, McGovern replies. Someone want to tell me what the hell's going on? He moves a wing chair closer to the fire and sits, going from one face to the other, trying to read the situation, acting obtuse, as if he doesn't already know. I believe he knows. Oh yes, now it is clear why he has been acting so strange. We get into it. Anna continues to unravel what happened in the days preceding Jamie Berger's coming to Richmond. Berger continues to dominate, as if she is sitting in our midst. I don't trust her. And at the same time, I feel my life may very well be in her hands. I try to remember where I was on December 14th, moving backwards from today, December 23rd, until I land on that Tuesday. I was in Lyon, France, at Interpol's headquarters, where I met Jay Talley for the first time. I run through that encounter, reconstructing the two of us alone at a table in Interpol's cafeteria. Marino took an instant dislike to Jay and stalked off. During lunch, I told Jay about Diane Bray, about my problems with her, and that she was doing all she could to persecute Marino, including throwing him back into uniform and on midnight shift. What was it Jay called her? Toxic waste in tight clothes. Apparently the two of them had run-ins when she was with the D.C. police and he was briefly assigned to ATF headquarters. He seemed to know all about her. Can it be coincidence that the very day I discussed her with him, Ryder called Anna and questioned her about my relationship with Bray and made implications about my mental health? I wasn't going to tell you this, Anna continues in a hard voice. I shouldn't tell you this. But now that I am clearly going to be used against you— What do you mean, used against her? Marino butts in. Originally I was hoping to guide you, to help allay these allegations about your mental health, Anna says to me. I did not believe it. And if I had any doubt, and maybe there was just a slight doubt because I had not seen you in so long, then I wanted to talk to you anyway, out of concern. You are my friend. Buford assured me that anything I could find out was not something he planned to do anything with. Our conversations were supposed to be private, his and mine. He said nothing, absolutely nothing about accusing you. Ryder? Marino scowls. He asked you to be some kind of fucking snitch? Anna shakes her head. A guide, she uses that word again. That fucking figures. The loser. Marino's anger springs forth. He had to know if Kay was mentally stable. Certainly you can see why he needs to know that if she was going to be his star witness. I always thought this was about your being a star witness, not a suspect. Suspect, my ass. Marino scowls. He makes no pretenses now. He knows exactly what is going on. Marino, I know you're not supposed to tell me I'm being investigated by a special grand jury for the murder of Diane Bray, I say to him evenly. But out of curiosity, I'm wondering, how long have you known? For example, when you ushered me out of my house on Saturday night, you knew then, didn't you? That's why you watched me like a hawk inside my own house, so I didn't do something sneaky like dispose of evidence or God knows what. That's why you wouldn't let me drive my car, right? Because you guys needed to see if there might be evidence in it. Maybe Diane Bray's blood, fibers, hair, something that would put me at her house the night she was killed. My tone is cool but searing. Jesus fucking Christ, Marino erupts. I know you didn't do nothing. Ryder's the biggest fuckhead, and I told him that. I've been telling him that every day. What did you ever do to him, huh? You want to tell me why the hell he's doing this to you? You know what? I stare hard at him. I'm not going to hear one more time that everything is my fault. I didn't do a damn thing to Ryder. I don't know what's gotten him on this ridiculous kick unless it's Jay planting stuff. And I guess that ain't your fault either, sleeping with him. He's not doing this because I slept with him, I fire back. If he's doing anything, it's because I only slept with him once. McGovern is frowning, leaning against the hearth. She says, Dear old Jay, Mr. Squeaky Clean, pretty boy. Funny, I've never had a good feeling about him. I told Buford that you are definitely not mentally ill. Anna sets her jaw squarely and looks at me fiercely. He wanted to know if I thought you were competent to assist him, if I think you are stable. See, he lied. This was supposed to be about our assisting him in the trial of Shandon. I never imagined. I cannot believe Buford would slither out from under a rock and subpoena me like this. She places a hand on her breast as if her heart is bothering her, and briefly shuts her eyes. Are you all right, Anna? I start to get up. She shakes her head from side to side. I will never be all right again. I would never have talked to you, Kay, if I thought such a thing would happen. Did you tape her? Take notes? McGovern asks. Of course not. Good. But if I am asked, she starts to say. I understand, I reply. Anna, I understand. What's done is done. It is now that I must tell Marino the other news. While we are on such dreadful subjects, he may as well hear it all. Your son, Rocky. I say his name and nothing more. Maybe I am trying to see if Marino already knows this, too. He turns to Stone. What about him? It appears he is representing Shandon, I reply. Marino's face darkens to a deep, scary red. For a moment, no one speaks. He doesn't know. Then Marino says in a flat, hard tone, He would do something like that. Probably has something to do with what's happening to you, too, if that's possible. Funny thing about it, I halfway wondered if he had something to do with Shandon's ending up here. Why would you wonder that? McGovern asks in amazement. He's a mob boy, that's why. Probably knows big Papa Shandon over there in Paris and would like nothing better than causing me trouble here. I think it's time you talk about Rocky, I tell him. You got any bourbon in this house? Marino asks Anna. She gets up and leaves the room. Aunt Kay, you can't stay here anymore, Lucy says to me in a quiet, urgent voice. You can't talk to her anymore, Kay, McGovern adds. I don't answer. Of course they are right. Now, on top of it all, I have lost my friend. So, did you tell her anything? Marino says to me, in an accusing tone that has become all too familiar. I told her the world was better off without Diane Bray, I reply. In other words, I basically said I'm glad she's dead. So's everybody who knew her, Marino retorts. And I'll be glad to tell the fucking special grand jury that. Not a helpful statement, but doesn't mean you murdered anybody, McGovern says to me. Not helpful is right, Marino mutters. Damn, I hope Anna don't tell Ryder you're glad Bray was whacked, he says to me. This is so absurd, is my response. Well, Marino replies, yes and no, Doc. You don't have to talk to me about this, I tell him. Don't put yourself in a bad spot, Marino. Oh, fuck it. He waves me off. I know you didn't kill that damn bitch, but you gotta look at it from the other side. You had problems with her. She was trying to get you fired. You've been acting a little hinky ever since Benton died, or at least that's what people have been saying, right? You have a confrontation with Bray in a parking lot. The theory is you was jealous of this new big-shot police lady. She was making you look bad and complaining about you. So you killed her and disguised it to look like it was the same guy who whacked Kim Luong, and who better to do that than you, right? Who more capable of the perfect murder than you, right? And you had access, first dibs on all the evidence. You could have beaten her to death and planted Wolfman's hairs on her body, even switched swabs so they come up with his DNA. And it don't look good that you took that evidence from the Paris morgue and brought it over here either. Or took that water sample. Ryder thinks you're a nutcase, I hate to tell you. And I gotta add that he don't like you personally and never has because he's got the balls of a soprano and don't like powerful women. He don't even like Anna, if the truth be known. The burger thing's kind of the best revenge. He really hates her. Silence. I wonder if they're going to subpoena me, Lucy says. Chapter 20. Ryder thinks you're a nutcase, too, Marino tells my niece. The only point we're in agreement on. Any chance Rocky's been involved with the Chandon family? McGovern looks at Marino. In the past? You're serious when you say you wondered it? Huh. Marino snorts. Rocky's been involved with criminals most of his goddamn life. But do I know details about what he does with his fucking time, day to day, month to month? No, I can't honestly swear to that. I just know what he is. Scum. He was born bad. Bad seed. As far as I'm concerned, he ain't my son. Well, he is your son, I tell him. Not in my book. He took after the wrong side of my family, Marino insists. In New Jersey, we had good Marinos and bad Marinos. I had an uncle who was with the mob, another uncle who was a cop. Two brothers, different as night and day. And then when I turned 14, Uncle Asshole Louie had my other uncle whacked, my other uncle being the cop, also named Pete. I was named after Uncle Pete. Shot down when he was in his own front yard picking up his fucking newspaper. We never could prove Uncle Louie had it done, but everyone in the family believed it. I still believe it. Where's your Uncle Louie now? Lucy asks as Anna returns with Marino's drink. I heard he died a couple years back. I didn't keep up with him. Never had nothing to do with him. He takes the glass from Anna. But Rocky's his spittin' image. Even looked like him when he was growing up, and from day one was bent, warped, just a piece of living shit. Why do you think he took the name Caggiano? Because that's my mother's maiden name, and Rocky knew it would really piss me off if he crapped on my mother's name. There's some people who can't be fixed. There's some just born bad. Don't ask me to explain it, because Doris and I did everything we could for that boy. Even tried sending him off to military school, which was a mistake. He ended up liking it. Liked the hazing part, doing really crappy things to the other boys. Nobody picked on him, not even on the first damn day. He was big like me and just so goddamn mean the other kids didn't dare touch a hair on his head. This is not right, Anna mutters as she sits back down on the ottoman. What's Rocky's motive for taking this case? I know what Berger said, but I want to hear Marino's slant. To spite you? He'll get off on the attention. A case like this will create a circus. Marino doesn't want to say the obvious, that just maybe Rocky wants to humiliate, to best his father. Does he hate you? McGovern asks him. Marino snorts again and his pager vibrates. What eventually happened to him? I ask. You sent him off to military school, then what? I kicked his ass out. Told him if he couldn't follow the rules of the house, he wasn't living under my roof. That was after his freshman year at the military school. So you know what the little psycho did? Marino reads the display on his pager and gets up. He moves up to Jersey, moves in with Uncle Louie, the fucking mafia. Then has the balls to come back here for school, including law school, William and Mary, so yeah, he's smart as shit. He passed the bar in Virginia? I ask. Here, practices all the hell over the place. I ain't seen Rocky in 17 years. Anna, you mind if I make a call? Don't look like I want to be using the cell phone on this one. He glances at me as he walks out of the living room. It's Stanfield. What about the ID he called you about earlier? I ask. Hopefully what this is about, Marino says. Another real strange one, if it's true. While he is on the phone, Anna vanishes from her own living room. I supposed she was going to the bathroom, but she does not come back, and I can only imagine how she feels. In many ways, I am more worried about her than about me. I now know enough about her life to appreciate her intense vulnerability and realize the terribly barren, scarred spots on her emotional landscape. This isn't fair. I begin to lose my composure. It's not fair to anyone. Everything that has piled up on me begins to unsettle and slide downhill. Someone please tell me how this happened. Did I do something wrong in a former life? I don't deserve this. None of us do. Lucy and McGovern listen to me ventilate. They seem to have their own ideas and plans, but are not inclined to offer them right away. Well, say something, I tell them. Go ahead and let it out. Mostly I say this for my niece's benefit. My life is wrecked. I haven't handled anything the way I should. I'm sorry. Tears threaten. Right now I want a cigarette. Does anybody have a cigarette? Marino does, but he's in the kitchen on the phone, and I'll be damned if I'm going to creep in there and interrupt him for a cigarette, as if I need one to begin with. You know, what hurts me most is to be accused of the very thing I'm so against. I don't abuse power, goddammit. I would never murder somebody in cold blood. I talk on and on. I hate death. I hate killing. I hate every goddamn thing I see every goddamn day. And now the world thinks I did something like this? A special grand jury thinks maybe I might have? I let the questions hang. Neither Lucy nor McGovern responds. Marino is loud. His voice is muscular and big like he is, and tends to shove rather than guide, confront rather than fall in stride. You sure she's his girlfriend? He is saying over the telephone. I presume he is speaking to Detective Stanfield. Versus just friends. Tell me how you know that for a fact. Yeah, uh-huh. What? Do I get it? Hell no, I don't get it. It don't make a shit's worth of sense, Stanfield. Marino is walking around the kitchen as he talks. He is on the verge of snapping Stanfield's head off. You know what I tell people like you, Stanfield? Marino snaps. I tell them to get out of my fucking way. I don't give a rat's ass who your fucking brother-in-law is, got it? He can kiss my butt and tuck it in bed, tell it a Betty Bye story. Stanfield is obviously trying to get in a word or two, but Marino won't let him. Oh boy, McGovern mutters, returning my attention to the living room, to my own mess. He's the investigator for these two men who were probably tortured and killed? Whoever Marino's talking to? McGovern inquires. I give her a strange look, as an even stranger sensation ripples through me. How do you know about the two men who were killed? I grope for an answer that I must be missing. McGovern has been in New York. I haven't even autopsied the second John Doe yet. Why does everybody seem to be omniscient all of a sudden? I think of Jamie Berger. I think of Governor Mitchell and Representative Dinwiddie and Anna. A strong breath of fear seems to foul the air like Sean Dunn's body odor, and I imagine I smell him, and my central nervous system has an involuntary reaction. I begin to tremble as if I have drunk a pot of strong coffee, or half a dozen of those heavily sugared Cuban espressos called coladas. I realize I am more afraid than I have ever been in my life, and begin to entertain the unthinkable. Maybe Sean Dunn was offering a hint of truth when he persisted in his seemingly absurd claim that he is the victim of some huge political conspiracy. I am paranoid, justifiably. I try to reason with myself. I am, after all, being investigated for the murder of a corrupt policewoman who probably was involved with organized crime. I realize Lucy is talking to me. She has gotten up from her spot before the fire and is pulling a chair close to me. She sits and leans over, touching my good arm as if trying to wake me up. "Aunt Kay," she says. "You with us, Aunt Kay? Are you listening?" I focus on her. Marino is telling Stanfield over the phone that they will meet in the morning. It sounds like a threat. He and I rendezvoused at Phil's for a beer. She glances toward the kitchen, and I remember Marino telling me late this morning that he and Lucy were getting together this afternoon because she had news for him. We know about the guy from the motel. Now she refers to McGovern, who sits very still by the fire, looking at me, waiting to see how I will react when Lucy tells me the rest. "Tian's been here since Saturday," Lucy then says. "When I called you from the Jefferson, remember? Tian was with me. I asked her to get here right away." "Oh," is all I can think to say. "Well, that's good. It bothered me to think of you alone in a hotel." Tears flood my eyes. I am embarrassed and look away from Lucy and McGovern. I am supposed to be strong. I am the one who has always rescued my niece from trouble, most of it of her own making. I have always been the torch-bearer who guided her along the right path. I put her through college. I bought her books, her first computer, sent her to any special course she wanted to attend anywhere in the country. I took her to London with me one summer. I have stood up to anyone who tried to interfere with Lucy, including her mother, who has rewarded my efforts with nothing but abuse. "You're supposed to respect me," I say to my niece as I wipe tears with my palm. "How can you anymore?" She stands up again and looks down at me. "That's total bullshit," she says with feeling, and now Marino is returning to the living room, another bourbon in hand. "This isn't about my not respecting you," Lucy says. "Jesus Christ. Nobody in the room has any less respect for you, Aunt Kay, but you need help. For once you've got to let other people help you. You sure as hell can't deal with this all by yourself, and maybe you need to sit on your pride a little and let us help, you know? It's not like I'm still 10 years old. I'm 28, okay? I'm not a virgin. I've been an FBI agent, an ATF agent, and am fucking rich. I could be any kind of fucking agent I want." Her wounds inflame before my eyes. She does care about being put on administrative leave. Of course she cares. "And now I'm being my own agent, doing things my own way," she goes on. "I resigned tonight," I tell her. A stunned silence follows. "What did you say?" Marino asks me, standing in front of the fire, drinking. "You did what?" "I told the governor," I reply, and an inexplicable calm begins to settle over me. It feels good to consider that I did something instead of everything being done to me. Maybe quitting my job makes me less of a victim, if I am willing to finally admit that I am a victim. I suppose I am one, and the only comeback is to finish what Shandun started. End my life as I have known it, and start all over. What a weird and stunning thought. I tell Marino, McGovern, and Lucy all about my conversation with Mike Mitchell. "Hold on." Marino is sitting on the hearth. It is getting close to midnight, and Anna is so quiet I forgot for a moment that she was in the house. Maybe she has gone to bed. "This mean you can't work cases no more?" Marino says to me. "Not at all," I reply. "I'll be acting chief until the governor decides otherwise." No one asks me what I plan to do with the rest of my life. It really doesn't make sense to worry about some distant future when the present is shot. I am grateful not to be asked, and probably am sending out my usual signals that I don't want to be asked. People sense when to remain silent, or if nothing else, I deflect their interest, and they don't even realize I have just manipulated them into not probing for information that I prefer to keep to myself. I became an expert at this maneuver at a very young age, when I didn't want my classmates asking me about my father, and if he was still sick, or would ever get better, or what it is like to have your father die. I was conditioned not to tell, and I was conditioned not to ask either. The last 3 years of my father's life were spent in absolute avoidance by my entire family, including him. especially him. He was a lot like Marino, both of them macho Italian men who seem to assume their bodies will never part company with them, no matter how ill or out of shape. I envision my father as Lucy, Marino, and McGovern talk about all they plan to do and are already doing to help me, including background checks already in the works, and all sorts of things the Last Precinct has to offer me. I really am not listening. Their voices may as well be the chatter of crows, as I remember the thick Miami grass of my childhood, and dried-out chinch bug husks, and the key lime tree in my small backyard. My father taught me how to crack coconuts on the driveway with a hammer and a screwdriver, and I would spend an inordinate amount of time prying the fleshy, sweet white meat from the hard, hairy shell, and he got a lot of amusement from observing my obsessive labors. The coconut meat would go in the squat white refrigerator, and no one, including me, ever ate it. During blistering summer Saturdays, my father would surprise Dorothy and me now and then by bringing home 2 big blocks of ice from his neighborhood grocery store. We had a small inflatable pool we filled with the hose, and my sister and I would sit on the ice, getting scorched by the sun while we froze our asses off. We would jump in and out of the pool to thaw, then perch on our frigid, slick thrones again like princesses, while my father laughed at us through the living room window, laughed hilariously, and tapped on the glass, playing Fats Waller full blast on the hi-fi. My father was a good man. When he felt halfway decent, he was generous, thoughtful, and full of humor and fun. He was handsome, of medium height, blond and broad-shouldered when he wasn't wasted by cancer. His full name was K. Marcellus Scarpetta III, and he insisted that his firstborn take this name, which has been in the family since Verona. It didn't matter that I happened to arrive first, a girl. Kay is one of those names that can be assigned to either gender, but my mother has always called me Katie. In part, according to her, it was confusing to have 2 K's in the house. Later, when that was no longer an issue because I was the only K left, she still called me Katie, refusing to accept my father's death, to get over it. And she still isn't over it. She won't let him go. My father died more than 30 years ago when I was 12, and my mother has never gone out with another man. She still wears her wedding band. She still calls me Katie. Lucy and McGovern go over plans until past midnight. They have given up trying to include me in their conversations, and no longer even seem to notice that I have slipped away to the old country in my mind, staring into the fire, absently massaging my stiff left hand, and worming a finger under plaster to scratch my miserable air-starved flesh. Finally, Marino yawns like a bear and pulls himself to his feet. He is made slightly unsteady by bourbon and smells like stale cigarettes, and regards me with a softness in his eyes that I might call sad love, if I were willing to accept his true feelings for me. "Come on," he says to me. "Walk me out to my truck, Doc." This is his way of calling for a treaty between us. Marino is not a brute. He is feeling bad about the way he has been treating me since I was almost murdered, and he has never seen me so distant and strangely quiet. The night is cold and still, and stars are shy behind vague clouds. From Anna's driveway I take in the glow of her many candles in the windows, and am reminded that tomorrow is Christmas Eve, the last Christmas Eve of the 20th century. Keys disturb the peace as Marino unlocks his truck and hesitates awkwardly before opening the driver's door. "We got a lot to do. I'll meet you at the morgue early." This is not what he really wants to say. He stares up at the dark sky and sighs. "Shit, Doc. Look, I've known for a while, okay? By now you've figured that out. I've known what that son of a bitch writer was up to, and I had to let it run its course." "When were you going to tell me?" I don't ask this accusingly, simply curiously. He shrugs. "I'm glad Anna brought it up first. I know you didn't kill Diane Bray, for God's sake, but I wouldn't blame you if you had, truth be told. She was the biggest fucking bitch ever born. In my book, if you'd done her in, it would have been damn self-defense." Well, it wouldn't have been. I addressed the possibility seriously. It wouldn't have been, Marino, and I didn't kill her. I look closely at his hulking shape in the cast-off of carriage lamps and holiday lights in trees. You've never really thought. I don't finish the question. Maybe I really don't want to know his answer. Hell, I'm not sure what I've been thinking lately, he says. That's the truth. But what am I going to do, Doc? Do? About what? I don't know what he means. He shrugs and gets choked up. I can't believe it. Marino is about to cry. If you quit. His voice rises, and he clears his throat and fumbles for his lucky strikes. He cups his huge hands around my hand and lights a cigarette for me, his skin rough against mine, the hairs on the back of his wrists whispering against my chin. He smokes, staring off, heartbroken. Then what? I'm supposed to go down to the fucking morgue and you ain't there anymore? Hell, I wouldn't go down to that stinkhole half as much as I'd do if it wasn't for you being there, Doc. You're the only damn thing that gives any life to that joint, no kidding. I hug him. I barely come up to his chest, and his belly separates the beat of our hearts. He has raised his own barriers in this life, and I'm overwhelmed by an immeasurable compassion and need for him. I pat his broad chest and let him know, we've been together for a long time, Marino. You're not rid of me yet. Chapter 21. Teeth have their own stories. Your dental habits often reveal more about you than jewelry or designer clothes, and can identify you to the exclusion of all others, providing you have pre-mortem records for comparison. Teeth tell me about your hygiene. They whisper secrets about drug abuse, early childhood antibiotics, disease, injury, and how important your appearance was to you. They confess if your dentist was a crook, and build your insurance company for work that was never done. They tell me, for that matter, if your dentist was competent. Marino meets me at the morgue before daylight the next morning. He has in hand the dental records of a 22-year-old James City County man who went out jogging yesterday near the campus of William and Mary and never returned home. His name is Mitch Barbosa. William and Mary is but a few miles from the Fort James Motel, and when Marino talked to Stanfield last night and was given this latest information, my first thought was, how odd. Marino's shifty attorney's son, Rocky Caggiano, went to William and Mary. Life offers up yet one more eerie coincidence. It is 6:45 when I roll the body out of the X-ray room and over to my station inside the autopsy suite. Again, it is quiet. It is Christmas Eve, and all state offices are closed. Marino is suited up to assist me, and I don't expect another living person, except the forensic dentist, to show up here right now. Marino's part will be to help me undress the stiff, unwilling body and lift it to and from the autopsy table. I would never allow him to assist in any medical procedure, not that he has ever volunteered. I have never asked him to scribe, and won't, because his slaughter of Latin medical words and terms is remarkable. Hold him on either side, I direct Marino. Good. Just like that. Marino grips either side of the dead man's head, trying to hold it still as I work a thin chisel into the side of the mouth, sliding it between molars to pry open the jaws. Steel scrapes against enamel. I am careful not to cut the lips, but it is inevitable that I chip the surfaces of the back teeth. It's just a damn good thing people are dead when you do shit like this to them, Marino says. Bet you'll be glad when you got two hands again. Don't remind me. I am so sick of my cast, I have had thoughts of cutting it off myself with a striker saw. The dead man's jaws give up and open, and I turn on the surgical lamp and fill the inside of his mouth with white light. There are fibers on his tongue, and I collect them. Marino helps me break the rigor mortis in the arms so we can get the jacket and shirt off, and then I take off shoes and socks, and finally the warm-up pants and running shorts. I perk him and find no evidence of injury to his anus, nothing so far to suggest homosexual activity. Marino's pager goes off. It is Stanfield again. Marino has not said a word about Rocky this morning, but the specter of him hovers. Rocky is in the air, and the effect this has on his father is subtle but profound. A heavy, helpless anguish radiates from Marino like body heat. I should be worried about what Rocky has in store for me, but all I can think about is what will happen to Marino. Now that my patient is naked before me, I take in the full picture of who he was physically. He is 5'7" and a lean 138 pounds. He has muscular legs, but little muscle development in his upper body, which is consistent with a runner. He has no tattoos, is circumcised, and clearly cared about his grooming, based on his neatly manicured fingernails and toenails and clean-shaven face. So far, I find no evidence of injury externally, and X-rays reveal no projectiles, no fractures. He has old scars on his knees and left elbow, but nothing fresh, except the abrasions from being bound and gagged. What happened to you? Why did you die? He remains silent. Only Marino is talking in a blunt, loud way to disguise how unsettled he is. He thinks Stanfield is a dolt and treats him as such. Marino is more impatient, more insulting than usual. Yeah, well, it sure would be nice if we knew that. Marino blasts sarcasm into the wall phone. Death don't take no holiday, he adds a moment later. You tell whoever I'm coming and they will let me in. Then, yeah, 'tis the season. And Stanfield, keep your mouth shut, okay? You got that? I read about this in the goddamn paper one more time. Oh, really? Well, maybe you didn't see the Richmond paper yet. I'll make sure and tear out this morning's article for you. All this Jamestown shit, hate crime shit. One more peep and I'm gonna get tear-ass. You never seen me tear-ass, and you don't want to. Marino pulls on fresh gloves as he returns to the gurney, his gown flapping around his legs. Well, it just gets more squirrely, Doc. Assuming this guy here's our disappeared jogger, it appears we're dealing with a garden-variety truck driver. No record, no trouble, lived in a condo with a girlfriend who's ID'd him by photo. That's who Stanfield talked to late last night, apparently, but she ain't answering the phone so far this morning. He gets a lost look on his face, not certain how much he has already told me. Let's get him on the table, I say. I parallel park the gurney next to the autopsy table. Marino gets the feet, I grab an arm, and we pull. The body bangs against steel, and blood trickles from the nose. I turn on water, and it drums into the steel sink, the dead man's X-rays glowing from light boxes on the wall, revealing perfectly pristine bones, and the skull from different angles, and the zipper of the warm-up jacket snaking down each side of gracefully bowed ribs. The buzzer sounds out in the bay as I run a scalpel from shoulder to shoulder, then down to the pelvis, making a small detour around the navel. I observe Dr. Sam Terry's image on closed-circuit TV and hit a button with my elbow to open the bay door. He is one of our odontologists, or forensic dentists, whose bad luck it is to be on call Christmas Eve. I'm thinking we need to drop by and pay her a visit while we're in the area, Marino goes on. I got her address, the girlfriend, the condo where they live. He glances down at the body. Lived, I guess. And you think Stanfield can keep his mouth shut? I reflect back tissue with staccato cuts of the scalpel, awkwardly gripping forceps in the gloved fingertips of my plaster-bound left hand. Yeah, says he'll meet us at the motel, which ain't being real friendly, moaning and groaning it's Christmas Eve and they don't want any more attention because it's already hurt their business. Something like 10 cancellations because of people hearing about it on the news. Yeah, like bullshit is what I say. Most of the people who stay in that dump probably don't know shit about what's happened around here, or care. Dr. Terry walks in, his scuffed black doctor's bag in hand, a fresh surgical gown untied in back and billowing as he heads to the counter. He is our youngest and newest odontologist, and is almost 7 feet tall. Legend has it that he could have had a career with the NBA, but wanted to continue his education. The truth, and he'll tell you if you ask, is he was a mediocre guard at Virginia Commonwealth University, that the only good shooting he has ever done is with guns, the only good rebounding is with women, and he only went into dentistry because he couldn't get into medical school. Terry desperately wanted to be a forensic pathologist. What he's doing as basically a volunteer is as close as he will ever get. Thank you, I tell him as he begins arranging his paperwork on a clipboard. You are a good man to come help us out this morning, Sam. He grins, then jerks his head at Marino and says in his most exaggerated New Jersey accent, "How you doing, Marino? You ever seen The Grinch Steal Christmas? 'Cause if you haven't, just hang out with me for a while. I'm in a mood to take back little kids' toys and pat their mamas on the ass on my way up the chimney. Don't you be trying to go up no chimneys. You'll get stuck for sure. Hell, you could look out the top of a chimney and still have your feet in the fireplace. You still growing? Not as much as you are, man. What you weighing in these days?" Terry thumbs through the dental charts Marino brought in. Well, this won't take long. He's got a rotated right maxillary second premolar, the distal surface lingual, and lots of restorations. Saying this guy, he holds up the charts, and your guy are one and the same. "How about them Rams beating Louisville?" Marino calls out above the drumming of running water. "Were you there?" "Nope, and you wasn't either, Terry, which is why they won." "Probably true." I pluck a surgical knife off the cart as the phone rings. "Sam, you mind getting that?" I ask. He trots to the corner, snaps up the phone, and announces, "Morgue." I cut through the costochondral cartilage junctions, removing a triangle of sternum and parasternal ribs. "Hold on," Terry says to whoever has him on the line. "Dr. Scarpetta, can you talk to Benton Wesley?" The room becomes a vacuum that sucks out all light and sound. I freeze, staring, stunned, the steel surgical knife poised in my bloody, gloved right hand. "What the fuck?" Marino blurts out. He strides over to Terry and snatches the phone from him. "Who the hell is this?" he yells into the mouthpiece. "Shit!" He tosses the receiver back into the cradle on the wall. Obviously the person hung up. Terry looks stricken. He has no idea what just happened. He hasn't known me long. There is no reason for him to know about Benton unless someone else told him, and apparently no one has. "What exactly did the person say to you?" Marino asks Terry. "I hope I didn't do something wrong." No, I find my voice. "You didn't," I reassure him. "Some man," he replies. "All he said is he wanted to speak to you, and he said his name was Benton Wesley." Marino picks up the phone again and swears and fumes because there is no caller ID. We have never had occasion to need caller ID in the morgue. He hits several buttons and listens. He writes down a number and dials it. "Yeah, who's this?" he demands over the line to whoever has picked up. "Where? Okay. You see someone else using this phone just a minute ago? The one you're talking on?" "Uh-huh. Yeah, well, I don't believe you, asshole." He slams down the receiver. "You think it's the same one who just called?" Terry asks him in confusion. "What did you do? Hit star 69? "A payphone. At the Texaco on Midlothian Turnpike. Supposedly. I don't know if it's the same person who called." "What was his voice like?" Marino pins Terry with a stare. "He sort of sounded young, I think. I don't know. Who's Benton Wesley?" "He's dead." I reach for the scalpel, pushing the point down on a cutting board, snapping in a new blade and dropping the old in a bright red biohazard plastic container. He was a friend. A close friend. Some squirrel playing a sick joke. How would anybody know the number down here? Marino is upset. He is furious. He wants to find the caller and pound him, and he is considering that his malevolent son may be behind this. I can read it in Marino's eyes. He is thinking about Rocky. Under state government listings in the phone book, I begin cutting blood vessels, severing the carotids very low at the apex, moving down to the iliac arteries and veins of the pelvis. "Don't tell me it says morgue in the goddamn phone book." Marino starts up his old routine again. He is blaming me. I think it's listed under funeral information. I cut through the thin, flat muscle of the diaphragm, loosening the block of organs, freeing it from the vertebral column. Lungs, liver, heart, kidneys, and spleen shimmer different hues of red as I lay the block on the cutting board and wash off blood with a gentle hosing of cold water. I notice petechial hemorrhages, dark areas of bleeding no bigger than pinpricks scattered over the heart and lungs. I associate this with persons who had difficulty breathing at or about the time of death. Terry carries his black bag over to my station and sets it on the surgical cart. He gets out a dental mirror and goes inside the dead man's mouth. We work in silence, the weight of what has just occurred pressing down hard. I reach for a bigger knife and cut sections of organs, slicing through the heart. The coronary arteries are open and clear, the left ventricle 1 centimeter wide, the valves normal. Other than a few fatty streaks in the aorta, the heart and vessels are healthy. The only thing wrong with it is the obvious. It quit. For some reason, this man's heart stopped. I find no explanation anywhere I look. "Like I said, this one's easy," Terry says as he makes notes on a chart. His voice is nervous. He wishes he had never answered the phone. "He's our guy?" I ask him. "Sure is." The carotid arteries lie like rails in the neck. Between them are the tongue and neck muscles, which I flip down and peel away so I can examine them closely on the cutting board. There are no hemorrhages in deep tissue. The tiny, fragile, U-shaped hyoid bone is intact. He wasn't strangled. When I reflect back his scalp, I find no contusions or fractures hiding underneath. I plug a striker saw into the overhead cord reel and realize I need more than one hand. Terry helps me steady the head as I push the whining, vibrating, semicircular blade through the skull. Hot, bony dust drifts on the air, and the skull cap lifts off with a soft, sucking sound, revealing the convoluted horizon of the brain. On gross examination, there is nothing wrong with it. Slices gleam like creamy agate with gray, ruffled edges as I rinse them on the cutting board. I will save the brain and heart for further special studies, fixing them in formalin and sending them to the Medical College of Virginia. My diagnosis this morning is one of exclusion. Having found no obvious pathological cause of death, I am left with one that is based on whispers. Tiny hemorrhages on heart and lungs, and burns and abrasions from bondage suggest Mitch Barbosa died from stress-induced arrhythmia. I also postulate that at some point he was holding his breath, or his airway was obstructed, or for some reason his breathing was compromised to the extent that he partially asphyxiated. Perhaps the gag, which would have gotten wet from saliva, is to blame. Whatever the truth, I am getting a picture that is simple and ghastly and calls for demonstration. Terry and Marino are handy. First, I cut off several lengths of the thick white twine that we routinely use to suture up Y incisions. I tell Marino to push up the sleeves of his surgical gown and hold out his hands. I tie one segment of twine around one wrist and a second strand around the other. Not too tight, but snug. I instruct him to hold his arms up in the air and direct Terry to grab the loose ends of twine and pull up. Terry is tall enough to do this without a chair or footstool. The bindings immediately dig into the underside of Marino's wrists and are angled up toward the knots. We try this in different positions with variations of the arms close together and spread wide, crucifixion style. Of course, Marino's feet remain squarely on the floor. In no instance is he hanging or even dangling. The weight of a body on outstretched arms interferes with exhalation, I explain. You can inhale, but it's difficult exhaling because the intercostal muscles are compromised. Over a period of time, this would lead to asphyxia. You add that to the shock of pain from torture, you add fear and panic, and you could certainly suffer from an arrhythmia. What about the nosebleed? Marino holds out his wrists, and I examine the indentations the twine has left in his skin. They are angled up similarly to those on the dead man. Increased intracranial pressure, I say. In a breath-holding situation, you can get nosebleeds. In the absence of injury, that's a good guess. My question is whether someone meant to kill him, Terry poses. Most people aren't going to string someone up and torture him and then let him go to tell the story, I reply. I'll pend his cause and manner for now until we see what Tox has to say. My eyes light on Marino's. But I believe you best treat this as a homicide, a very awful one. We contemplate this later in the morning as we drive toward James City County. Marino wanted to take his truck, and I suggested we follow Route 5 east along the river, through Charles City County, where 18th century plantations fan out from the roadside in vast fallow fields that lead to the awesome brick mansions and outbuildings of Sherwood Forest, Westover, Berkeley, Shirley, and Bel Air. There isn't a tour bus in sight, no logging trucks or road work, and country stores are closed. It is Christmas Eve. The sun shines through endless arches of old trees. Shadows dapple pavement, and Smokey the Bear asks for help from a sign in a gracious part of the world where 2 men have died barbarically. It does not seem that anything so heinous could happen here until we get to the Fort James Motel and Campground. Tucked off Route 5 in the woods, it is a hodgepodge of cabins, trailers, and motel buildings that are rusting and paint-peeled, reminding me of Hogan's Alley at the FBI Academy, cheaply constructed facades where shady people are about to get raided by the law. The rental office is in a small frame house overwhelmed by scrubby pines that have carpeted the roof and earth in brown tags. Soft drink and ice machines in front glow through overgrown bushes. Children's bicycles lie wounded in leaves, and ancient seesaws and swings aren't to be trusted. A homely mixed-breed dog that sags with a history of chronic breeding rises to her old feet and stares at us from the sloping porch. I thought Stanfield was meeting us here. I open my door. Go figure. Marino climbs out of the truck, his eyes moving everywhere. A veil of smoke drifts out the chimney and streams almost horizontally with the wind, and through a window I catch winking, gaudy Christmas lights. I feel eyes on us. A curtain moves, the sounds of a television muted from deep within the house as we wait on the porch and the dog sniffs my hand and licks me. Marino announces our arrival with a fist pounding the door and finally calls out, "Anybody home? Hey!" banging his fist hard. "Police!" I'm coming, an impatient woman's voice sings out. A hard, tired face fills the space of the opening door, the burglar chain still anchored and taut. "You Mrs. Kiffin?" Marino asks her. "Who are you?" she asks him back. "Captain Marino, Richmond PD. This is Dr. Scarpetta." "What you bringing a doctor for?" Brow furrowing, she glances at me from her shadowy crack. A stirring at her feet, and a child peeks out at us and smiles like an imp. "Zach, you go back inside." Small bare arms, hands with dirty nails, wrap around Mama's knee. She shakes him loose. "Go on." He disconnects and is gone. "Going to need you to show us the room where the fire was," Marino tells her. "Detective Stanfield with James City County should be here. You seen him?" "No police been here this morning." She pushes the door shut, and the burglar chain rattles as she removes it. Then the door opens again, this time wide, and she steps out on the porch, pushing her arms into the sleeves of a lumberjack's red plaid coat, a ring of keys jingling in her hand. She yells into the house, "Y'all stay! Zach, don't you get into the cookie dough. I'll be right back." She shuts the door. "Never seen anybody love cookie dough like that boy," she tells us as we go down the steps. "Sometimes I buy the pre-made in rolls, and one day I catch Zach eating one, wrapper peeled down like a banana. Ate half of it by the time I caught him. I told him, 'You know what's in it? Raw eggs, that's what.'" Bev Kiffin is probably no more than 45, her prettiness hard and garish like truck-stop cafes and late-night diners. Her hair is dyed bright blonde and is curly like a French poodle, her dimples deep, her figure ripe on the way to matronly. She has a defensive, obstinate air about her that I associate with people who are used to being worn down and in trouble. I would also call her shifty. I'm about to distrust every word she says. I don't want problems out here, she lets us know. As if I don't have enough going on, especially this time of year, she says as she walks. All these people pulling in here morning, noon, and night to gawk and take pictures. What people? Marino asks her. Just people in cars pulling up in the drive, staring. Some of them getting out and roaming around. Last night I woke up when someone drove through. It was 2 a.m. Marino lights a cigarette. We follow Kiffin through the shade of pines along an overgrown path of churned-up snow, past old campers that list like unseaworthy ships. Near a picnic table is a nest of personal belongings that at first glance look like trash from a campsite someone didn't clean up. But then I see the unexpected, an odd collection of toys, dolls, paperback books, sheets, 2 pillows, a blanket, a double baby carriage, items that are soggy and dirty not because they were worthless and deliberately pitched, but because they have been inadvertently exposed to the elements. Scattered throughout are shredded plastic wrappers that instantly connect with the fragment I found clinging to the first victim's burned back. The fragments are white, blue, and bright orange, and are ripped in narrow strips, as if whoever did it has a nervous habit of picking things to pieces. Someone sure left in a hurry, Marino comments. Kiffin is watching me. Maybe skipped without settling the bill, Marino says. Oh, no. She seems in a hurry to move on to the small, tawdry motel showing through trees ahead. They paid up front like everyone else, a family with 2 little ones staying in a tent, and all of a sudden they hightailed it out of here. Don't know why they left all that. Some of it, like the baby buggy's pretty nice. Of course, then it snowed on everything. A gust of wind scatters several bits of wrappers like confetti. I wander closer and nudge a pillow with my foot, turning it over. A pungent, sour odor rises to my nostrils as I squat and take a closer look. Clinging to the underside of the pillow is hair. Long, pale hair, very fine hair that has no pigmentation. My heart thuds like the sudden, unexpected kick of a bass drum. I move the shredded wrappers around with my finger. The plasticized material is pliable but tough, so it doesn't tear easily unless you start at a crinkled edge where the wrapper was heat-sealed together. Some of the fragments are large and easily recognizable as having come from Payday peanut caramel candy bars. I can even make out the website address for Hershey's chocolate. More hair on the blanket. Short, dark hair. A pubic hair. And several more of the long, pale hairs. Payday candy bars, I say to Marino. I look at Kiffin as I open my satchel. Know anybody out here who eats a lot of Payday candy bars and picks apart the wrappers? Well, it didn't come from my house. As if we have accused her, or maybe Zack and his sweet tooth. I do not carry my aluminum crime scene case to scenes where there is no body, but I always keep an emergency kit in my satchel, a heavy-duty freezer bag filled with disposable gloves, evidence bags, swabs, a tiny vial of distilled water, and gunshot residue GSR kits, among other items. I remove the cap from a GSR kit. It is nothing more than a small, clear plastic stub with an adhesive tip that I use to collect 3 hairs from the pillow and 2 from the blanket. I seal the stub and the hairs inside a small, transparent plastic evidence bag. You don't mind my asking? Kiffin says to me. What are you doing that for? Think I'll just bag all this crap, the whole campsite, and take it into the labs. Marino is suddenly low-key, calm like a seasoned poker player. He knows how to handle Kiffin, and now she has to be handled, because he also knows all too well that hypertrichotic people have unique hair, fine, unpigmented, rudimentary, baby-like hair. Only baby hair is not 6 or 7 inches long, like the hair Chandon shed at his crime scenes. It is possible that Jean-Baptiste Chandon has been to this campground. You manage this place by yourself? Marino asks Kiffin. Pretty much. When did the family in the tent leave? It's not exactly tent weather. They were here right before it snowed. Late last week? You ever find out why they left in such a hurry? Marino keeps probing in his bland tone. Haven't heard from them. Not a word. We're going to need to take a better look at what all they left behind. Kiffin blows on her bare hands to warm them and hugs herself, turning away from the wind. She looks back at her house, and you can almost see her contemplating what kind of trouble life holds for her and her family this time. Marino motions for me to follow him. Wait here, he tells Kiffin. We'll be right back. Just gonna get something out of my truck. Don't touch nothing, all right? She watches us walk off. Marino and I talk in low voices. Hours before Sean Dunn appeared at my front door, Marino was out with the response team searching for him, and they discovered where he was hiding in Richmond in the mansion under major renovation on the James River, very close to my neighborhood. Since he rarely if ever went out during daylight hours, we assume, his comings and goings went undetected as he hid in the house and helped himself to whatever was there. Until this moment, it never occurred to any of us that Sean Dunn might have stayed any place else. You think he scared off whoever was in that tent so he could use it? Marino unlocks his truck and reaches in the back of the cab, where I know, for one thing, he keeps a pump-action shotgun. Because I gotta tell you, Doc, something we noticed when we went inside that house on the James was junk food wrappers everywhere. A lot of candy bar wrappers. He lifts out a red toolbox and shuts the door of the truck, like he's got a real sugar thing. Do you remember what kind of junk food? I remember all the Pepsis Sean Dunn drank while Berger was interviewing him. Snickers bars. I don't remember if they were paydays, but candy, peanuts. Those little bags of Planters peanuts. And now that I think of it, the wrappers were all tore up. Christ, I mutter, suddenly chilled to the marrow. I wonder if he might have low blood sugar. I try to be clinical, to regain my balance. Fear returns like a swarm of bats. What the hell was he doing out here? Marino says, and he keeps staring in the direction of Kiffin in the distance, making sure she isn't tampering with anything in a campsite that has now become part of a crime scene. And how the hell did he get here? Maybe he did have a car. Any vehicles at the house where he was hiding? I ask, as Kiffin watches our return, a solitary figure in red plaid, breath emerging in smoky puffs. The people that owned the mansion, they didn't keep any cars there while all the work was going on, Marino tells me in a voice Kiffin can't hear. Maybe he stole something and kept it parked somewhere it wasn't going to be noticed. I just assumed the squirrel didn't even know how to drive, seeing as how he pretty much lived in the dungeon in his family's house in Paris. Yes, more assumptions, I mutter, remembering Sean Dunn's claiming he drove one of those green motorcycles to clean Paris sidewalks, doubting the story but not much else any longer. We are back at the picnic table, and Marino sets down the toolbox and opens it. He gets out leather work gloves and puts them on, then shakes open several 50-gallon heavy-duty garbage bags, and I hold them open. We fill 3 bags, and he cuts open a 4th and drapes sections of black plastic over the baby carriage and tapes them together. While he is doing this, he explains to Kiffin that it is possible someone scared off the family who was staying in this tent. He suggests that maybe a stranger claimed squatter's rights at this site, even if for only a night. Did she at any point have a sense of anything out of the ordinary, including an unfamiliar vehicle in the area prior to last Saturday? He poses all this as if it would never occur to him that she would tarnish the truth. We know, of course, that Sean Dunn could not have been here after Saturday. He has been in custody since then. Kiffin is no help. She claims she was aware of nothing out of the ordinary, except that early one morning she went out for firewood and noticed the tent was gone, but the family's belongings were still here, or at least part of them. She can't swear to it, but the more Marino prods her, the more she believes she noticed the tent gone around 8 a.m. last Friday. Sean Dunn murdered Diane Bray on Thursday night. Did he then flee afterward to James City County to hide? I imagine him appearing at the tent, a couple and their small children inside. One look at him, and it is believable they would have jumped into their car and sped off without bothering to pack. We carry the trash bags to Marino's truck and put them in back. Again, Kiffin awaits our return, hands in the pockets of her jacket, her face rosy from the cold. The motel is straight ahead through pine trees, a small boxy white structure, 2 stories with doors painted the color of evergreens. Behind the motel are more woods, then a wide creek that branches off from the James River. "How many people you got staying here right now?" Marino asks the woman who runs this dreadful tourist trap. "Right now? Maybe 13, depending on whether anybody else is checked out. A lot of people just leave their key in the room, and I don't know they're gone until I go in to clean up. You know, I left my cigarettes in the house," she says to Marino without looking at him. "You mind?" Marino sets down his toolbox on the path. He shakes a cigarette loose from the pack and lights it for her. Her upper lip crinkles like crepe paper when she sucks in smoke, inhaling deeply and blowing out one side of her mouth. My lust for tobacco stirs. My fractured elbow complains about the cold. I can't stop thinking about the family in the tent and their terror, if it is true that Shandun showed up and the family exists. If he did come directly here after murdering Bray, what happened to his clothes? He had to have gotten blood all over himself. Did he leave Bray's house and come out here covered with blood and frighten strangers out of their tent? And no one called the police or said a word to anyone? "How many people were staying here night before last when the fire started?" Marino picks up his toolbox and we start walking again. "I know how many were checked in." She is vague. "Don't know who was still here. 11 had checked in, including him." "Including the man who died in the fire?" It is my turn to ask questions. Kiffin throws a look at me. "That's right." "Tell me about his checking in," Marino says to her as we walk and pause to look around, and then walk on. "You just see him drive up like we just did? Appears to me cars just pull right up to the front of your house." She starts shaking her head. "No, sir, didn't see no car. There was a knock on the door and I opened it. Told him to go next door to the office and I'd meet him there. He was a nice-looking man, well-dressed. Didn't look like the usual I get, that much stands out clear as day." "He tell you his name?" Marino asks her. "Paid cash." "So if someone pays cash, you don't get them to fill out nothing?" "Can if they want, don't have to. I have a registration." "He was a nice-looking man, well-dressed. Didn't look like the usual I get, that much stands out clear as day." "He tell you his name?" Marino asks her. "Paid cash." "So if someone pays cash, you don't get them to fill out nothing?" "Can if they want, don't have to. I have a registration pad you can fill out and then I tear off the receipt." "He said he didn't need a receipt." "He have an accent or anything?" "He didn't sound like he was from these parts." "Could you place where he sounded from? Northern? Maybe foreign?" Marino keeps on as we pause again beneath pines. She looks around, thinking and smoking as we follow her along a muddy path that leads to the motel parking lot. "Not deep south," she decides. "But he didn't sound like he was from a foreign country. You know, he didn't say much. Said as little as he had to. I got a feeling, you know, like he was in a hurry and sort of nervous, and he sure wasn't chatty." This sounds completely fabricated. Her tone of voice actually changes. "Anybody staying in these campers?" Marino then asks. "I rent 'em out. People don't come with their own campers right now. It's off-season for camping." "Anybody renting them now?" "No, nobody." In front of the motel, a chair with ripped upholstery has been placed near a Coke machine and payphone. There are several cars in the lot, American-made, not new. A Granada, an LTD, a Firebird. There is no sign of whoever might own them. "Who do you get this time of year?" I inquire. "A mixture," Kiffin goes on as we cross the parking lot to the south end of the building. I scan wet asphalt. "Folks who aren't getting along. That's a lot of it this time of year. People fussing and one or the other walks out or gets kicked out and needs a place to stay. Or people driving a long distance to visit family need a place for the night. Or when the river floods like it did a couple months back, some people come here because I allow pets. And I get tourists." "People seeing Williamsburg and Jamestown?" I ask. "A fair number of people here to see Jamestown. That's picked up quite a bit since they started digging up the graves out there. Funny how people are." Chapter 22. Room 17 is on the first level at the very end. Crime scene tape is a bright yellow ribbon across the door. The location is remote, at the edge of thick woods that buffer the motel from Route 5. I am especially interested in any vegetation or debris that might be on the asphalt directly in front of the room, where rescuers would have dragged the body. I note dirt and bits of dead leaves and cigarette butts. I am wondering if the fragment of candy bar wrapper I found adhering to the dead man's back came from inside the room or from out here in the parking lot. If it came from inside the room, that could mean the killer tracked it in, or it could mean that the killer walked through or close to the abandoned campsite at some point prior to the murder, unless the bit of paper had been inside the room for a while, perhaps tracked in by Kiffin herself when she came in to clean after the last guest checked out. Evidence is tricky. You always have to consider its origin and not draw conclusions based on where the evidence ended up. Fibers on a body, for example, might have been transferred from the killer who picked them up from a carpet where they were deposited originally by someone who tracked them into a house after yet another individual left them on a car seat. Did he ask for a particular room? I ask Kiffin as she goes through keys on the ring. She said he wanted something private. 17 didn't have anybody on either side or above, so that's what I gave him. What did you do to your arm? Slipped on ice. Oh, that's too bad. You got to wear that cast a long time? Not much longer. You get the sense he might have had anybody with him? Marino asks her. Didn't see anybody else. She speaks tersely with Marino, but is friendlier toward me. I feel her glancing at my face frequently and have the sinking feeling she has seen my photograph in the papers or on television. What kind of doctor did you say you are? She quizzes me. I'm a medical examiner. Oh, she brightens. Like Quincy. Used to love that show. You remember that one where he could tell everything about a person from one bone? She turns the key in the lock and opens the door, and the air turns acrid with the dirty stench of fire. I just thought that was the most amazing thing. Race, gender, even what he did for a living and how big he was, and exactly when and how he died, all from one little bone. The door opens wide onto a scene that is as dark and filthy as a coal mine. Can't tell you how much this is going to cost me, she says as we move past her and step inside. Insurance won't ever cover something like this. Never does. Damn insurance companies. I'm going to need you to wait outside, Marino says to Kiffin. The only light is what spills through the open doorway, and I make out the shape of the double bed. In the center of it is a crater where the mattress burned down to the bed springs. Marino turns on a flashlight, and a long finger of light moves through the room, starting with the closet just right of where I am standing near the doorway. 2 bent wire hangers dangle from the wooden rod. The bathroom is just left of the door, and against the wall opposite the bed is a dresser. Something is on top of the dresser, a book. It is open. Marino walks closer to illuminate the pages. Gideon Bible, he says. The light moves on to the far end of the room where there are 2 chairs and a small table before a window and a back door. Marino opens the curtains, and wan sunlight seeps into the room. The only fire damage I can see is to the bed, which smoldered and produced a lot of dense smoke. Everything inside the room is covered with soot, and this is an unexpected forensic gift. The entire room's been smoked, I marvel out loud. Huh? Marino shines the light around as I dig out my portable phone. I see no evidence that Stanfield tried looking for latent prints in here, not that I blame him. Most investigators would assume the intense soot and smoke damage would obliterate fingerprints, when in fact the opposite is true. Heat and soot tend to process latent prints, and there is an old laboratory method called smoking used on non-porous objects such as shiny metals, which tend to have a Teflon effect when traditional dusting powders are applied. Latent prints are actually transferred to an object because the friction-ridged surfaces of fingers and palms have oily residues on them. It is these residues that end up on some surface, a doorknob, a drinking glass, a window pane. Heat softens the residues, and smoke and soot then adhere to them. During cooling, the residues become fixed or firm, and the soot can be gently brushed away like dusting powder. Before superglue fuming and alternate light sources, it was not uncommon to conjure up prints by burning tarry pine chips, camphor, and magnesium. It is very possible that beneath the patina of soot in this room, there is a galaxy of latent fingerprints that have already been processed for us. I call Fingerprint Section Chief Niels Vander at home and explain the situation, and he says he will meet us at the motel in 2 hours. Marino is caught up in other preoccupations, his attention fixated on some spot above the bed, where he is shining the light. "Holy shit," he mutters. "Doc, would you look at this?" He illuminates 2 sooty eye bolts screwed into the drywall ceiling about 3 feet apart. "Hey," he calls through the doorway to Kiffin. She peers inside the room and looks where he shines the light. "You got any idea why these bolts are in the ceiling?" he asks her. She gets a strange expression on her face, her voice going up a note, the way it does when she is being evasive, I think. "Never seen them before. Now I wonder how that happened," she declares. "Last time you were in this room was when?" Marino asks her. "A couple days before he checked in, when I cleaned it after the last person checked out. The last person before him, I mean. The bolts weren't here then? I didn't notice if they were. Mrs. Kiffin, you just hang outside there in case we got more questions." Marino and I put on gloves. He splays his fingers, rubber stretching and snapping. The window next to the back door overlooks a swimming pool that is filled with dirty water. Across from the bed is a small Zenith television on a stand, a note taped to it reminding guests to turn the TV off before they go out. The room is rather much what Stanfield described, but he did not mention the Gideon Bible open on the dresser, or that to the right of the bed near the floor there is an electrical outlet with 2 unplugged cords on the carpet next to it, one to the lamp on the bedside table, the other to the clock radio. The clock radio is old. It isn't digital. When it was unplugged, the hands stopped at 3:12 p.m. Marino tells Kiffin to step inside the room again. "What time did you say he checked in?" he asks. "Oh, round 3. She is just inside the doorway, staring blankly at the clock. "Looks like he came in and unplugged the clock and the lamp now, doesn't it? That's kind of strange, unless maybe he was plugging something else in and needed the outlet. Some of these business types have those laptop computers." "Did you notice if he had one?" Marino glances at her. "I didn't notice he had anything except what looked like a car key in his wallet." "You didn't say nothing about a wallet. You saw a wallet?" "Pulled it out to pay me. Black leather, as I recall. Expensive looking, like everything else he had. Might have been alligator or something." She adds to her story. "How much cash he pay you, and in what kind of bills?" $100 bill and 4 20s. He told me to keep the change. The total was $160.70. "Oh, yeah, the 1607 special," Marino says in a monotone. He doesn't like Kiffin. He certainly doesn't trust her worth a damn, but he keeps it to himself, playing her like a hand of cards. If I didn't know him so well, he might fool even me. "You got some kind of stepladder around here?" Marino says next. She hesitates. "Well, I guess so." She is gone again, the door left standing wide open. Marino gets down to take a closer look at the outlet and unplugged cords. "You think they plugged the heat gun in here?" He ponders this out loud. "It's possible. If we're talking about a heat gun," I remind him. "I've used them to thaw my pipes and to get ice off my front steps. Works like a charm." He is looking under the bed with the flashlight. "Never had a case where one was used on a person. Jesus. He must have been gagged pretty good for no one to hear anything. Wonder why they unplugged both things, the lamp and the clock. Maybe so it didn't throw the circuit breaker? In a joint like this, yeah, maybe. A heat gun's probably about the same voltage as a blow dryer, 120, 125, and a blow dryer would probably knock out the lights in a dump like this." I move over to the dresser and look at the Bible. It is open to the 6th and 7th chapters of Ecclesiastes, and the exposed pages are sooty, the area of dresser under the Bible spared, indicating this was the position the Bible was in when the fire started. The question is whether the Bible was open like this before the victim checked in, or does it even belong with the room, for that matter? My eyes wander down lines and stop at the first verse of the 7th chapter. A good name is better than precious ointment, and the day of death than the day of one's birth. I read it to Marino. I tell him that this section of Ecclesiastes is about vanity. Kind of fits with the queer thing, don't it? He comments, as aluminum scrapes outside and Kiffin returns with a rush of wintry air. Marino takes a paint-spattered bent ladder from her and opens the legs. He climbs up and shines the flashlight on the bolts. Damn, I think I need new glasses. I can't see nothing, he says as I hold the ladder steady. Want me to look? I offer. Help yourself. He climbs back down. I take a small magnifying lens from my satchel and up I go. He hands me the light and I examine the eye bolts. I can't see any fibers. If there are any, we are not going to have any luck collecting them here. The problem is how to preserve one type of evidence without ruining another, and there are 3 possible types of evidence that might be associated with the eye bolts: fingerprints, fibers, and tool marks. If we dust off soot to look for latents, we might lose fibers that could match the ligature that might have been threaded through the eye bolts, which we also can't unscrew without risking the introduction of new tool marks, assuming we use a tool such as pliers. The biggest threat is inadvertently eradicating any possible prints. In fact, the conditions and lighting are so bad that we shouldn't be examining anything here, really. I get an idea. If you can hand me a couple baggies, I tell Marino, and tape. He hands me 2 small, transparent plastic bags. I slip one over each eye bolt and carefully wrap tape around the top of the bag, careful not to touch any part of the bolt or the ceiling. I climb back down while Marino opens his toolbox. Hate to do this to you, he says to Kiffin, who hovers outside the door, hands deep in her pockets, trying to keep warm. But I'm gonna have to cut out part of the ceiling. Like that's gonna make much difference at this point, she says in a voice of resignation. Or is it indifference I detect? May as well, she adds. I'm still wondering why the fire only smoldered. This has really got me stuck. I ask Kiffin what type of linens and mattress cover were on the bed. Well, they were green. She seems sure of herself on this point. The bedspread was dark green, sort of like the color the doors are painted. Not that we know what happened to the linens. The sheets were white. Do you have any idea what they were made of? I ask. I'm pretty sure the bedspreads are polyester. Polyester is so combustible that I try to remember never to wear synthetic materials when I fly. If we have a crash landing and there is a fire, the last thing I want against my flesh is polyester. I may as well douse myself with gasoline. If a polyester bedspread had been on the bed when the fire was set, more than likely the entire room would have gone up in flames, and quickly. Where did you get the mattresses? I ask her. She hesitates. She doesn't want to tell me. Well, she finally gets around to what I believe is the truth. New ones are awfully expensive. I get second-hand ones when I can. From where? Well, from that prison they closed down in Richmond a few years back, she tells me. Spring Street? That's right. Now, I didn't get anything that I wouldn't sleep on myself. She defends her choice in fine bedding. Got the newest ones from them. This might explain why the mattress only smoldered and never really caught fire. In hospitals and prisons, mattresses are treated heavily with flame retardants. This also suggests that whoever set the fire wouldn't have had any reason to know he was trying to burn a mattress specially treated with flame retardants. And, of course, common sense would have it that this person also did not hang around long enough to know that the fire went out on its own. Mrs. Kiffin, I say, is there a Bible in every room? The one thing folks don't steal. She avoids my question, taking on a suspicious tone of voice again. Do you know why this one in here is open to Ecclesiastes? Now, I don't go around opening them. I just leave them on the dresser. I didn't open it. She hesitates, then announces, He must have been murdered, or everybody wouldn't be going to all this trouble. "We have to look into every possibility," Marino remarks as he climbs back up the ladder, a small backsaw in hand that is helpful at scenes like this, because the teeth are hardened and aren't angled. They can cut elements in situ or in place, such as trim molding, baseboard, pipes, or in this instance, joists. "Business has been hard," Mrs. Kiffin says. "I'm on my own because my husband's on the road all the time." "What does your husband do?" I inquire. "A truck driver for overland transfer?" Marino begins popping out drywall tiles from the ceiling around the ones the eye bolts are screwed through. "I don't imagine he's home much," I say. Her lower lip trembles almost imperceptibly, and her eyes brighten with pain. "I don't need a murder. Oh, Lord, it's going to hurt me bad." "Doc, you mind holding the light for me?" Marino doesn't respond to her sudden need for sympathy. Murder hurts many people. I train the flashlight on the ceiling, my good arm steadying the ladder again. "That's a sad, unfair fact, Mrs. Kiffin." Marino starts sawing, wood dust drifting down. "I've never had anybody die here," she whines some more. "Not much worse can happen to a place." "Hey," Marino quips to her above the noise of sawing, "you'll probably get business from the publicity." She gives him a black look. "Those types can just stay the hell away." From the photographs Stanfield showed me, I recognize the area of wall where the body was propped up, and I get the general idea where the clothing was found. I imagine the victim nude on the bed, his arms strung up by rope threaded through the eye bolts. He might be kneeling or even sitting, only partially hoisted up. But the crucifix position and gag would impair his breathing. He is panting, fighting for breath, his heart palpitating furiously in panic and pain as he watches someone plug in the heat gun, as he hears air blow out when the trigger is pulled. I have never related to the human desire to torture. I know the dynamics, that it is all about control, the ultimate abuse of power. But I can't comprehend deriving satisfaction, vindication, and certainly not sexual pleasure out of causing any living creature pain. My central nervous system spikes and surges, my pulse pounds. I am sweating beneath my coat, even though it is cold enough inside the room to see our breath. "Mrs. Kiffin," I say as Marino strokes the saw. 5 days. A business special? This time of year?" I pause as confusion dances across her face. She is not inside my mind. She does not see what I see. She can't begin to imagine the horror I am reconstructing as I stand inside this cheap motel with its second-hand prison mattresses. "Why would he check in for 5 days the week of Christmas?" I want to know. "Did he say anything at all that might have given you a hint as to why he was here, what he was doing, where he was from, aside from your observation that he didn't sound local?" "I don't ask." She watches Marino work. "Maybe I should. Some people talk a lot and tell you more than you want to know. Some don't want you in their business." "What feeling did you get from him?" I keep prodding her. "Well, Mr. Peanut didn't like him." "Who the hell is Mr. Peanut?" Marino reaches down with a ceiling tile that is attached by an eye bolt to a 4-inch section of joist. "Our dog. You probably noticed her when you came in. I know it's kind of a funny name for a female that's had as many puppies as that one, but Zach named her. Mr. Peanut just barked her head off right when that man showed up at the door. Wouldn't come near him, the fur just standing up on her back." "Or maybe your dog was barking and upset because someone else was around. Someone you didn't see," I suggest. "Could be." A second ceiling tile drops and the ladder shakes as Marino descends. He goes back into his toolbox for a roll of freezer paper and evidence tape and begins wrapping the ceiling tiles in neat packages as I walk into the bathroom and shine the light around. Everything is institutional white, the top of the counter scarred with yellowish burns, probably from guests parking lit cigarettes while they shave or put on makeup or fix their hair. I see something else Stanfield missed. A single strand of dental floss dangles inside the toilet. It is draped over the edge of the bowl and trapped under the seat. With a gloved hand, I pick it up. It is about a foot long, several inches of it wet from toilet water, and the midsection of it pale red, as if someone flossed his teeth and his gums bled. Because this latest find isn't perfectly dry, I don't seal it in plastic. I place it in a square of freezer paper which I fold into a jeweler's envelope. We probably have DNA. The question is, whose? Marino and I return to his truck at 1:30, and Mr. Peanut flies out of the house when Kiffin yanks open the front door to go back inside the house. The dog chases us as we pull out, barking. I watch in the side mirror as Kiffin yells at her dog. "You get here right now!" She angrily claps her hands. "Come here now!" "Some asshole take time out from torture to floss his teeth?" Marino starts in. "Like, what the hell is that about? Or more likely it's been hanging out in the toilet since last Christmas." Mr. Peanut is now right by my door, the truck bumping over the unpaved drive that leads through woods to Route 5. "Come here now!" Kiffin bellows as she comes down the steps, hands smack, smack, smack. "Goddamn dog," Marino complains. "Stop." I'm afraid we are going to run over the poor animal. Marino stamps the brakes and the truck lurches to a halt. Mr. Peanut jumps up, barking, her head bobbing in and out of my window. What in the world? I am baffled. The dog was scarcely interested in us when we first showed up several hours ago. "Get back here!" Kiffin is coming after her dog. Behind her, a child fills the doorway. Not the little boy we saw earlier, but someone as tall as Kiffin. I get out of the truck and Mr. Peanut starts wagging her tail. She nuzzles my hand. The poor wretched creature is dirty and smells bad. I get her by the collar and tug her in the direction of her family, but she doesn't want to leave the truck. "Come on," I talk to her. "Let's get you home before you get run over." Kiffin strides up, just livid. She pops the dog hard on the top of the head. Mr. Peanut bleats like an injured lamb, tail tucked, cowering. "You learn to mind, you hear me?" Kiffin furiously wags her finger at her dog. "Get in the house!" Mr. Peanut sneaks behind me. "Get!" The dog sits down in the dirt behind me, pressing its trembling body against my legs. The person I saw in the doorway has vanished, but Zach has emerged on the porch. He is dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt that are way too big. "Come here, Peanut," he sings out, snapping his fingers. He sounds as frightened as the dog. "Zach! Don't you make me tell you again to get your butt inside the house!" Zach's mother shouts at him. Cruelty. Leave and the dog will be beaten. Maybe the child will. Bev Kiffin is an out-of-control, frustrated woman. Life has made her feel powerless, and beneath her skin she seethes with hurt and anger, the unfairness of it all. Or maybe she is just plain bad, and maybe poor Mr. Peanut is running after Marino's truck because the dog wants us to take her with us, to save her. That fantasy enters my mind. "Mrs. Kiffin," I say in the calm voice of authority, that cool, cool voice I reserve for times when I intend to threaten the living shit out of somebody. "Don't you touch Mr. Peanut again unless you do it gently. I have this special thing about people who hurt animals." Her face darkens and anger glints. I fix my stare dead center on her pupils. "There are laws against cruelty to animals, Mrs. Kiffin," I say, "and beating Mr. Peanut is not a good example to set in front of your children." I hint that I spotted a second child she has failed to mention to us thus far. She steps back from me, turns and walks off toward the house. Mr. Peanut sits, looking up at me. "You go home," I tell her as my heart breaks. "Go on, sweetie. You need to go home." Zach comes down the steps and runs up to us. He takes the dog by the collar, squats and scratches between her ears, talking to her. "Be good. Don't go making Mama mad, Mr. Peanut. Please," he says, looking up at me. "She just don't like it 'cause you're taking her baby buggy." This jolts me, but I don't let it show. I get down to Zach's level and pet Mr. Peanut, trying to block out that her musky stench triggers memories of Sean Dunn again. Nausea twists my stomach and makes my mouth water. The baby buggy's hers? I ask Zach. When she has puppies, I take them on rides in it, Zach tells me. Why was it over there by the picnic table, Zach? I ask. I thought maybe some campers might have left it there. He shakes his head, petting Mr. Peanut. It's Mr. Peanut's buggy, isn't it, Mr. Peanut? I gotta go in. He gets up, glancing back furtively at the open front door. I tell you what, I get up too. We just need to look at Mr. Peanut's buggy, but when we're done, I promise to bring it back. Okay. He tugs the dog after him, half running, half yanking. I stare after them as they go inside the house and shut the door. I stand in the middle of the dirt drive in the shadow of scrub pines, hands in my pockets, watching, because I have no doubt Bev Kiffin is watching me. On the street, it is called signifying, making your presence known. My business isn't finished here. I'll be back. Chapter 23. We head east on Route 5, and I am mindful of the time. Even if I could conjure up Lucy's helicopter, I would never make it back to Anna's house by 2. I pull out my wallet and find the card Berger wrote her phone numbers on. There is no answer at her hotel, and I leave a message for her to pick me up at 6 p.m. Marino is silent as I slip the cell phone back inside my satchel. He stares straight ahead, his truck rumbling loudly along the winding, narrow road. He is processing what I just told him about the baby carriage. Bev Kiffin, of course, lied to us. The whole thing out there, wow, he finally says, shaking his head. Talk about a creepy feeling. Like there were all these eyes watching everything we were doing. Like that place has a whole life of its own nobody knows nothing about. She knows, I reply. She knows something. That much is obvious, Marino. She made a point of telling us the baby carriage was left by the people who abandoned the campsite. She volunteered that without pause. Wanted us to think it. Why? Those people don't exist, whoever was supposedly staying out in that tent. If the hares turn out to be Shandun's, then I'm gonna have to entertain the idea she let him stay out there, and that's why she got all hinky about it. The vision of Shandun showing up at her motel office and asking for a place to stay for the night shorts out my imagination. I can't picture it. Le Loup-Garou, as he calls himself, would not take such a chance. His modus operandi, as we know it, was not to show up at anyone's door unless he intended to murder and maul that person. As we know it. As we know it, I keep thinking. The truth is, we know less than we did 2 weeks ago. We have to start all over, I tell Marino. We've defined someone without information, and now what? We made the mistake of profiling him and then believing our projection. Well, there are dimensions to him we've completely missed, and even though he's locked up, he isn't. Marino gets out his cigarettes. Do you understand what I'm saying? I go on. In our arrogance, we decided what he's like, based it on scientific evidence, and came up with what in truth is an assumption, a caricature. He's not a werewolf. He's a human being, and no matter how evil he is, he has many facets, and now we're finding them. Hell, it was obvious on the videotape. Why are we so damn slow on the uptake? I don't want Vander going to that motel alone. Good point. Marino reaches for the phone. I'll go to the motel with him, and you can take my truck back to Richmond. There was someone in the doorway, I say. Did you see him? He was big. Huh, he says. I didn't see anyone. Just the little kid, what's his name? Zach, and the dog. I saw someone else, I insist. I'll check it out. You got Vander's number? I give it to him, and he calls. Vander was already on his way, and his wife gives Marino a cell phone number. I stare out the window at wooded residential developments with large colonial homes set back far from the streets. Elegant Christmas decorations shine through trees. Yeah, there's some strange shit out there, Marino is telling Vander by cell phone. So yours truly here is going to be your bodyguard. He ends the call, and we are quiet for a moment. Last night seems to fill the rumbling space between us in the truck. How long have you known? I finally ask Marino one more time, not at all satisfied with what he told me in Anna's driveway when I walked him out to his truck after midnight. When exactly did Ryder tell you he was instigating a special grand jury investigation, and what was his reason? You hadn't even finished a damn autopsy yet. Marino lights a cigarette. Bray was still on your table, to be exact. Ryder gets me on the phone and says he don't want you doing her post, and I tell him, so what you want me to do? Walk in the morgue and order her to drop her scalpel and put her hands up in the air? The dumb shit. Marino blows out smoke as my dismay folds into a scary shape inside my brain. That's why he didn't ask your permission to come snoop around your house either, Marino adds. The snooping part, at least, I had already figured out. He wanted to see if the cops came across anything. He pauses to tap an ash. Like a chipping hammer, especially one with maybe Bray's blood on it. The one he tried to attack me with may very well have her blood on it, I reply reasonably, calmly, as anxiety inches through me. Problem is, the hammer with her blood on it was found in your house, Marino reminds me of a fact. Of course it was. He brought it to my house so he could use it on me. And yeah, it does have her blood on it, Marino keeps talking. They already did the DNA. Never seen the labs move so fast as they are these days, and you can guess why. The governor's got his eye on everything going on, in case his chief medical examiner turns out to be some wacko murderer. He sucks on the cigarette and glances over at me. And another thing, Doc. Don't know if Berger might have mentioned this to you, but the chipping hammer you say you bought at the hardware store, it ain't been found. What? I am incredulous, then furious. So the only one at your house is the one with Bray's blood on it. One hammer, found at your house, and it's got Bray's blood. He makes his point, not without some reluctance. You know why I bought that hammer, I reply, as if my argument is with him. I wanted to see if it matched up with the pattern of her injuries, and it was definitely in my house. If it wasn't there when you guys went through everything, then either you overlooked it or someone took it. You remember where you had it last? I used it in the kitchen on chicken to see what the injuries looked like, and also what kind of pattern the coiled handle would leave if I put something on it and pressed the handle against paper. Yeah, we found pounded-up chicken in the garbage, and a pillowcase with barbecue sauce on it, like maybe from your rolling the handle around. He doesn't think such an experimentation is odd. He knows I engage in a lot of unusual research when I'm trying to figure out what happened to somebody. But no chipping hammer. We didn't find that. Not with or without barbecue sauce, Marino goes on. So I'm wondering if asshole Tally swiped it. Maybe you ought to get Lucy and Tian to turn their secret squirrel organization on him and see what they find out, huh? The Last Precinct's first big investigation. I'd like to run a credit check on the bastard and see where he gets all his money from, for starters. I keep glancing at my watch, timing our drive. The subdivision where Mitch Barbosa lived is 10 minutes from the Fort James Motel. Taupe-clapboard townhouses are new, and there is no vegetation, just raw earth sprinkled with dead young grass and patched with snow. I recognize unmarked police vehicles in the lot when we pull in, 3 Ford Crown Victorias and a Chevrolet Lumina parked in a row. It doesn't escape my attention or Marino's that 2 of these vehicles have Washington, D.C. plates. Oh, shit, Marino says. I smell the feds. Oh, boy, he says to me as we park. This ain't good. I notice a curious detail as Marino and I follow the brick walkway to the townhouse where Barbosa lived with his alleged girlfriend. Through an upstairs window I see a fishing rod. It leans against the glass, and I don't know why it strikes me as out of place, except that this isn't the time of year for fishing, just as it isn't the time of year for camping. Again, I think of the mysterious, if not mythical, people who fled the campground, leaving behind many of their possessions. I return to Bev Kiffin's lie, and feel I am moving deeper into a dangerous airspace where there are forces I can't see or understand, moving at incredible speeds. Marino and I wait at the front door of Townhouse D, and he rings the bell again. Detective Stanfield answers and greets us distractedly, his eyes darting everywhere. Tension between him and Marino is a wall between them. "Sorry I didn't make it by the motel," he announces curtly as he steps aside to let us in. "Something's come up. You'll see that in a minute," he promises. He is in gray corduroys and a heavy wool sweater, and he won't meet my eyes either. I'm not sure if this is because he knows how I feel about his leaking information to his brother-in-law, Representative Dinwiddie, or if there is some other reason. It flashes across my thoughts that he might know I am being investigated for murder. I try not to think about that reality. It serves no good purpose to worry right now. "Everybody's upstairs," he says, and we follow him up. "Who's everybody?" Marino asks. Our feet thud quietly on carpet. Stanfield keeps moving. He doesn't turn around or pause when he replies, "ATF and the FBI." I notice framed photographs arranged on the wall to the left of the staircase and take a moment to peruse them, recognizing Mitch Barbosa grinning with tipsy-looking people in a bar and hanging out the window of the cab of a transfer truck. In one photograph, he is sunbathing in a bikini on a tropical beach, maybe Hawaii. He holds up a drink, toasting the person behind the camera. Several other poses are with a pretty woman, the girlfriend he lives with, I wonder. Halfway up is a landing, and the window the fishing pole leans against. I stop, a strange sensation lightly whispering across my flesh as I examine, without touching, a Shakespeare fiberglass rod and Shimano reel. A hook and split-shot weights are attached to the fishing line, and on the carpet next to the rod's handle is a small blue plastic tackle box. Nearby, as if set down when someone entered the townhouse, are 2 empty Rolling Rock beer bottles, a new pack of Tiparillo cigars, and some change. Marino turns around to see what I am doing. I join him at the top of the stairs, and we emerge into a brightly lit living area that is attractively decorated in spare modern furniture and Indian rugs. "When's the last time you went fishing?" I ask Marino. "Not fresh water," he replies. "Not around here these days." Exactly. I am cut off by an awareness that I know one of the 3 people standing near the picture window in the living room. My heart jumps when the familiar dark head turns to me, and suddenly I am facing Jay Talley. He doesn't smile, his glance sharp as if his eyes are tipped like arrows. Marino makes a barely audible noise that is like a groan from a small primitive animal. It is his way of letting me know that Jay is the last person he wants to see. Another man in a suit and tie is young and looks Hispanic, and when he sets down his coffee cup, his jacket falls open and reveals a shoulder holster holding a large caliber pistol. The third person is a woman. She doesn't demonstrate the devastated, confused demeanor of a person whose lover has just been killed. She is upset, yes, but her emotions are well contained beneath the surface, and I recognize the flare in her eyes and angry set of her jaw. I have seen the look in Lucy, in Marino, and others who are more than bereft when something bad happens to a person they care about. Cops. Cops are offended and in an eye-for-an-eye mode when something happens to one of their own. Mitch Barbosa's girlfriend, I suspect right away, is law enforcement, probably undercover. In a matter of minutes, the scenario has dramatically shifted. "This is Bunk Pruitt, FBI. Stanfield makes introductions. "Jay Talley, ATF. Jay shakes my hand as if we have never met. "And Jillison McIntyre." Her handshake is cool but firm. "Ms. McIntyre's ATF." We find chairs and arrange them so all of us can look at each other and talk. The air is hard. It is flinty with anger. I recognize the mood. I've seen it so many times when a cop is killed. Now that Stanfield has set the stage, he slips behind a curtain of sullen silence. Bunk Pruitt takes charge, typical FBI. "Dr. Scarpetta, Captain Marino," Pruitt begins. "I want to state the obvious right off. This is highly, highly sensitive. To be honest, I hate saying anything about what's going on, but you got to know what you're dealing with." His jaw muscles bunch. "Mitch Barbosa was undercover FBI. Working a big investigation here in this area, which now, of course, we have to dismantle, at least to a certain degree." "Drugs and guns," Jay says, glancing from Marino to me. Chapter 24. Is Interpol involved? I don't understand why Jay Talley is here. Barely 2 weeks ago, he was working in France. "Well, you should know," Jay says with a trace of sarcasm, or maybe I imagine it. "The unidentified case you just contacted Interpol about? The guy who died in the motel down the road? We have an idea who he might be." So yes, Interpol's involved. Now we are, you bet. I wasn't aware we'd gotten a response from Interpol. Marino barely tries to be civil to Jay. So you're telling me the guy from the motel's some sort of international fugitive, maybe? Yes, Jay replies. Rosso Matos, 28-year-old native of Colombia, as in South America. Last seen in Los Angeles. Also known as the Cat because he's such a quiet guy when he goes in and out of places, killing. That's his specialty. Taking people out. A hitman. Matos has a reputation for liking very expensive clothes, cars, and young men. I guess I need to talk about him in the past tense. Jay pauses. No one responds beyond looking at him. What none of us understands is what he was doing here in Virginia, Jay adds. What exactly is the operation here? Marino asks Gillis and McIntyre. Started 4 months ago with a guy speeding along Route 5 just a couple miles from here. A James City cop pulled him. She glances at Stanfield. Runs his tag and finds out he's a convicted felon. Plus the officer happens to notice the handle of a long gun protruding from under a blanket in the back seat. Turns out to be a Mac 90 with the serial number ground off. Our labs in Rockville managed to restore the SN and trace the weapon to a shipment from China. A regular shipment to Richmond. As you know, a Mac 90 is a popular knockoff of the AK-47 assault rifle, going rate of $1,000, $2,000 on the street. Gang members love the Mac, made in China, regularly shipped to local ports in Richmond, Norfolk, legitly in crates accurately marked. Other Macs are being smuggled in from Asia along with heroin in all kinds of crates marked everything from electronics to oriental rugs. In an all-business voice that only occasionally reveals the strange she feels, McIntyre describes a smuggling ring that, in addition to area ports, involves the James City County Trucking Company where Barbosa was undercover as a driver and she was undercover as his girlfriend. He got her a job in the company's office, where bills of lading and invoices were falsified to disguise a very lucrative operation that also involves cigarettes en route from Virginia to New York and other destinations in the Northeast. Some weapons are being sold through a dirty gun dealer in this area, but a lot of them end up in backroom sales at gun shows, and we all know how many gun shows Virginia has, McIntyre says. What's the name of the trucking company? Marino asks. Overland. Marino's eyes dart to me. He runs his fingers through his thinning hair. Christ, he says to everyone. That's who Bev Kiffin's husband works for. Jesus Christ. The lady who owns and runs the Fort James Motel, Stanfield explains to the others. Overland's a big company and not everybody is involved in illegal activity. Pruitt is quick to be objective. That's what makes this so tough. The company and most people in it are legit. So you could pull their trucks all day and never find anything hot inside a single one of them. Then, on another day, a shipload of paper products, televisions, whatever, heads out. And stashed inside boxes are assault rifles and drugs. You think someone put the dime on Mitch? Marino asks Pruitt. And the bad guys decided to whack him? If so, then why is Matos dead too? It is Jay who speaks. And it appears Matos died first, right? He looks at me. He's found dead in these really weird circumstances, in a motel right down the road. Then the next day, Mitch's body is dumped in Richmond. Plus, Matos is an 800-pound gorilla. I don't see what his interest would be here. Even if someone out there dimed Mitch, you don't send in a hitman like Matos. He's pretty much reserved for big prey and powerful crime organizations. Guys hard to get to because they are surrounded by their own heavily armed thugs. Who does Matos work for? Marino asks. Do we know that? Whoever will pay, Pruitt replies. He's all over the map, Jay adds. South America, Europe, this country. He's not associated with any one network or cartel, but is a lone operator. You want someone taken out, you hire Matos. Then someone hired him to come here, I conclude. We have to assume that, Jay replies. I don't think he was in the area to check out Jamestown or the Christmas decorations in Williamsburg. We also know he didn't kill Mitch Barbosa, Marino adds. Matos was already dead and on the doc's table before Mitch went out jogging. There are nods around the room. Stanfield is picking at a fingernail. He looks lost in space, extremely uncomfortable. He keeps wiping sweat off his brow and drying his fingers on his pants. Marino asks Gillison McIntyre to tell us exactly what happened. Mitch likes to run midday before lunch, she begins. He went out close to noon and didn't come back. This was yesterday. I went out in the car looking for him around 2 o'clock, and when there was still no sign, I called the police and, of course, our guys, ATF and FBI. Agents came in from the field and started looking, too. Nothing. We know he was spotted in the area of the law school. Marshall with? I inquire, taking notes. Right, at William and Mary. Mitch usually ran the same route from here along Route 5, then over on Francis Street and to South Henry, then back, usually an hour or so. Do you remember what he was wearing and what he might have had with him? I ask her. Red warm-up suit and a vest. He had on a down vest over his warm-up. Gray, North Face, and his butt pack. He never went anywhere without his butt pack. He had a gun in it? Marino assumes. She nods, swallowing, face stoical. Gun, money, portable phone, house keys. He wasn't wearing the down jacket when his body was found, Marino informs her. No butt pack. Describe the key. Keys, she corrects him. He has the key for here, for the townhouse, and his car key on a steel ring. What does the key for your townhouse look like? I ask, and I feel Jay staring at me. Just a brass key, a normal-looking key. He had a stainless steel key in the pocket of his running shorts, I say. It has 233 written on it in permanent magic marker. Agent McIntyre frowns. She knows nothing about it. Well, now, that's really strange. I have no idea what that key might be to, she replies. So we gotta figure he was taken somewhere, Marino says. He was tied up, gagged, tortured, then driven to Richmond and dumped in the street in one of our lovely projects, Mosby Court. Hot drug trafficking area? Pruitt asks him. Oh, yeah. The project's big into economic development. Guns and drugs. You bet. Marino knows his turf. But the other nice thing about places like Mosby Court is people don't see nothing. You want to dump a body? Don't matter if 50 people were standing right there. They get temporary blindness, amnesia. Someone familiar with Richmond, then. Stanfield finally offers an opinion. McIntyre's eyes are wide. She has a stricken expression on her face. I didn't know about torture, she says to me. Her professional resolve shivers like a tree about to fall. I describe Barbossa's burns and go into detail about the burns Matos had as well. I talk about the evidence of ligatures and gags, and then Marino talks about the eye bolts in the motel room ceiling. All present get the picture. Everyone can envision what was done to these two men. We have to suspect the same person or persons are involved in their deaths, but this doesn't begin to tell us who or why. We don't know where Barbossa was taken, but I have an idea. When you go back there with Vander, I say to Marino, maybe you ought to check out the other rooms, see if another one has eye bolts in the ceiling. Will do. Got to go back there anyway. He glances at his watch. Today? Jay asks him. Yup. You got any reason to think Mitch was drugged like the first guy? Pruitt asks me. I didn't find any needle marks, I reply, but we'll see what comes up on his tox results. Jesus, McIntyre mutters. And both of them wet their pants? Stanfield says. Doesn't that happen when people die? They lose control of their bladders and wet their pants? Just a natural thing, in other words? I can't say losing urine is rare, but the first man, Matos, took his clothes off. He was nude. It appears he wet his pants and then disrobed. So that was before he got burned, Stanfield says. I would assume so. He wasn't burned through his clothing, I reply. It's very possible both victims lost control of their bladders due to fear, panic. You get scared badly enough, you wet your pants. Jesus, McIntyre mutters again. And you see some asshole screwing eye bolts in the ceiling and plugging in a heat gun. That's enough to scare the piss right out of you, Marino abundantly illustrates. You know damn well what's about to happen to you. Jesus, McIntyre blurts out. What the fuck is this about? Her eyes blaze. Silence. Why the fuck would someone do something like that to Mitch? And it's not like he wasn't careful. Not like he would just get in someone's car or even get close to some stranger trying to stop him on the road. Stanfield says, "Makes me think of Vietnam. The way they did things to prisoners of war. Tortured them to make them talk." Making someone talk can certainly be one reason for torture, I respond to what Stanfield has just said. But it's also a power rush. Some people are into torture because they get off on it. "You think that's the case here?" Pruitt says to me. I have no way of knowing. Then I ask McIntyre, "I noticed a fishing pole when I was coming up the walk." Her reaction is a flicker of confusion. Then she realizes what I'm talking about. "Oh, right. Mitch likes to fish." "Around here?" "A creek over near College Landing Park." I look at Marino. That particular creek is at the edge of the wooded camping area at the Fort James Motel. "Mitch ever mentioned to you the motel over there by that creek?" Marino asks her. "I just know he liked to fish over there." "He know the lady who runs the joint, Bev Kiffin, and her husband?" "Maybe you both know him since he works for Overland," Marino says to McIntyre. "Well, I do know that Mitch used to talk to her boys. She has 2 young boys, and sometimes they'd be out there fishing when Mitch was. He said he felt for them because their dad was never around. But I don't know anybody named Kiffin at the trucking company, and I do their books." "Can you check that out?" Jay says. "Maybe his last name's different from hers." "Yeah." She nods. "You remember the last time Mitch went fishing out there?" Marino asks her. "Right before all the snow," she replies. "It was pretty nice weather up until then." "I noticed some change, a couple beer bottles and some cigars on the landing," I say. "Right by the fishing pole." "You sure he hasn't been fishing out there since it snowed?" Marino picks up my thought. The expression in her eyes makes it evident that she isn't sure. I wonder just how much she really knows about her undercover boyfriend. "Any illegal shit going on at the motel that you and Mitch are aware of?" Marino asks her. McIntyre starts shaking her head. "He never mentioned anything about that. Nothing like that. His only connection to the place was fishing and being nice to the 2 boys on occasion, if he saw them." "Just if they happened up when he was fishing?" Marino keeps pushing. "Any reason to think Mitch might have ever wandered over to the house to say hi to them?" She hesitates. "Mitch a generous guy?" "Oh, yes," she says. "Very much so. He might have wandered over. I don't know. He really likes kids. Liked them." She tears up again and at the same time simmers. "How did he identify himself to people around here? He say he was a truck driver? What did he say about you? You supposed to be a career woman? Now you 2 weren't really boyfriend and girlfriend. That was just part of the front, right?" Marino is on to something. He is leaning forward, his arms braced on his knees, staring intensely at Jellison McIntyre. When he gets like this, he fires questions so rapidly people often don't have time to answer. Then they get confused and say something they regret. She does that this very moment. "Hey, I'm not a fucking suspect," she snaps at him. "And our relationship, I don't know what you're getting at. It was professional. But you can't help being close to someone when you live in the same damn townhouse and act like you're involved, make people think you are." "But you weren't involved," Marino says. "Or at least he wasn't with you. You guys were doing a job, right? Meaning if he wanted to pay attention to a lonely woman with 2 nice little boys, he could do that." Marino leans back in his chair. The room is so silent it seems to hum. "Problem is, Mitch shouldn't have done that. Dangerous, fucking stupid in light of his situation. He one of those types who had a hard time keeping his pants on?" She doesn't answer him. Tears jump out. "You know what, folks?" Marino scans the room. "It just might be that Mitch got tangled up in something that doesn't have a damn thing to do with your undercover operation here. Wrong place, wrong time. Caught something he sure as hell wasn't fishing for." "You got any idea where Mitch was at 3 o'clock Wednesday afternoon when Matos checked into the motel and the fire started?" Stanfield is putting the pieces together. "Was he here or out somewhere?" "No, he wasn't here," she barely says, wiping her eyes with a tissue. "Gone. I don't know where." Marino blows out in disgust. He doesn't need to say it. Undercover partners are supposed to keep track of each other, and if Agent McIntyre didn't always know where Special Agent Barbosa was, then he was up to something that maybe wasn't germane to their investigation. I know you don't even want to think it, Jillison, Marino goes on in a milder tone. But Mitch was tortured and murdered, okay? I mean, the guy was fucking scared to death. Literally. Whatever someone was doing to him, it was so awful he had a fucking heart attack. He wet his fucking pants. He was taken somewhere and strung up, gagged, and then has a weirdo key put in his pocket. Planted. What for? Why? He into anything we ought to know about, Jillison? He fishing for more than bass out there in that creek by the playground? Tears are rolling down McIntyre's face. She wipes them away roughly with the tissue and sniffles loudly. He liked drinking and women, she barely says. Okay? You ever go out at night, bar hopping and that sort of thing? Pruitt asks her. She nods. It was part of his cover. You saw, her eyes jump to me. You saw him, his dyed hair, the earring, all the rest. Mitch played the role of a sort of, wild party guy, and he did like the women. He never pretended to be, faithful to me, to his so-called girlfriend. It was part of his cover. But it was also him. Yeah, I worried about it, okay? But that was Mitch. He was a good agent. I don't think he did anything dishonest, if that's what you're asking. But he didn't tell me everything either. If he got onto something going on at the playground, for example, he might have started poking around. He might have. Without letting you know, Marino confirms. She nods again. And I was out doing my thing, too. It's not like I was here every minute waiting for him. I was working in the office at Overland, part-time anyway, so we didn't always know what the other was up to every hour of every day. I'll tell you this much, Marino decides. Mitch stumbled onto something, and I'm just wondering if he wasn't out at the motel around the time Matos showed up, and maybe whatever Matos was into, Mitch had the misfortune of being spotted in the area. Maybe it's just that simple. Somebody thinks he saw something, knew something, and next thing he gets picked up and gets the treatment. No one argues. Marino's theory actually is the only one so far that makes any sense. Which brings us back to what Matos was doing here to begin with, Pruitt comments. I look at Stanfield. He has wandered out of the conversation. His face is wan. He is a nervous wreck. His eyes drift to me and quickly move away. He wets his lips and coughs several times. Detective Stanfield, I feel compelled to say to him in front of everyone, for God's sake, don't tell any of this to your brother-in-law. Anger sparks in his eyes. I have humiliated him and don't care. Please, I add. You want to know the truth? He angrily retorts. I don't want nothing to do with any of this. He slowly draws himself to his feet and looks around the room, blinking, his eyes glazing over. I don't know what this is all about, but I don't want no part of it. You feds are in it already up to your eyeballs, so you can just have it. I quit. He nods. You heard me right. I quit. Detective Stanfield, to our amazement, collapses. He falls so hard the room shakes. I spring up. Thank God he is breathing. His pulse is running wild, but he is not in the grips of a cardiac arrest or anything life-threatening. He simply has fainted. I check his head to make sure he hasn't injured himself. He is all right. He comes to. Marino and I help him to his feet and get him on the couch. I make him lie down and prop several pillows under his neck. Most of all, he is embarrassed, acutely so. Detective Stanfield, are you diabetic? I ask. Do you have a heart condition? If you just got a Coke or something, that would be good, he says weakly. I get up and head into the kitchen. Let me see what I can do, I say, as if I live here. Inside the refrigerator, I get out orange juice. I find peanut butter in a cabinet and scoop out a big spoonful. It is while I am looking for paper towels that I notice a prescription bottle by the toaster oven. Mitch Barbosa's name is on the label. He was taking the antidepressant Prozac. When I return to the living room, I say something about this to McIntyre, and she tells us that Barbosa went on Prozac several months ago because he was suffering anxiety and depression, which he blamed on the undercover assignment, on stress, she adds. That's interesting, is all Marino has to say about it. You said you're going back to the motel when you leave here? Jay asks Marino. Yeah, Vander's going to see if we might have any luck with Prince. Prince? Stanfield murmurs from his sickbed. Jesus, Stanfield, Marino blurts out in exasperation. They teach you anything in detective school? Or did you get sent ahead several grades because of your goddamn brother-in-law? He is a goddamn brother-in-law, you want to know the truth. He says this so pitifully and with such candor that everybody laughs. Stanfield perks up a little bit. He sits higher against the pillows. And you're right. He meets my eyes. I shouldn't have told him one peep about this case. And I won't tell him nothing else. Not a word. Because it's all politicking to that one. It wasn't me who dragged in this whole Jamestown thing, just so you know. Pruitt frowns. What Jamestown thing? Oh, you know, the dig out there and the big celebration the state's planning. Well, thing is, if the truth be known, Dinwiddie got no more Indian blood in him than I do. All this horse crap about him being a descendant of Chief Powhatan. Pshaw! Stanfield's eyes dance with resentment that I doubt he rarely touches. He probably hates his brother-in-law. Mitch has Indian blood, McIntyre says somberly. He's half Native American. Well, for Christ's sake, let's hope the newspapers don't find that out, Marino mutters to Stanfield, not buying for 1 second that Stanfield is going to keep his mouth shut. We got a gay guy and now an Indian. Oh boy, Marino shakes his head. We got to keep this out of politics, out of circulation, and I mean it. He stares right at Stanfield, then at Jay. Because guess what? We can't talk about what we think is really going on, now can we? About the big undercover operation? About Mitch being undercover FBI? And that maybe, in some Fruit Loop way, Shandun is all wrapped around whatever the shit's going on out here. So if people get all caught up in this hate crime shit, how do we turn that around when we can't tell the truth? I don't agree, Jay says to him. I'm not ready to say what these murders are about. I'm not prepared to accept, for example, that Matos and now Barbosa aren't related to gun smuggling. I do think without a doubt their murders are connected. No one disagrees. The modi operandi are too similar for the deaths not to be related, and in fact committed by the same person or persons. I'm also not prepared to totally ignore the idea that they're hate crimes, Jay goes on. A gay male? A Native American? He shrugs. Torture's pretty damn hateful. Any injuries to their genitalia? He turns to me. No. I hold his gaze. It is odd to think we were intimate, to look at his full lips and graceful hands and to remember their touch. When we walked the streets of Paris, people turned to stare at him. He says. I find that interesting and maybe important. I'm not a forensic psychiatrist, of course, but it does seem in hate crimes the perpetrators rarely injure the victim's genitals. Marino gives him an incredible look, his mouth parting in blatant disdain. Because you get some redneck homophobic sort, and the last thing he's going to go near is the guy's genitals, Jay adds. Well, if you really want to go around this mulberry bush, Marino acidly says to him, then let's just connect it to Shandun. He never went near his victim's genitals either. Shit, he didn't even take their fucking pants off, just beat and bit the shit out of their faces and breasts. Only lower body thing he did at all was to take off their shoes and socks and bite their feet. And why? The guy's afraid of female genitalia because his own's as deformed as the rest of him. Marino surveys the faces around him. One good thing about the bastard being locked up is we got to find out what the rest of him looks like. Right? And guess what? He ain't got a dick. Or let's just say that what he's got I wouldn't call a dick. Stanfield is sitting straight up on the couch now, his eyes wide in amazement. I'll go with you to the motel, Jay says to Marino. Marino gets up and looks out the window. Wonder where the hell Vander is, he says. He gets Vander on the cell phone and we head out minutes later to meet in the parking lot. Jay walks with me. I feel the energy of his desire to talk to me, to somehow come to a consensus. In this way, he is like the stereotype of a woman. He wants to talk, to settle matters, to have closure, or to rekindle our connection so he can then play hard to get again. I, on the other hand, want none of it. "Kay, can I have a minute?" he says in the parking lot. I stop and look at him as I button my coat. I notice Marino glancing our way as he gets the trash bags and baby carriage out of the back of his truck and loads them into Vander's car. "I know this is awkward, but is there some way we can make it easier? For one thing, we have to work together," Jay says. "Maybe you should have thought about that before you told Jamie Berger every detail, Jay," I reply. "That wasn't against you." His eyes are intense. "Right. She asked me questions, understandably. She's just doing her job." I don't believe him. That is my fundamental problem with Jay Talley. I don't trust him and wish I never had. "Well, that's curious," I comment, "because it appears people started asking questions about me before Diane Bray was even murdered. Right about the time I was with you in France, inquiries began, as a matter of fact." His expression darkens. Anger peers out before he can hide it. "You're paranoid, Kay," he says. "You're right," I reply. "You're absolutely right, Jay." Chapter 25. I have never driven Marino's Dodge Ram quad cab pickup truck, and were circumstances not so strained, I would probably find the scenario comical. I am not a big person, barely 5'5", slender, and there is nothing funky or extreme about me. I do wear jeans, but not today. I suppose I dress like a proper chief or lawyer, usually in a tailored skirt suit or flannel trousers and a blazer, unless I am working a crime scene. I wear my blonde hair short and neatly styled, am light on makeup, and, other than my signet ring and watch, jewelry is an afterthought. I don't have a single tattoo. I don't look like the sort who would be roaring along in a monster macho truck that is dark blue with pinstriping, chrome, mud flaps, scanner, and big swooping antennas that go with the CB and two-way radios. I take 64 West back to Richmond because it is quicker, and I pay close attention to my driving because it is a lot to handle a vehicle this size with only one arm. I have never spent a Christmas Eve like this, and I am increasingly depressed over the notion. Usually by now I have stocked the refrigerator and freezer, and have cooked sauces and soups and decorated the house. I feel utterly homeless and alien as I drive Marino's truck along the interstate, and it occurs to me that I don't know where I will sleep tonight. I guess at Anna's, but I dread the necessary chill between us. I didn't even see her this morning, and a helpless feeling of loneliness settles over me and seems to push me down in my seat. I page Lucy. "I've got to move back into my house tomorrow," I tell her on the phone. "Maybe you should stay in the hotel with Tian and me," she suggests. "How about you and Tian stay with me?" It is so hard for me to express a need, and I need them. I do, for a lot of reasons. "When do you want us there?" "We'll have Christmas together in the morning." "Early." Lucy has never stayed in bed past 6 on Christmas morning. "I'll be up, and then we'll go to the house," I tell her. December 24. Days have gotten as short as they can, and it will be a while before light savors the hours and burns off my heavy, anxious moods. It is dark by the time I reach downtown Richmond, and when I pull up to Anna's house at 5 minutes past 6, I find Berger waiting for me in her Mercedes SUV, headlights penetrating the night. Anna's car is gone. She is not home. I don't know why this unsettles me so completely, unless it is that I am suspicious she somehow knows Berger is meeting me and chose not to be here. Considering such a possibility reminds me that Anna has talked to people, and may one day be forced to reveal what I have told her during my most vulnerable hours in her home. Berger climbs out as I open the truck door, and if she is taken aback by my transportation, she makes no indication of it. "Do you need anything from inside the house before we go?" she asks. "Give me just a minute," I tell her. "Was Dr. Zenner here when you arrived?" I feel her stiffen a little. "I got here just a few minutes before you did." Evasion, I think, as I climb the front steps. I unlock the door and turn off the burglar alarm. The foyer is dark, the great chandelier and Christmas tree lights off. I write Anna a note and thank her for her friendship and hospitality. I need to return to my own home. Evasion, I think, as I climb the front steps. I unlock the door and turn off the burglar alarm. The foyer is dark, the great chandelier and Christmas tree lights off. I write Anna a note and thank her for her friendship and hospitality. I need to return to my own home tomorrow, and know she will understand why I must. Mostly I want her to believe I am not upset with her, that I realize she is as victimized by circumstances as I am. I say circumstances because I am no longer sure who is holding a gun to Anna's head and ordering her to divulge confidences about me. Rocky Caggiano may be next in line unless I am indicted. If that should happen, I will be no factor in Shandun's trial, not hardly. I leave the note on Anna's immaculately made Biedermeier bed. Then I get in Berger's car and begin to tell her about my day in James City County, about the abandoned campsite and the long, pale hairs. She listens intently, driving, knowing where she is going as if she has lived in Richmond all of her life. "Can we prove the hairs are Shandun's?" she finally asks, assuming there are no roots, as usual. And there weren't roots with the ones found at the crime scenes, right? Your crime scenes, Luong and Bray. No roots, I say, rankled by the reference to my crime scenes. They aren't my crime scenes, I silently protest. He shed those hairs, so there are no roots, I tell Berger. But we can get mitochondrial DNA from the shafts. So yes, we can definitely know if the hairs from the campground are his. Please explain, she says. I'm not an expert on mitochondrial DNA, or an expert on hair, for that matter, especially the kind of hair he has. The subject of DNA is a difficult one. Explaining human life on a molecular level tells most people far more than they can understand or care to know. Cops and prosecutors love what DNA can do. They hate to talk about it scientifically. Few of them understand it. The old joke is, most people can't even spell DNA. I explain that nuclear DNA is what we get when cells with nuclei are present, such as with blood, tissue, seminal fluid, and hair roots. Nuclear DNA is inherited equally from both parents. So if we have someone's nuclear DNA, we have in a sense all of him, and can compare his DNA profile to any other biological sample this same person has left at, say, another crime scene. Can we just compare the hairs from the campground to the hairs he left at the murder scenes? Berger asks. Not successfully, I reply. Examining microscopic characteristics in this instance won't tell us much because the hairs are unpigmented. The most we will be able to say is their morphologies are similar or consistent with each other. Not conclusive to a jury. She thinks out loud. Not in the least. If we don't do a microscopic comparison anyway, the defense will bring that up, Berger considers. He'll say, "Why didn't you?" Well, we can microscopically compare the hairs if you want. The ones from Susan Pless's body and the ones from your cases. If you want, I repeat. Explain hair shafts. How does DNA work with those? I tell her that mitochondrial DNA is found in the walls of cells and not in their nuclei, meaning mitochondrial DNA is the anthropological DNA of hair, fingernail, tooth, and bone. Mitochondrial DNA is the molecules that make up our mortar and stone, I say. The limited usefulness lies in that mitochondrial DNA is inherited only through the female lineage. I use the analogy of an egg. Think of mitochondrial DNA as the egg white, while nuclear DNA is the yolk. You can't compare one to the other, but if you have DNA from blood, you have the whole egg, and can compare mitochondrial to mitochondrial, egg white to egg white. We have blood because we have Shandun. He had to give up a blood sample while in the hospital. We have his complete DNA profile and can compare the mitochondrial DNA of unknown hairs to the mitochondrial DNA from his blood sample. Berger listens without interruption. She has taken in what I am saying and seems to understand. As usual, she takes no notes. She asks, "Did he leave hair at your house?" I'm not sure what the police found. As much as he seems to shed, I would think he left hair at your house or certainly out in the snow in your yard when he was thrashing about. You would think so. I agree with her. I've been reading about werewolves. Berger leaps to the next topic. Apparently there have been people who really thought they were werewolves or tried all sorts of bizarre things to turn themselves into werewolves. Witchcraft, black magic, Satan worship, biting, drinking blood. Do you think it's possible Shandon really believes he is a loup-garou, a werewolf, and maybe even wants to be one? Thus not guilty by reason of insanity, I reply, and I have assumed all along this would be his defense. There was a Hungarian countess in the early 1600s, Elizabeth Báthory Nadasdy, also known as the Blood Countess, Berger goes on. She supposedly tortured and murdered some 600 young women, would bathe in their blood, believing it would keep her young and preserve her beauty. Familiar with the case? Vaguely. As the story goes, this countess kept young women in her dungeon, fattened them up, would bleed them and bathe in their blood, and then force other imprisoned women to lick all the blood off her body. Supposedly because towels were harsh on her skin. Rubbing blood in her skin all over her body, she ponders. Accounts of this have left out the obvious. I'd say there was a sexual component, she adds dryly. Lust murders. Even if the perpetrator truly believed in the magical powers of blood, it's about power and sex. That's what it's about, whether you're a beautiful countess or some genetic anomaly who grew up on the Ile Saint-Louis. We turn on Canterbury Road, entering the wooded, wealthy neighborhood of Windsor Farms, where Diane Bray lived on the outer edge, her property separated by a wall from the noisy downtown expressway. I would give my right arm to know what's in the Shandon library, Berger is saying. Or better put, what sorts of things Shandon's been reading over the years, aside from the histories and other erudite materials he says his father gave him, yada yada yada. For example, does he know about the Blood Countess? Was he rubbing blood all over his body in hopes it might magically heal him of his affliction? We believe he was bathing in the Seine and then here in the James River, I reply. Possibly for that reason, to be magically healed. Sort of a biblical thing. Maybe. He might read the Bible, too, she offers. Was he influenced by the French serial killer Gilles Garnier, who killed little boys and ate them and bathed at the moon? There were a lot of so-called werewolves in France during the Middle Ages. Some 30,000 people charged with it. Can you imagine? Berger has been doing a lot of research. This is evident. And there's the other weird idea, she goes on. In werewolf folklore, it was believed if you were bitten by a werewolf, you would turn into one. Possible Shandon was trying to turn his victims into werewolves? Maybe so he could find a bride of Frankenstein, a mate just like him? These unusual considerations begin to form a composite that is far more matter-of-fact and pedestrian than it might seem. Berger is simply anticipating what the defense is going to do in her case, and an obvious ploy is to distract the jury from the heinous nature of the crimes by preoccupying them with Shandon's physical deformity and alleged mental illness and downright bizarreness. If the argument can be successfully made that he believes he is a paranormal creature, a werewolf, a monster, then it is highly unlikely the jury will find him guilty and sentence him to life in prison. It occurs to me that some people might even feel sorry for him. The silver bullet defense. Berger alludes to the superstition that only a silver bullet can kill a werewolf. We have a mountain of evidence, but then so did the prosecution in the O.J. case. The silver bullet for the defense will be that Shandon is deranged and pitiful. Diane Bray's house is a white Cape Cod with a gambrel roof, and although the police have secured and cleared the scene, the property has not returned to life. Not even Berger can enter without permission of the owner, or in this case the person acting as custodian. We sit in the driveway and wait for Eric Bray, the brother, to appear with a key. You may have seen him at the memorial service. Berger reminds me that Eric Bray was the man carrying the urn containing his sister's remains. Tell me how you think Shandon got an experienced policewoman to open the door. Berger's attention flows far away from monsters in medieval France to the very real slaughterhouse before our eyes. That's a little wide of my boundaries, Ms. Berger. Maybe it's better if you restrict your questions to the bodies and what my findings are. There are no boundaries right now, only questions. Is this because you assume I may never be in court, at least not in New York, because I'm tainted? I go ahead and open that door. In fact, they don't get much more tainted than I am right this minute. I pause to see if she knows. When she says nothing, I confront her. Has Ryder given you a hint that I may not prove very helpful to you? That I'm being investigated by a grand jury because he has this cockeyed notion that I had something to do with Bray's death? I've been given more than a hint, she quietly replies, as she stares out at Bray's dark house. Marino and I have talked about it, too. So much for secret proceedings, I sardonically say. Well, the rule is nothing that goes on inside the grand jury room can be discussed. Nothing's gone on yet. All that's happening is Ryder is using a special grand jury as a tool for gaining access to everything he can. About you. Your phone bills, your bank statements, what people have to say. You know how it works. I'm sure you've testified in your share of grand jury hearings. She says all this as if it is routine. My indignation rises and spills over in words. You know, I do have feelings, I say. Maybe murder indictments are everyday matters to you, but they aren't to me. My integrity is the one thing I've got that I can't afford to lose. It's everything to me, and of all people to accuse of such a crime, of all people, to even consider that I would do the very thing I fight against every waking minute of my life? Never. I don't abuse power. Never. I don't deliberately hurt people. Never. And I don't take this bullshit in stride, Miss Berger. Nothing worse could happen to me. Nothing. Do you want my recommendation? She looks at me. I'm always open for suggestions. First, the media's going to find out. You know that. I'd beat them to the draw and have a press conference. Right away. The good news is you haven't been fired. You haven't lost the support of the people who have power over your professional life. A fucking miracle. Politicians are usually quick to run for cover, but the governor has a very high opinion of you. He doesn't believe you killed Diane Bray. If he makes a statement to that effect, then you should be all right, providing the special grand jury doesn't come back with a true bill, an indictment. Have you discussed any of this with Governor Mitchell? I ask her. We've had contact in the past. We're acquainted. We worked a case together when he was AG. Yes, I know that. It also isn't what I asked. Silence. She stares out at Bray's house. There are no lights on inside, and I point out that it was Shandun's M.O. to unscrew the light bulb over the porch, or pull out the wires, and when his victim opened the door, he was hidden by darkness. I would like your opinion, she then says. I'm confident you have one. You're a very observant, seasoned investigator. She says this firmly and with an edge. You also know what Shandun did to you. You are intimately familiar with his M.O. in a way no one else is. Her reference to Shandun's attack on me is jarring. Even though Berger is simply doing her job, I am offended by her blunt objectivity. I'm also put off by her evasiveness. I resent that she decides what we will discuss and when and for how long. I can't help it. I'm human. I want her to show at least a hint of compassion toward me and what I have endured. Someone called the morgue this morning and identified himself as Benton Wesley. I dropped that one on her. You heard from Rocky Marino Caggiano yet? What's he up to? Anger and fear sharpened my voice. We won't hear from him for a while, she says as if she knows. Not his style. But it sure wouldn't surprise me if he's up to his old tricks. Harassment, hurting, terrorizing, going for the sensitive spots as a warning if nothing else. My guess is you'll have no direct contact with him or even catch a whiff of him until closer to the trial, if you ever see him at all. He's like that, the son of a bitch, behind the scenes all the way. Neither of us speaks for a moment. She is waiting for me to lower the gate. My opinion or speculation? All right, I finally say. That's what you want? Fine. That's what I want. You'd make a pretty good second seat. A reference to a second DA who would be her co-counsel, her partner during a trial. Either she has just paid me a compliment, or she is being ironical. Diane Bray had a friend who came over quite often. I take my first step out of bounds. I begin deducing. Detective Anderson. She was obsessed with Bray. Bray seriously teased her, so it appears. I think it's possible Shandun watched Bray and gathered intelligence. He observed Anderson come and go. On the night of the murder, he waited until Anderson left Bray's house. I stare out at it, and immediately went up to it, unscrewed the porch light, then knocked on the door. Bray assumed it was Anderson returning to resume their argument or make up or whatever. Because they'd been fighting, they fought a lot. Berger carries along the narrative. By all appearances, it was a tempestuous relationship. I keep heading deeper into restricted airspace. I am not supposed to enter this part of an investigation, but I keep going. Anderson had stormed off and come back in the past, I add. You sat in on the interview with Anderson after the body was found. Berger knows this. Someone has told her. Marino, probably. Yes, I did. And the story of what happened that night while Anderson was eating pizza and drinking beer at Bray's house? They got into an argument. This is according to Anderson. So Anderson left angry, and soon after there is a knock on the door. The same pattern of knocking that Anderson always did. He imitated the way she knocked, just as he imitated the police when he came to my house. Show me. Berger looks at me. I knock on the console between the front seats. 3 times, hard. This is how Anderson always knocked on the door? She didn't use the doorbell? Berger asks. You've been around cops enough to know that they hardly ever ring doorbells. They're used to neighborhoods where doorbells don't work, if they exist. Interesting that Anderson didn't come back, she observes. What if she had? Do you think Chandon somehow knew she wasn't going to come back that night? I've wondered that, too. Maybe just something he sensed about her demeanor when she left. Or maybe he was so out of control he couldn't stop, Berger ponders. Or maybe his lust was stronger than his fear that he might be interrupted. He may have observed one other important thing, I say. Anderson didn't have a key to Bray's house. Bray always let her in. Yes, but the door wasn't locked when Anderson came back the next morning and found the body, right? Doesn't mean it wasn't locked when he was inside attacking Bray. He hung out a closed sign and locked the convenience store while he was killing Kim Luong. But we don't know for a fact that he locked the door behind him when he entered Bray's house, Berger reiterates. I certainly don't know it for a fact. And he might not have locked up. Berger is into it. He might have shoved his way in and the chase begins. The door is unlocked the entire time he is mutilating her body in the bedroom. That would suggest he was out of control and taking big risks, I point out. I don't want to go down the road of out of control. Berger seems to talk to herself. Out of control isn't at all the same thing as insane, I remind her. All people who murder except out of self-defense are out of control. Ah, touché, she nods. So Bray opens the door and the light is out and there he is in the dark. This is also what he did to Dr. Estevan in Paris, I tell Berger. Women were being murdered over there, same M.O., and in several cases Chandon left notes at the crime scenes. That's where the name Loup Garou comes from, Berger interjects. He also wrote that name on a box inside the cargo container where the body was found, the body of his brother Thomas. But yes, I say, he apparently began leaving notes referring to himself as a werewolf when he began murdering over there in Paris. One night he showed up at Dr. Estevan's door, not realizing that her husband was homesick. He works at night as a chef, but on this particular occasion he was home unexpectedly, thank God. Dr. Estevan opens the door, and when Chandon hears her husband call out from another room, he flees. She get a good look at him? I don't think so. I conjure up what Dr. Estevan told me. It was dark. It was her impression that he was dressed neatly in a long, dark coat, a scarf, his hands in his pockets. He spoke well, was gentlemanly, using the ruse that his car had broken down and he needed a phone. Then he realized she wasn't alone and ran like hell. Anything else she remembered about him? His smell. He had a musky smell like a wet dog. Berger makes a strange sound at that comment. I am becoming familiar with her subtle mannerisms, and when a detail is especially weird or disgusting, she sucks the inside of her cheek and emits a quiet rasping squeak like a bird. So he goes after the chief medical examiner there, and then goes after the one here. You, she adds for emphasis. Why? She has turned halfway around in her seat and is resting an elbow on the steering wheel, facing me. Why? I repeat, as if it is a question I can't possibly answer. as if it is a question she shouldn't ask me. Maybe someone should tell me that. Again, I feel the heat of anger rise. Premeditation, she replies. Insane people don't plan their crimes with this sort of deliberation, picking the chief medical examiner in Paris and then the one here. Both women. Both autopsied his victims and therefore in a perverse way are intimate with him. Perhaps more intimate with him than a lover, because you have, in a sense, watched. You see where he has touched and bitten. You put your hands on the same body he did. In a way, you have watched him make love with these women, for this is how Jean-Baptiste Chandon makes love to a woman. A revolting thought. I find her psychological interpretation personally offensive. A pattern, a plan, not the least bit random. So it's important we understand his patterns, Kay, and do so without personal revulsion or reaction. She draws out a pause. You must look at him dispassionately. You can't indulge in hate. It's hard not to hate someone like him, I reply honestly. And when we truly resent and hate someone, it's also hard to give them our time and attention, to be interested in them as if they are worth figuring out. We have to be interested in Chandon, intensely interested. I need you to be more interested in him than you have in anyone else in your life. I don't disagree with what Berger is saying. I know she is pointing out a significant truth, but I desperately resist being interested in Chandon. I've always been victim-driven, I tell Berger. I've never spent my time trying to get into the soul and mind of the assholes who do it. And you've never been involved in a case like this either, she counters. You've never been a suspect in a murder either. I can help you with your mess, and I need you to help me with mine. Help me get into Chandon's mind, into his heart. I need you not to hate him. I am silent. I don't want to give Chandon any more of myself than he has already taken. I feel tears of frustration and fury and blink them back. How can you help me? I ask Berger. You have no jurisdiction here. Diane Bray is not your case. You can drag her into your Molyneux motion in Susan Pless's murder, but I'm left hanging out to dry when it comes to a Richmond special grand jury, especially if certain people are trying to make it appear that I killed her, killed Bray, that I'm deranged. I take a deep breath. My heart races. The key to your clearing your name is my same key, she replies. Susan Pless. How could you possibly have had anything to do with that death? How could you have tampered with that evidence? She waits for my answer, as if I have one. The thought numbs me. Of course, I had nothing to do with Susan Pless's murder. My question is this, Berger goes on. If the DNA from Susan's case matches your cases here and possibly the DNA in the Paris cases, doesn't that mean it has to be the same person who killed all these people? I guess jurors don't have to believe it beyond a reasonable doubt. All they need is probable cause, I reply, playing devil's advocate in my own dilemma. The chipping hammer with Bray's blood on it, found in my house, and a receipt showing that I bought a chipping hammer, and the chipping hammer I actually bought has vanished. All sort of sticks out like a smoking gun, Ms. Berger, don't you think? She touches my shoulder. Answer me this, she says. Did you do it? No, I reply. No, I didn't do it. Good. Because I can't afford for you to have done it, she says. I need you. They need you. She stares out at the cold, empty house beyond our windshield, indicating Chandon's other victims, the ones who didn't survive. They need me. Okay. She returns us to why we are waiting in this driveway. She returns us to Diane Bray. So he comes through her front door. There's no sign of a struggle, and he doesn't attack her until they are all the way to the other end of the house in her bedroom. It doesn't appear she attempted to escape or defend herself in any way. She never went for her gun. She's a policewoman. Where's her gun? I know when he forced his way into my house, I reply, he tried to throw his coat over my head. I am trying to do what she wants. I act as if I am talking about someone else. Then maybe he net spray with a coat or something else he threw over her head and forced her back to the bedroom. Maybe. The police never found Bray's gun. Not that I know of, I reply. Huh. Wonder what he did with that, Berger muses. Headlights shine in the rearview mirror and I turn around. A station wagon slows at the driveway. There was also money missing from her house, I add. $2,500. Drug money Anderson had just brought over earlier that evening, according to her, to Anderson. The station wagon pulls up behind us. From the sale of prescription pills, if Anderson's telling the truth. Do you think she was telling the truth? Berger asks. The whole truth? I don't know, I reply. So maybe Shandun took the money and he may have taken her gun, too. Unless Anderson took the money when she came back to the house the next morning and found the body. But after seeing what was in the master bedroom, it's frankly hard for me to imagine she did anything but run like the wind. Based on the photographs you've shown me, I would tend to agree, Berger replies. We get out. I can't see Eric Bray well enough to recognize him, but my vague impression is of a well-dressed, attractive man who is close in age to his slain sister, maybe 40 or so. He hands Berger a key attached to a manila tag. The alarm code's written on it, he says. I'm just going to wait out here. I'm really sorry to put you to all this trouble. Berger gathers a camera and an accordion file from the back seat. Especially on Christmas Eve. I know you people have to do your job, he says in a dull, flat tone. Have you been inside? He hesitates and stares off at the house. Can't do it. His voice rises with emotion and tears cut him off. He shakes his head and climbs back inside his car. I don't know how any of us... Well, he clears his throat, talking to us through the open car door, the interior light on, the bell dinging. How we're ever going to go in and deal with her things. He focuses on me, and Berger introduces us. I have no doubt he already knows very well who I am. There are professional cleaning services in the area, I delicately tell him. I suggest you contact one and have them go in before you or any other family member does. Service master, for example. I have been through this many times with families whose loved ones have died violently inside the residence. No one should have to go in and deal with their loved one's blood and brains everywhere. They can just go in without us, he asks me. The cleaning people can? Leave a key in a lockbox at the door, and yes, they'll go in and take care of things without you present, I reply. They're bonded and insured. I want to do that. We want to go on and sell this place, he tells Berger, if you're not needing it anymore. I'll let you know, she replies. But you, of course, have the right to do whatever you want with the property, Mr. Bray. Well, I don't know who will buy it after what happened, he mutters. Neither Berger nor I comment. He is probably right. Most people do not want a house where someone has been murdered. I already talked to one realtor. He goes on in a dull voice that belies his anger. They said they couldn't take it on. They're sorry and all that, but they didn't want to represent the property. I don't know what to do. He stares out at the dark, lifeless house. You know, we weren't real close to Diane. No one in the family was. She wasn't what I would call really into her family or friends. Mostly just into herself, and I know I probably shouldn't say that, but it's the damn honest truth. Did you see her very often? Berger asks him. He shakes his head, no. I guess I knew her best because we're only 2 years apart. We all knew she had more money than we could understand. She stopped by my house on Thanksgiving, pulled up in this brand new red Jaguar. He smiles bitterly and shakes his head again. That's when I knew for sure she was into something I probably didn't want to know a damn thing about. I'm not surprised, really. He takes a deep, quiet breath. Not surprised, really, that it's ended up like this. Were you aware of her involvement in drugs? Berger shifts her file to her other arm. I'm getting cold standing out here, and the dark house pulls at us like a black hole. The police have said some things. Diane never talked about what she did, and we didn't ask, frankly. As far as we know, she didn't even have a will, so now we've got that mess, too, Eric Bray tells us. And what to do with her things. He looks up at us from the driver's seat, and the dark can't hide his misery. I really don't know what to do. So much eddies around a violent death. These are hardships that no one sees in the movies or reads about in the newspapers, the people left behind, and the wrenching concerns they bear. I give Eric Bray my business card and tell him to call my office if he has any further questions. I go through my usual routine of letting him know the Institute has a booklet, an excellent resource called What to Do When the Police Leave, written by Bill Jenkins, whose young son was murdered during the mindless robbery of a fast food restaurant a couple years back. The book will answer a lot of your questions, I add. I'm sorry. A violent death leaves many victims in its wake. That's the unfortunate reality. Yes, ma'am, that's for damn sure, he says. And yes, I'd like to read anything you got. I don't know what to expect, what to do about any of this, he repeats himself. I'm out here if you have any questions. I'll be right here inside the car. He shuts his door. My chest is tight. I am touched by his pain, yet I can't feel sorrow for his slain sister. If anything, the portrait he paints of her makes me like her even less. She wasn't even decent to her own flesh and blood. Berger says nothing as we climb the front steps, and I sense her never-ending scrutiny. She is interested in my every reaction. She can tell that I still resent Diane Bray and what she tried to do to my life. I make no effort to hide it. Why bother at this point? Berger is looking up at the porch light, which is faintly illuminated by the headlights of Eric Bray's car. It is a simple glass fixture, small and globe-shaped, supposed to be held into the fixture by screws. Police found the glass globe in the grass near a boxwood, where Shandon apparently tossed it. Then it was simply a matter of unscrewing the bulb, which would have been hot, I tell Berger, so my guess is he covered it with something to protect his fingers. Maybe he used his coat. No fingerprints on it, she says. Not Shandon's prints, according to Marino. This is news to me. But that doesn't surprise me, assuming he covered the bulb so he didn't burn his fingers, she adds. What about the globe? No prints. Not his. Berger inserts the key in the lock. But he might have had his hands covered when he unscrewed that, too. Just wonder how he reached the light. It's pretty high up. She opens the door and the alarm system begins beeping. Think he climbed up on something? She goes to the keypad inside and enters the code. Maybe he climbed up on the railing, I suggest, suddenly the expert on Jean-Baptiste Chandon's behavior and not liking the role. What about at your house? He could have done that, I reply. Climbed up on the railing and steadied himself against the wall or the porch roof. No prints on your light fixture or the bulb, in case you don't know, she tells me. Not his, at any rate. Clocks tick-tock in the living room, and I remember how surprised I was when I walked into Diane Bray's house for the first time after she was dead and discovered her collection of perfectly synchronized clocks and her grand but cold English antiques. Money. Berger stands in the living room and looks around at the scroll-end sofa, the revolving bookcase, the ebonized sideboard. Oh, yes, indeed. Money, money, money. Cops don't live like this. Drugs, I comment. No fucking kidding. Berger's eyes move everywhere. User and dealer. Only she got others to be her mules, including Anderson. Including your former morgue supervisor who was stealing prescription drugs that you assumed were being disposed of down the morgue sink. Chuck, what's his name? She touches gold damask draperies and looks up at the valences. Cobwebs, she observes. Dust that didn't just appear during these last few days. There are other stories about her. There must be, I reply. Selling prescription drugs on the street can't account for all this and a new Jaguar. Brings me back to a question I keep asking everyone who will stand still long enough for me to talk to them. Berger moves on toward the kitchen. Why did Diane Bray move to Richmond? I have no answer. Not for the job, no matter what she said. Not for that. No way. Berger opens the refrigerator door. There is very little inside. Grape nuts cereal, tangerines, mustard, Miracle Whip. The 2% milk passed its expiration date yesterday. Rather interesting, Berger says. I don't think this lady was ever home. She opens a cupboard and scans cans of Campbell's soup and a box of saltine crackers. There are 3 jars of gourmet olives. Martinis? I wonder. She drink a lot? Not the night she died, I remind her. That's right. 0.03 alcohol level. Berger opens another cupboard and another until she finds where Bray kept her liquor. 1 bottle of vodka, 1 of scotch, 2 Argentine Cabernets, not the bar of someone who drank a lot. Probably was too vain about her figure to ruin it with booze. Pills at least aren't fattening. When you came to the scene, was that the first time you'd ever been to her house, to this house? Berger asks. Yes. But your house is only a few blocks away. I'd seen this house in passing, from the street. But no, I'd never been inside. We weren't friends. But she wanted to be friends. I'm told she wanted to have lunch or whatever, to get to know me, I reply. Marino. That's what Marino told me, I confirm, getting used to her questions by now. Do you think she was sexually interested in you? Berger asks this very casually as she opens a cabinet door. Inside are glasses and dishes. There are plenty of intimations that she played both sides of the net. I've been asked that before. I don't know. Would it have bothered you if she was? It would have made me uncomfortable, probably, I admit. She eat out a lot? It's my understanding she did. I am noting that Berger asks questions I suspect she already has answered. She wants to hear what I have to say and weigh my perceptions against those of others. Some of what she explores carries the echo of what Anna asked me during our fireside confessionals. I wonder if it is remotely possible that Berger has talked to Anna, too. Reminds me of a store that's a front for some illegal business, Berger says as she checks out what's beneath the sink. A few cleansers and several dried sponges. Don't worry, she seems to read my mind. I'm not going to let anyone ask you these sorts of things in court, about your sex life or whatever. Nothing about her personal life either. I realize that's not supposed to be your area of expertise. Not supposed to be? It seems an odd comment. Problem is, some of what you know isn't hearsay, but knowledge you got directly from her. She did tell you, Berger opens a drawer, that she often ate out alone, sat at the bar at Buckhead's. That's what she told me. The night you met her there in the parking lot and confronted her. The night I tried to prove that she was in collusion with my morgue assistant, Chuck. And she was. Unfortunately, she certainly was, I reply. And you confronted her. I did. Well, good old Chuck's in lockup where he belongs. Berger walks out of the kitchen. And if it's not hearsay, she returns to that topic, then Rocky Caggiano is going to ask you, and I can't object. Or I can, but it will get me nowhere. You need to realize that, and how it makes you look. Right now, I'm more worried about how everything makes me look to a special grand jury, I pointedly answer her. She stops in the doorway. At the end of it, the master bedroom is behind a door that is carelessly ajar, adding to the ambiance of neglect and indifference that chills this place. Berger meets my eyes. I don't know you personally, she says. No one seated on that special grand jury is going to know you personally. It's your word against a murdered policewoman's that it was she who harassed you and not the other way around, and that you had nothing to do with her murder, even though you seem to think the world is better off without her. Did you get that from Anna or Ryder? I bitterly ask her. She starts down the hallway. Pretty soon, Dr. K. Scarpetta, you're going to get a thick skin, she says. I'm making that my mission. Chapter 26. Blood is life. It behaves like a living creature. When the circulatory system is breached, the blood vessel contracts in a panic, making itself smaller in an attempt to diminish the blood flowing through it and out of the tear or cut. Platelets immediately rally to plug the hole. There are 13 clotting factors, and together they instigate their alchemy to stop blood loss. I have always thought that blood is bright red for a reason, too. It is the color of alarm, of emergency, of danger and distress. If blood were a clear fluid like sweat, we might not notice when we are injured or when someone else is. Bright red boasts of blood's importance, and it is the siren that sounds when the greatest of all violations has occurred, when another person has maimed or taken a life. Diane Bray's blood cries out in drips and droplets, splashes and smears. It tattles on who did what and how, and, in some instances, why. The severity of a beating affects the velocity and volume of blood flying through the air. Cast-off blood from the backswing of a weapon tells the number of blows, which in this case were at least 56. That is as precisely as we can calculate, because some blood spatters overlay other spatters, and sorting out how many might be on top of each other is like trying to figure out how many times a hammer struck a nail to drive it into a tree. The number of blows mapped in this room is consistent with what Bray's body told me. But again, so many fractures overlaid others, and so much bone was utterly crushed that I too lost count. Hate, incredible lust and rage. There has been no attempt to clean up what happened in the master bedroom, and what Berger and I find contrasts profoundly with the stillness and sterility of the rest of the house. First, there is what looks like a massive bright pink web spun by crime scene technicians who have used a method called stringing to find the trajectories of blood droplets that are simply everywhere. The objective is to determine distance, velocity, and angle, to conjure up through a mathematical model the exact position of Bray's body when each blow was struck. The results look like a strange modern art design, a weird fuchsia geometry that leads the eye to walls, ceiling, floor, antique furniture, and the 4 ornate mirrors where Bray once admired her spectacular sensual beauty. Coagulated puddles of blood on the floor are now hard and thick, like dried molasses, and the king-size bed where Bray's body was so crudely displayed looks as if someone dashed cans of black paint across the bare mattress. I feel Berger's reaction as she stares. She is silent as she absorbs what is ghastly, truly incomprehensible. She becomes charged with a peculiar energy that only people, especially women, who battle violence for a living can really understand. "Where are the bed linens?" Berger opened the accordion file. "Were they turned into the labs?" "We never found them," I reply, and I'm reminded of the motel room at the campground. Those bed linens are missing, too. Shandon claims bed linens disappeared from his apartment in Paris, I recall his saying. "Removed before or after she was killed?" Berger slips photographs out of an envelope. "Before. That's apparent from the bloody transfers on the bare mattress." I step inside the room, moving around strings that point accusingly at Shandon's crime like long, slender fingers. I show Berger unusual parallel smears on the mattress, the bloody stripes transferred by the coil handle of the chipping hammer when Shandon set it down on the mattress between or after blows. Berger doesn't see the pattern at first. She stares, slightly frowning, as I decipher a chaos of dark stains that are handprints and smears where I believe Shandon's knees may have been as he was straddling the body and acting out his horrific sexual fantasies. These patterns wouldn't have been transferred to the mattress if there were linens on the bed at the time of the attack, I explain. Berger studies a photograph of Bray on her back, sprawled across the middle of the mattress, black corduroy pants and belt on, but no shoes and socks, naked from the waist up, a smashed gold watch on her left wrist. A gold ring on her battered right hand is driven into the bone of her finger. So either there were no linens on the bed at the time, or he removed them for some reason, I add. I'm trying to envision that. Berger scans the mattress. He's in the house. He's forcing her down the hallway back to this area, to the bedroom. There's no sign of a struggle, no evidence he injured her until they get in here, and then boom, all hell breaks loose. My question is this. He gets her back here and then says, "Hey, wait a second while I strip the bed?" He takes time to do that? By the time he got her on the bed, I seriously doubt she was talking or able to run. If you look here and here and here and here, I refer to segments of string taped to blood droplets that begin at the bedroom's entrance. Cast-off blood from the backswing of the weapon, in this case the chipping hammer. Berger follows the bright pink string design and tries to correlate what it indicates with what she is seeing in photographs she goes through. "Tell me the truth," she says. "Do you really put a lot of credence in stringing? I know cops who think it's bullshit and a huge waste of time." "Not if the person knows what he's doing and is faithful to the science." "And the science is?" I explained to her that blood is 91% water. It adheres to the physics of liquid, and it is affected by motion and gravity. A typical drop of blood will fall 25.1 feet per second. Stain diameter increases as the dropping distance increases. Blood dripping into blood produces a corona of spatters around the original pool. Splashed blood produces long, narrow spatters around a central stain, and as blood dries it goes from bright red to reddish-brown to black. I know experts who have spent their entire careers affixing medicine droppers of blood to ring stands, using plumb lines, squeezing or dripping or pouring or projecting blood onto a variety of target surfaces from a variety of angles and heights, and walking through puddles and stamping and slapping and experimenting. Then, of course, there is the math, the straight-line geometry and trigonometry for figuring out point of origin. The blood in Diane Bray's bedroom at a glance is a videotape of what happened, but it is in a format that is unreadable unless we use science, experience, and deductive reasoning to sort it out. Berger also wants me to use my intuition. Again, she wants me to edge beyond my clinical boundaries. I follow dozens of strands of string that connect spatters on the wall and the door frame and converge to a point in mid-air. Since you can't tape string to thin air, the crime scene technicians moved an antique coat rack in from the foyer and taped the string some 5 feet from the base of it to determine the point of origin. I show Berger where Bray probably was standing when Chandon struck the first blow. She was several feet inside the door, I say. See this void area here? I point out a space on the wall where there is no blood, just spatters in an aura all around it. Her body or his blocked blood from hitting that part of the wall. She was upright, or he was, and if he was upright, we can assume she was because you don't stand straight up and beat someone who is on the floor. I stand straight up and show her. Not unless you have arms 6 feet long. Also, the point of origin is more than 5 feet off the floor, implying this is where the blows were connecting with their target, her body, most likely her head. I move several feet closer to the bed. Now she's down. I point out smears and drips on the floor. I explain that stains produced from a 90-degree angle are round. If, for example, you were on your hands and knees and blood was dripping straight down to the floor from your face, those drips would be round. Numerous strips on the floor are round. Some are smeared. They cover an approximate 2-foot area. Bray was, for a brief time, on her hands and knees, perhaps trying to crawl as he kept on swinging. Did he kick or stomp? Berger asks. Nothing I found would tell me that. It is a good question. Stomping and kicking would add other shadings to the emotions of the crime. Hands are more personal than feet, Berger remarks. That's been my experience in lust murders. Rarely do I see kicking, stomping. I walk around, pointing out more cast-off blood and satellite spatters before moving to a hardened puddle of blood several feet from the bed. She bled out here, I tell her. This may be where he tore off her blouse and bra. Berger shuffles through photographs and finds the one of Bray's green satin blouse and black underwire bra on the floor several feet from the bed. This close to the bed, and we begin finding brain tissue. I keep deciphering the gory hieroglyphics. He places her body on the bed, Berger interpolates, versus forcing her on it. Question is she still conscious when he gets her on the bed? I really don't think so. I point out tiny bits of blackened tissue adhering to the headboard, the walls, a bedside lamp, the ceiling over the bed. Brain tissue. She doesn't know what's going on anymore. That's just an opinion, I offer. Still alive? She's still bleeding out. I indicate dense black areas of the mattress. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. She still has a blood pressure, but it's very likely she's unconscious. Thank God. Berger has gotten out her camera and begins taking photographs. I can tell she is skilled and has been properly trained. She walks out of the room and starts shooting as she comes back in, recreating what I have just walked her through and capturing it on film. I'll get Escudero back here and videotape it, she lets me know. The cops videoed it. I know, she replies as the flash goes off again and again. She doesn't care. Berger is a perfectionist. She wants it done her way. I'd love to have you on tape explaining all this, but can't do it. She can't, not unless she wants opposing counsel to have access to the same tape. Based on the resounding absence of note-taking, I am certain that she doesn't want Rocky Caggiano to have access to a single word, written or spoken, that goes beyond what is on my standard reports. Her caution is extreme. I am shaded by suspicions that I have a hard time taking seriously. It really hasn't penetrated that anyone might seriously think I murdered the woman whose blood is all around us and under our feet. Berger and I finish with the bedroom. Next, we explore other areas of the house that I paid little if any attention to when I was working the scene. I did go through the medicine cabinet in the master bedroom. I always do that. What people keep to alleviate bodily discomforts tells quite a story. I know who has migraines or mental illnesses or is obsessive about health. I know that Bray's chemicals of choice, for example, were Valium and Ativan. I found hundreds of pills that she had put in Nuprin and Tylenol PM bottles. She had a small amount of Buspar, too. Bray liked sedatives. She craved soothing. Berger and I explore a guest bedroom down the hall. It is a room I have never stepped inside, and unsurprisingly, it is unlived in. It isn't even furnished, but instead is cluttered with boxes that Bray apparently never unpacked. Are you getting the sensation that she wasn't planning on staying here long? Berger is beginning to talk to me as if I am part of her prosecution team, her second seat in the trial. Because I sure am. And you don't take on a major position in a police department without assuming you're going to stick it out for at least a few years, even if the job is nothing but a stepping stone. I look around inside the bathroom and note there is no toilet paper, no tissues, not even soap. But what I find inside the medicine cabinet surprises me. Ex-lax, I announce. At least a dozen boxes. Berger appears in the doorway. Well, I'll be damned, she says. Maybe our vain friend had an eating disorder. It is not uncommon with people who suffer from bulimia to use laxatives to purge themselves after binging. I lift the toilet seat and find evidence of vomit that has splashed up on the inside of the rim and the bowl. It is a reddish color. Bray supposedly ate pizza before she died, and I recall that she had very little stomach contents, traces of ground meat and vegetables. If someone threw up after eating and then died maybe a half hour or hour later, would you expect his stomach to be totally empty? Berger follows what I am piecing together. There would still be traces of food clinging to the stomach lining. I lower the toilet seat. A stomach isn't totally empty or clean unless the person has drunk huge amounts of water and purged, like a lavage or a repeated infusion of water to wash out a poison, let's say. Another section of footage plays before my eyes. This room was Bray's dirty, shameful secret. It is closed off from the regular flow of the house, and no one but Bray ever came back here, so there was no fear of discovery, and I know enough about eating disorders and addictions to be very aware of the person's desperate need to hide his shameful ritual from others. Bray was determined that no one would ever catch even the slightest hint that she was binging and purging, and perhaps her problem explains why she kept so little food in the house. Perhaps the medications helped control the anxiety that is inevitably part of any compulsion. Maybe this is one of the reasons she was so quick to run Anderson off after eating, Berger conjectures. Bray wanted to get rid of the food and wanted privacy. That would be at least one reason, I reply. People with this affliction are so overwhelmed by the impulse, it tends to override anything else that might be going on. So yes, she might have wanted to be alone to take care of her problem, and she might have been back here in this bathroom when Shandun showed up, thus adding to her vulnerability. Berger takes photographs of the Ex-Lax inside the medicine cabinet. Yes, she would have been alarmed and paranoid if she was in the middle of her ritual, and her first thought would have been about what she was doing, not about any imminent danger. Distracted. Berger bends over and photographs the toilet bowl, extremely distracted. So she hurries to finish what she's doing, vomiting, Berger reconstructs. She rushes out of here and shuts the door and goes to the front door. She's assuming it's Anderson who's out there knocking 3 times. Very possibly Bray's rattled and annoyed and might even start saying something angry as she opens the door and... Berger steps back out in the hallway, her mouth grimly set. She's dead. She lets this scenario hang pregnantly as we seek out the laundry room. She knows I can relate to the distraction and mind-searing horror of opening the front door and having Shandun suddenly rush in from the darkness like a creature out of hell. Berger opens hall closet doors, then finds a door that leads to the basement. The laundry area is down here, and I feel strangely unsettled and unnerved as we walk about in the harsh glare of naked overhead light bulbs that are turned on by tugging strings. I have never been in this part of the house either. I have never seen the bright red Jaguar I've heard so much about. It is absurdly out of place in this dark, cluttered, dismal space. The car is gorgeously bold, and an on-the-nose symbol of the power Bray craved and flaunted. I am reminded of what Anderson angrily said about her being Bray's gopher. I seriously doubt Bray ever drove to the car wash herself. The basement garage looks the way I imagine it did when Bray bought the house, a dusty, dark concrete space frozen in time. There is no sign of improvements. Tools hanging on a pegboard and a push lawnmower are old and rusting. Spare tires lean against a wall. The washer and dryer are not new, and although I feel certain the police checked them, I see no sign of it. Both machines are full. Whenever Bray did laundry last, she didn't bother to empty either the washer or dryer, and lingerie, jeans, and towels are hopelessly wrinkled and smell sour. Socks, more towels, and workout clothes in the washer were never put through the cycle. I pull out a Speedo running shirt. "Did she belong to a gym?" I ask. "Good question. Vain and obsessive as she was, I suspect she did something to keep in shape." Berger digs through clothes in the washer and pulls out a pair of panties that are spotted with blood in the crotch. "Talk about airing someone's dirty laundry," she ruefully comments. "Even I feel like a voyeur sometimes. So maybe she had her period recently. Not that it necessarily has anything to do with the price of tea in China." "It might have," I reply. "Depends on how it affected her moods. PMS could certainly make her eating disorder worse, and mood swings couldn't have helped her volatile relationship with Anderson." Pretty amazing to think about the common, mundane things that can lead to catastrophe. Berger drops the panties back into the machine. "I had a case one time. This man had to pee, and decides to pull off Bleecker Street and reveal himself in an alleyway. He can't see what he's doing until another car goes by and illuminates the alleyway just enough for the poor old guy to realize he's peeing on a bloody dead body. The guy peeing has a heart attack. A little later, a cop investigates this car illegally parked, goes in the alleyway and finds a dead Hispanic with multiple stab wounds. Next to him is a dead, older white male with his dick hanging out of his unzipped pants." Berger goes to a sink and rinses her hands, shakes them dry. "Took a little while to figure that one out," she says. Chapter 27. We finish with Bray's house at 9:30, and although I am tired, it would be impossible for me to even think about sleeping. I am energized in a strung-out way. My mind is lit up like a huge city at night, and I almost feel feverish. I would never want to admit to anyone how much I actually enjoy working with Berger. She misses nothing. She keeps even more to herself. She has me intrigued. I have tasted the forbidden fruit of straying from my bureaucratic boundaries, and I like it. I am flexing muscles I rarely get to use because she is not limiting my areas of expertise, and she is not territorial or insecure. Maybe I also want her to respect me, too. She has encountered me at my lowest point, when I am accused. She returns the house key to Eric Bray, who has no questions for us. He doesn't even seem curious, but just wants to be on his way. "How are you feeling?" Berger asks me as we drive off. "Holding up?" "Holding up," I affirm. She turns on an overhead light and squints at a post-it on the dash. She dials a number on her car phone, leaving it on speaker. Her own recorded announcement comes on, and she hits a code to see how many messages she has. 8. And she picks up the handset so I can't hear them. This seems odd. Is there some reason she wanted me to know how many messages she has? I am alone with my thoughts for the next few minutes as she drives through my neighborhood, the phone against her ear. She goes through messages quickly, and I suspect we share the same impatient habit. If someone is long-winded, I tend to delete the message before it is finished. Berger, I bet, does the same thing. We follow Sulgrave Road through the heart of Windsor Farms, passing the Virginia House and Agecroft Hall, ancient Tudor mansions that were dismantled and crated in England and shipped over here by wealthy Richmonders back in an era when this part of the city was one huge estate. We approach the guard booth for Lock Green, my neighborhood. Rita steps out of the booth, and I know instantly by her bland expression that she has seen this Mercedes SUV and its driver before. "Hi," Berger says to her. "I have Dr. Scarpetta." Rita bends over, and her face shines in the open window. She is happy to see me. "Welcome back," she says with a hint of relief. "You're home for good, I hope. It doesn't seem right you're not being here. Seems real quiet these days." "Coming home in the morning." I experience ambivalence, even fear, as I hear myself say the words. "Merry Christmas, Rita. It looks like all of us are working tonight. Gotta do what you gotta do." Guilt pinches my heart as we drive off. This will be the first Christmas when I haven't remembered the guards in some way. Usually I bake bread for them or send food to whoever's sad lot it is to be sitting in that small booth when he should be home with family. I have gotten quiet. Berger senses I am troubled. "It's very important that you tell me your feelings," she quietly says. "I know it's completely against your nature and violates every rule you have laid down in your life." We follow the street toward the river. I understand all too well. "Murder makes everybody selfish," I tell her. "No kidding." "It causes unbearable anger and pain," I continue. "You think only of yourself. I've done much statistical analysis with our computer database, and one day I'm trying to pull up the case of a woman who was raped and murdered. I hit on 3 cases with the same last name and discover the rest of her family. A brother who died of a drug overdose some years after the murder, then the father who committed suicide several years after that, the mother who got killed in a car accident. We've begun an ambitious study at the Institute, doing an analysis of what happens to the people left behind. They get divorced. They become substance abusers, are treated for mental illness, lose their jobs, move. "Violence certainly poisons the lake," Berger rather banally replies. "I'm tired of being selfish. That's what I'm feeling," I say. "Christmas Eve, and what have I done for anybody? Not even for Rita. Here she's working past midnight, has several jobs because she has children. Well, I hate this. He's hurt so many people. He continues to hurt people. We've had 2 off-the-wall murders that I believe are related. Torture, international connections, guns, drugs, bed covers missing." I look over at Berger. "When the hell is it going to stop?" She turns into my driveway, making no pretense that she doesn't know exactly which one it is. "The reality is, not soon enough," she answers me. Like Bray's house, mine is completely dark. Someone has turned off all the lights, including the floodlights that are politely hidden in trees or in eaves and pointed down at the ground so they don't light up my property like a baseball park and completely offend my neighbors. I don't feel welcome. I dread walking inside and facing what Shandun, what the police, have done to my private world. I sit for a moment and stare out my window as my heart sinks lower. Anger. Pain. I am deeply offended. "What are you feeling?" Berger asks as she stares out at my house. "What am I feeling?" I bitterly repeat. "So much for più si spende e peggio si mangia." I get out and angrily shut the car door. Loosely translated, the Italian proverb means the more you pay, the worse you eat. Italian country life is supposed to be simple and sweet. It is supposed to be uncomplicated. The best food is made of fresh ingredients, and people don't rush away from the table or care about matters that really aren't important. To my neighbors, my sturdy house is a fortress with every security system known to the human race. To me, what I build is a casa colonica, a quaint farmhouse of varying shades of creamy gray stone, with brown shutters that warm me with reassuring, gentle thoughts of the people I come from. I only wish I had roofed my house with copy or curved terracotta tiles instead of slate, but I didn't want a red dragon's back on top of rustic stone. If I couldn't reasonably find materials that were old, at least I chose ones that blend with the earth. The essence of who I am is ruined. The simple beauty and safety of my life is sullied. I tremble inside. My vision blurs with tears as I climb the front steps and stand beneath the overhead lamp that Shandun unscrewed. The night air bites, and clouds have absorbed the moon. It feels like it might snow again. I blink and take in several breaths of cold air in an effort to calm myself and shove down overwhelming emotion. Berger at least has the good grace to give me a moment of peace. She has dropped back as I insert my key into the deadbolt lock. I step inside the dark, cool foyer and enter the alarm code as an awareness raises the hair on the back of my neck. I flip on lights and blink at the steel Medico key in my hand, and my pulse picks up. This is crazy. It can't be. No way. Berger is quietly coming through the door behind me. She looks around at the stucco walls and vaulted ceilings. Paintings are crooked. Rich Persian rugs are rumpled and disturbed and filthy. Nothing has been restored to its original order. It seems contemptuous that no one bothered to clean up dusting powder and tracked in mud, but this isn't why I have a look on my face that pins Berger's complete attention. "What is it?" she says, her hands poised to open her fur coat. "I need to make a quick phone call," I tell her. I don't tell Berger what I am thinking. I don't let on what I fear. I don't divulge that when I stepped back outside the house to use my cell phone in private, I called Marino and asked him to come here right now. "Everything all right?" Berger asks when I return and shut the front door. I don't answer her. Of course everything isn't all right. "Where do you want me to start?" I remind her we have work to do. She wants me to reconstruct exactly what happened the night Chandon tried to murder me, and we wander into the great room. I begin with the white cotton sectional sofa in front of the fireplace. I was sitting there last Friday night going through bills, the television turned down low. Periodically a news break would come on, warning the public about the serial killer who calls himself Le Loup-Garou. Information had been released about his supposed genetic disorder, his extreme deformity, and as I remember that evening, it almost seems absurd to imagine a very serious anchor on a local channel talking about a man who is maybe 6 feet tall, has weird teeth, and a body covered with long, baby-fine hair. People were advised not to open the door if they weren't sure who was there. At about 11, I tell Berger, I switched over to NBC, I think, to watch the late news, and moments later my burglar alarm went off. The zone for the garage had been violated according to the display on the keypad, and when the service called, I told them they'd better dispatch the police because I had no idea why the thing had gone off. "So your garage has an alarm system?" Berger repeats. "Why the garage? Why do you think he tried to break into it?" "To deliberately set off the alarm so the police would come." I repeat my belief. They show up. They leave. Then he shows up. He impersonates the police, and I open my door. No matter what anybody says or what I heard on the videotape when you interviewed him, he spoke English. Perfect English. He had no accent at all. "Didn't sound like the man in the videotape," she agrees. "No, certainly not." "So you didn't recognize his voice in that tape?" "I didn't," I reply. "You don't think he was really trying to get inside your garage, then? That this was just for the purpose of setting off the alarm?" Berger probes, as usual, writing nothing down. "I doubt it. I think he was trying to do exactly what I said." "And how do you suppose he knew your garage had an alarm system?" Berger inquires. "Rather unusual. Most homes don't have an alarm system in the garage." "I don't know if he knew or how he knew." "He could have tried a back door instead, for example, and been assured that the alarm would go off, assuming you had it on. And I fully believe he knew you would have it on. We can assume he knows you are a very security-minded woman, especially in light of the murders going on around here." "I have no clue what would go through his mind," I say rather tersely. Berger paces. She stops in front of the stone fireplace. It gapes empty and dark, and makes my house seem unlived in and neglected like Bray's. Berger points a finger at me. "You do know what he thinks," she confronts me. "Just as he was gathering intelligence on you and getting a feel for how you think and what your patterns are, you were doing the same to him. You read about him in the wounds of the bodies. You were communicating with him through his victims, through the crime scenes, through everything you learned in France." Chapter 28. My traditional Italian white sofa is stained pink from formalin. There are footprints on a cushion, probably left by me when I jumped over the sofa to escape Chandon. I will never sit on that sofa again, and can't wait to have it hauled away. I perch on the edge of a nearby matching chair. I must know him to dismantle him in court, Berger goes on, her eyes reflecting her inner fire. I can only know him through you. You must make that introduction, Kay. Take me to him. Show him to me. She sits on the hearth and dramatically lifts her hands. Who is Jean-Baptiste Chandon? Why your garage? Why? What is special about your garage? What? I think for a moment. I can't begin to say what might be special about it to him. All right, then what's special about it to you? It's where I keep my scene clothes. I begin trying to figure out what might be special about my garage. And an industrial-size washer and dryer. I never wear scene clothes inside my house, so that's rather much my changing room out there in the garage. Something shines in Berger's eyes, a recognition, a connection. She gets up. Show me, she says. I turn on lights in the kitchen as we pass on through to the mudroom where a door leads into the garage. Your home locker room, Berger comments. I flip on lights, and my heart constricts as I realize the garage is empty. My Mercedes is gone. Where the hell's my car? I ask. I scan walls of cabinets and the specially ventilated cedar locker and neatly stored yard and gardening supplies, the expected tools, and an alcove for the washer, dryer, and a big steel sink. No one has said anything about taking my car anywhere. I look accusingly at Berger, and am rocked by instant distrust. But either she is quite an actor, or she has no clue. I walk out into the middle of the garage and look around, as if I might find something that will tell me what has happened to my car. I tell Berger my black Mercedes sedan was here last Saturday, the day I moved to Anna's. I haven't seen the car since. I haven't been here since. But you have, I add. Was my car here when you were here last? How many times have you been here? I go ahead and ask her that. She is walking around, too. She squats before the garage door and examines scrapes on the rubber strip where we believe Chandon used some type of tool to pry the door up. Could you open the door? Was my car here when you were here last? How many times have you been here? I go ahead and ask her that. She is walking around, too. She squats before the garage door and examines scrapes on the rubber strip where we believe Chandon used some type of tool to pry the door up. Could you open the door, please? Berger is grim. I press a button on the wall and the door loudly rolls up. The temperature inside the garage instantly drops. No, your car wasn't here when I was. Berger straightens up. I've never seen it. In light of circumstances, I suspect you do know where it is, she adds. The night fills the large empty space and I walk over to where Berger is standing. Probably impounded, I say. Jesus Christ. She nods. We'll get to the bottom of it. She turns to me, and there is something in her eyes I've never before seen. Doubt. Berger is uneasy. Maybe it is wishful thinking on my part, but I sense she feels bad for me. So now what? I mutter, looking around my garage as if I have never seen it before. What am I supposed to drive? Your alarm went off around 11 o'clock Friday night. Berger is all business again. She is firm and no nonsense again. She returns to our mission of retracing Chandon's steps. The cops arrive. You take them in here and find the door open about 8 inches. Obviously, she has seen the incident report of the attempted breaking and entering. It was snowing and you found footprints on the other side of the door. She steps outside and I follow. The footprints were covered with a dusting of snow, but you could tell they led around the side of the house up to the street. We stand on my driveway in the raw air, both of us without coats. I stare up at the murky sky, and a few flakes of snow coldly touch my face. It has started again. Winter has become a hemophiliac. It can't seem to stop precipitating. Lights from my neighbor's house shine through magnolias and bare trees, and I wonder how much peace of mind the people of Loch Green have left. Chandon has tainted life for them, too. I wouldn't be surprised if some people move. Can you remember where the footprints were? Berger asks. I show her. I follow my driveway around the side of the house and cut through the yard, straight out to the street. Which way did he go? Berger looks up and down the dark, empty street. Don't know, I reply. The snow was churned up and it was snowing again. We couldn't tell which way he went. But I didn't stay out here looking either. I guess you'll have to ask the police. I think about Marino. I wish he would hurry up and get here, and I am reminded of why I called him. Fear and bewilderment crackle up my spine. I look around at my neighbors' houses. I have learned to read where I live, and can tell, by windows lit up, by cars in the driveway and newspaper deliveries, when people are home, which really isn't often. So much of the population here is retired and wintering in Florida and spending hot summer months on the water somewhere. It occurs to me that I have never really had friends in my neighborhood, only people who wave when we pass each other in our cars. Berger walks back toward the garage, hugging herself to keep warm, the moisture in her breath freezing and puffing out white. I remember Lucy as a child coming to visit from Miami. Her only exposure to the cold was Richmond, and she would roll up notebook paper and stand out on the patio pretending to smoke, tapping imaginary ashes, not knowing I was watching through a window. Let's back up, Berger is saying as she walks, to Monday, December 6th, the day the body was found in the container at the Richmond port, the body that we believe was Thomas Chandon, allegedly murdered by his brother Jean-Baptiste. Tell me exactly what happened that Monday. I was notified about the body, I begin. By whom? Marino. Then minutes later my deputy chief Jack Fielding called. I said I would respond to the scene, I begin. But you didn't have to, she interrupts. You're the chief. We have a stinky, nasty, decomposing body on an unseasonably warm morning. You could have let, Fielding or whoever respond. I could have. Why didn't you? It was clearly going to be a complicated case. The ship was out of Belgium, and we had to entertain the possibility that the body originated in Belgium, thus adding international difficulties. I tend to take the hard cases, the ones that will get a lot of publicity. Because you like the publicity? Because I don't like it. We are inside my garage now, and both of us are thoroughly chilled. I shut the door. And maybe you wanted to take this case because you'd had an upsetting morning? Berger walks over to the large cedar locker. You mind? I tell her to help herself, as I marvel again at the details she seems to know about me. Black Monday. That morning, Senator Frank Lord, chairman of the Judiciary Committee and an old, dear friend, came to see me. In his possession was a letter Benton had written to me. I knew nothing about this letter. It would never occur to me that while Benton was on vacation at Lake Michigan some years ago, he had written me a letter and instructed Senator Lord to give it to me should he, Benton, die. I remember recognizing the penmanship when Senator Lord delivered the letter to me. I will never forget the shock. I was devastated. Grief finally caught up with me and seized my soul, and this was precisely what Benton had intended. He was the brilliant profiler to the end. He knew exactly how I would react should something happen to him, and he was forcing me out of my workaholic denial. How do you know about the letter? I numbly ask Berger. She is looking inside the locker at jumpsuits, rubber boots, waders, heavy leather gloves, long underwear, socks, tennis shoes. Please bear with me, she says almost gently. Just answer my questions for now. I'll answer yours later. Later isn't good enough. Why does the letter matter? I'm not sure, but let's start with state of mind. She lets that sink in. My state of mind is the bullseye of Caggiano's target should I end up in New York. More immediately, it is what everyone else seems to be questioning. Let's assume if I know something, the opposing counsel does too, she adds. I nod. You get this letter out of the blue, from Benton. She pauses, and emotion flickers across her face. Let me just say, she looks away from me. That would have undone me, too. Totally. I'm sorry for what you've been through. She meets my eyes. Another ploy to make me trust her, bond with her. Benton is reminding you a year after his death that you've probably not dealt with his loss. You've run like hell from the pain. You can't have seen the letter. I'm stunned and outraged. It's locked in a safe. How do you know what it says? You showed it to other people. she reasonably replies. I realize with the little bit of objectivity I have left that if Berger hasn't talked to everyone around me, including Lucy and Marino, she will. It is her duty. She would be foolish and negligent if she didn't. December the 6th, she resumes. He wrote the letter on December the 6th, 1996, and instructed Senator Lord to deliver it to you on December the 6th, following Benton's death. Why was that date special to Benton? I hesitate. Thick skin, Kay, she reminds me. Thick skin. I don't know the significance of December the 6th exactly, except Benton mentioned in the letter that he knew Christmas is hard for me, he replied. He wanted me to get the letter close to Christmas. Christmas is hard for you? Isn't it hard for everybody? Berger is silent. Then she asks, when did your intimate relationship with him begin? In the fall, years ago. Okay, in the fall, years ago. That's when you began your sexual relationship with him. She says this as if I am avoiding reality. When he was still married, when your affair with him began. That's right. Okay. This past December the 6th, you get the letter and later that morning responded to the scene at the Richmond port. Then you came back here. Tell me exactly what your routine is when you come straight home from a crime scene. My scene clothes were double-bagged in the trunk of my car, I explain. A jumpsuit and tennis shoes. I keep staring at the empty space where my car should be. The jumpsuit went into the washing machine, the shoes into a sink of scalding water with disinfectant. I show her the shoes. They are still parked on the shelf where I left them to dry more than 2 weeks ago. Then, Berger walks over to the washing machine and dryer. Then I stripped, I tell her. I took off everything and put it in the washing machine, started it up, and went inside the house. Naked, yes. I went back to my bedroom, to the shower, without stopping. That's how I disinfect if I come straight home from a scene, I conclude. Berger is fascinated. She has a theory going, and whatever it is, I am feeling increasingly uncomfortable and exposed. I just wonder, she muses. Just wonder if he somehow knew. Somehow knew? And I really would like to go inside if it's all right with you, I say. I'm freezing. Somehow knew your routine, she persists. If he was interested in your garage because of your routine, it was more than setting off the alarm. Maybe he really was trying to get in. The garage is where you take off your death clothes. In this instance, clothes sullied by a death he caused. You were nude and vulnerable, even if ever so briefly. She follows me back inside, and I shut the mudroom door behind us. He might have a real sexual fantasy about that. I can't see how he could know a damn thing about my routine. I resist her hypothesis. He didn't witness what I did that day. She raises an eyebrow as she looks at me. Can you say that as fact? Any possibility he followed you home? We know he was at the port at some point because that's how he got to Richmond, aboard the Sirius, where he'd covered himself with a white uniform, shaved visible areas of his body, and stayed in the galley most of the time, working as the cook and keeping to himself. Isn't that the theory? I certainly don't buy what he said when I interviewed him, that he stole a passport and wallet and flew coach. It's a theory that he arrived at the same time his brother's body showed up, I reply. So Jean-Baptiste, caring guy that he is, probably hung around in the ship and watched all you people scurrying around when the body was found. Greatest show on earth. These assholes love to watch us work their crimes. How could he have followed me? I get back to that outrageous thought. How? He had a car? Maybe he did, she says. I'm getting around to entertaining the possibility that Shandun wasn't the lone wretched creature who just happened upon your city because it was convenient or even random. I'm no longer sure what his connections are, and I'm beginning to wonder if perhaps he might have been part of a grander scheme that has to do with the family business. Perhaps even with Bray herself, since she clearly was involved in an underworld of crime. And now we have other murders, one of the victims clearly involved in organized crime, an assassin, and an undercover FBI agent working a gun smuggling case, and the hares at the campground that might be Shandun's. This is all adding up to something more than a man who killed his brother, took his place on a ship bound for Richmond, all to get out of Paris because his nasty little habit of murdering and mutilating women was becoming increasingly inconvenient to his powerful criminal family. Then he starts killing here because he can't control himself? Well, Berger leans against the kitchen counter. There are just too many coincidences. And how did he get to the campground if he didn't have a car? Assuming those hairs turn out to be his, she repeats. I sit down at the table. There are no windows inside my garage, but there are small windows in the garage door. I consider the possibility that Chandon did follow me home and peeped through the garage door at me while I was cleaning up and undressing. Maybe he had help finding the abandoned house on the river, too. Maybe Berger is right. Maybe he isn't alone and never has been. It is almost midnight, almost Christmas, and Marino still isn't here, and Berger's demeanor tells me she could keep going until dawn. Alarm goes off. She resumes. Cops come and go. You return to the great room. She motions me to follow her there. You're sitting where? On the sofa. Right. TV on, going through bills, and around midnight. What? There's a knock on the front door, I reply. Describe the knock. A rapping with something hard. I try to remember every detail. Like a flashlight or tactical baton, the way police knock. I get up and ask who's there. Or I think I ask. I'm not sure, but a male voice identifies himself as police. He says a prowler has been spotted on my property and asks if everything's okay. And that makes sense because we know a prowler was there about an hour earlier when someone tried to force open your garage door. Exactly. I nod. I turn off the alarm and open the door, and he is there. I add, as if I am talking about nothing more threatening than trick-or-treaters. Show me, Berger says. I walk through the great room, past the dining room, and to the entrance hall. I open the door, and just the act of recreating a scenario that almost cost me my life causes a visceral reaction. I feel sick. My hands begin to tremble. My front porch light is still out because the police removed the bulb and fixture and submitted them to the labs to be processed for fingerprints. No one has replaced them. Exposed wires dangle from the porch ceiling. Berger is waiting patiently for me to continue. He rushes inside, I say, and back kicks the door shut behind him. I shut the door. He has this black coat and he tries to put it over my head. Coat on or off when he came in? On. He was grabbing it off as he came through the door. I'm standing still. And he tried to touch me. Tried to touch you? Berger frowns. With the chipping hammer? With his hand. He reached out his hand and touched my cheek. Or tried to touch it. You stood there while he did that? Just stood there? It all happened so fast, I say. So fast, I repeat. I'm not sure. I just know he tried to do that and was snatching off his coat and trying to throw it over my head, and I ran. What about the chipping hammer? He had it out. I'm not sure, or he got it out. But I know he had it out when he was chasing me into the great room. Not out at first? He didn't have the chipping hammer out at first, you sure? She presses me on this point. I try to remember, to envision it. No, not at first, I decide. He tried to touch me first with his hand, then net me. Then he pulled out the chipping hammer. Can you show me what you did next? She asks. Run? Yes, run. Not like that, I say. I'd have to have the same adrenaline rush, the same panic to run like that. Kay, walk me through it, please. I move out of the entrance hall, past the dining room, and back into the great room. Straight ahead is the yellow Jarrah coffee table I discovered at that wonderful shop in Katona, New York. What was the name? Antipodes? The rich blonde wood glows like honey, and I try not to notice the dusting powder all over it, or that somebody left a 7-Eleven coffee cup on it. The jar of formalin was here on this corner of the table, I tell Berger. And it was there because of the tattoo in it. The tattoo I'd removed from the back of the body that we believe is Thomas Chandon. The defense is going to want to know why you brought human skin to your house, Kay. Of course. Everyone's been asking me that. I feel a rush of annoyance. The tattoo is important and created many, many questions because we just couldn't figure out what it was. Not only was the body badly decomposed, thus making it very difficult to even see the tattoo, but then it turned out that it was a cover-up tattoo. One tattoo covering up another, and it was crucial especially that we determine what the original tattoo was. 2 gold dots that were covered up with an owl, Berger says. Every member of the Shandong cartel has 2 gold dots tattooed on him. That's what Interpol told me, yes, I say, and by now I have accepted that she and Jay Talley have spent a lot of quality time together. Brother Thomas was screwing his family, had his own side business, was diverting ships, falsifying bills of lading, running his own guns and drugs. And the theory is the family caught on. He changed his tattoo into an owl and began using aliases because he knew the family would kill him if they found him. I recite what I have been told, what Jay told me in Lyon. Interesting. She touches a finger to her lips, looking around. And it appears the family did kill him. The other son did. The jar of formalin. Why did you bring it home? Tell me again. It wasn't really deliberate. I went to a tattoo parlor in Petersburg to have the tattoo from the body looked at by someone who's an expert, a tattoo artist. I came straight home from there and left the tattoo in my office here. It was just a chance situation that the night he came here, Jean-Baptiste Chandon, yes. The night he came here I had carried the jar in here in the great room and was looking at it while I was doing other things. I set it down. He pushes his way into my house and I run. By now he has the chipping hammer out and has it raised to strike me. It was just a panicked reflex that I see the jar and grab it. I jump over the back of the sofa and unscrew the lid and throw the formalin in his face. A reflex because you know very well how caustic formalin is. You can't smell it every day and not know. It's accepted in my profession that exposure to formalin is a chronic danger, and all of us fear being splashed, I explain, realizing how my story may sound to a special grand jury. Contrived, unbelievable, grotesquely bizarre. Have you ever gotten it in your eyes? Berger asks me. Ever splashed yourself with formalin? No, thank God. So you dashed it in his face. Then what? I ran out of the house. On my way, I grabbed my Glock pistol off the dining room table where I'd left it earlier. I go outside, slip on the icy steps, and fracture my arm. I hold up my cast. And what's he doing? He came out after me. Instantly? It seems like it. Berger moves around to the back of the sofa and stands at the area of antique French oak flooring where formalin has eaten off the finish. She follows the lighter areas of hardwood. The formalin apparently splashed almost to the entrance of the kitchen. This is something I didn't realize until this moment. I only remember his shrieks, his howls of pain as he grabbed at his eyes. Berger stands in the doorway, staring in at my kitchen. I go to her, wondering what has caught her interest. I have to stray off subject and say I don't think I've ever seen a kitchen quite like this, she comments. The kitchen is the heart of my house. Copper pots and pans shine like gold from racks around the huge Thirode stove that is central to the room and includes 2 grills, a hot water bath, a griddle, 2 hot plates, gas tops, a charbroiler, and an oversized burner for the huge pots of soup I love to make. Appliances are stainless steel, including the sub-zero refrigerator and freezer. Racks of spices line the walls, and there is a butcher block the size of a twin bed. The oak floor is bare, and there is an upright wine cooler in a corner and a small table by the window that offers a distant view of a rocky bend in the James River. Industrial, Berger mutters as she walks around a kitchen that, yes, I must admit, fills me with pride. Someone who comes in here to work, but loves the finer things in life. I've heard you're an amazing cook. I love to cook, I tell her. It gets my mind off everything else. Where do you get your money? She boldly asks. I'm smart with it, I reply coolly, never one to discuss money. I've been lucky with investments over the years. Very lucky. You're a smart businesswoman, Berger says. Try to be. And then when Benton died, he left his Hilton Head condo to me. I pause. I sold it. Couldn't stay there anymore. I pause again. Got 600 and something thousand for it. I see. And what's this? She points out the Milano-Italian sandwich maker. I explain. Well, when this is all over, you'll have to cook for me sometime, she says rather presumptuously. And rumor has it that you cook Italian, your specialty. Yes, mostly Italian. There is no rumor involved. Berger knows more about me than I do. Do you suppose he might have come in here and tried to wash his face in the sink? She then asks. I don't have any idea. All I can tell you is I ran out and fell, and when I looked up he was staggering out the door after me. He came down the steps, still screaming, and dropped to the ground and started rubbing snow in his face. Trying to wash the formalin out of his eyes. It's rather oily, isn't it? Hard to wash out? It wouldn't be easy, I reply. You would want copious amounts of warm water. And you didn't offer that to him? Made no effort to help him? I look at Berger. Come on, I say. What the hell would you have done? Anger spikes. I'm supposed to play doctor after the son of a bitch has just tried to beat my brains out? It will be asked, Berger matter-of-fact answers me. But no, I wouldn't have helped him either, and that's off the record. So he's in your front yard. I left out that I hit the panic alarm when I was running out of the house, I remember. You grabbed the formalin, you grabbed your gun, you hit the panic alarm. You had pretty damn good presence of mind, didn't you? She comments. Anyway, you and Sean Dunn are in your front yard. Lucy pulls up and you have to talk her out of shooting him point blank in the head. ATF and all the troops show up. End of story. I wish it were the end of the story, I say. The chipping hammer. Berger gets back to that. Now, you figured out what the weapon was because you went to a hardware store and just looked around until you found something that might have made a pattern like the one on Bray's body? I had more to go on than you might think, I reply. I knew Bray was struck with something that had two different surfaces, one rather pointed, the other more square. Actual punched-out areas of her skull clearly showed the shape of what struck her, and then the pattern on the mattress that I knew was made when he set down something bloody, which most likely was the weapon. A hammer or pickaxe type of weapon of some sort, but unusual. You look around, you ask people. And then, of course, when he came to your house, he had this chipping hammer inside his coat or whatever and tried to use it on you. She says this dispassionately, objectively. Yes. So there were two chipping hammers at your house. The one you bought in the hardware store after Bray had already been murdered, and a second hammer, the one he brought with him. Yes. I'm stunned by what she has just indicated. Good God, I mutter. That's right. I bought the hammer after she was murdered, not before. I am so confused by what has passed, by the days, by all of it. What am I thinking? The date on the receipt... My voice fades. I remember paying cash in the hardware store. $5, something like that. I don't have a receipt, I'm fairly sure, and I feel the blood drain from my face. Berger has known all along what I have forgotten, that I didn't buy the hammer before Bray was beaten to death, but the day after. But I can't prove it. Unless the clerk who waited on me in the hardware store can produce the cash register tape and swear I am the one who bought the chipping hammer, there is no proof. And now one of them is gone. The chipping hammer you bought is gone, Berger is saying as my mind reels. I tell her I am not privy to what the police found. But you were there when they were searching your house. Were you not in your house while the police were? She asks me. I showed them whatever they wanted to see. I answered their questions. I was there on Saturday and left early that evening, but I can't say I saw everything they did or what they took, nor were they finished when I left. Frankly, I don't even know how long they were in my house or how many times. I am touched by anger as I explain all this, and Berger senses it. Christ, I didn't have a chipping hammer when Bray was murdered. I've been confused because I bought it the day her body was found, not the day she died. She was murdered the night before, her body found the next day. I'm rambling now. What exactly is a chipping hammer used for? Berger next asks. And by the way, hate to tell you, but no matter when you say you bought the chipping hammer, Kay, there remains the minor problem that the only one found at your house happened to have Bray's blood on it. They're used for masonry. There's a lot of slate work in this area and stonework. So probably used by roofers. And the theory is that Shandun found a chipping hammer at the house he had broken into, the place under construction where he was staying. Bray is relentless. I believe that's the theory, I reply. Your house is made of stone and has a slate roof, she says. Did you closely supervise when it was being built? Because you seem the sort who would, a perfectionist. You're foolish not to supervise if you're building. I'm just wondering if you might have ever seen a chipping hammer while your house was being built. Maybe at the construction site or in a workman's tool belt? Not that I recall, but I can't be sure. And you never owned one prior to your shopping expedition at Pleasant's Hardware on the night of December 17th, 2 weeks ago exactly and almost 24 hours after Bray was murdered? Not before that night. No, I never owned one before then. Not that I am aware of, I tell her. What time was it when you bought the chipping hammer? Berger asks as I hear the deep thunder of Marino's truck parking in front of my house. Sometime around 7. I don't know exactly. Maybe between 6:30 and 7 that Friday night, the night of December 17th, I reply. I am not thinking clearly now. Berger is wearing me down, and I can't imagine how any lie could stand up to her long. The problem is knowing what is a lie and what isn't, and I'm not convinced she believes me. And you went home right after the hardware store? She goes on. Tell me what you did the rest of the night. The doorbell rings. I glance at the iPhone on the wall in the great room and see Marino's face looming in the video screen. Berger has just asked the question. She has just tested the alchemy that I am sure Ryder will use to turn my life to shit. She wants to know my alibi. She wants to know where I was at the exact time Bray was murdered on Thursday night, December 16th. I'd just come in from Paris that morning, I reply. Ran errands, got home around 6 p.m. Later that night, around 10, I drove to MCV to check on Jo, Lucy's former girlfriend, the one who got in the shooting with her in Miami. I wanted to see if I could help out in that situation because the parents were interfering. My doorbell rings again, and I wanted to know where Lucy was, and Jo told me Lucy was at a bar in Greenwich Village. I start walking toward the door. Berger is staring at me. In New York. Lucy was in New York. I came home and called her. She was drunk. Marino rings the bell again and pounds on the door. So to answer your question, Ms. Berger, I have no alibi for where I was between 6 and maybe 10:30 Thursday night, because I was either in my home or in my car, alone. Absolutely alone. No one saw me. No one talked to me. I have no witnesses to the fact that where I wasn't between 7:30 and 10:30 was at Diane Bray's house, beating her to death with a goddamn chipping hammer. I open the door. I can feel Berger's eyes burning into my back. Marino looks as if he is about to fly apart. I can't tell if he is furious or scared to death, maybe both. What the hell? He asks, his eyes going from me to her. What the shit's going on? I'm sorry for making you stand out in the cold, I tell Marino. Please come in. Chapter 29. Marino took so long getting here because he had stopped by the property room at headquarters. I had asked him to pick up the stainless steel key I found in the pocket of Mitch Barbossa's running shorts. Marino tells Berger and me that he rooted around for quite some time inside that small room behind wire mesh, where space-saver shelves are crowded with bar-coded bags, some of which hold items the police took from my house last Saturday. I have been in the property room before. I can picture it. Portable phones ring from inside those bags. Pagers go off as unwitting people keep trying to call associates who are either locked up or dead. There are also locked refrigerators for the storage of physical evidence recovery kits and any other evidence that might be perishable, such as the raw chicken I pounded with the chipping hammer. Now, why did you pound raw chicken with the chipping hammer? Berger wants further clarification on this part of my rather odd story. To see if the injuries correlated to the ones on Bray's body, I reply. Well, the chicken's still inside the evidence refrigerator, Marino says. Gotta say, you sure beat the hell out of it. Describe in detail exactly what you did to the chicken. Berger prods me, as if I am on the witness stand. I face her and Marino inside my entrance hallway and explain that I placed raw chicken breasts on a cutting board and beat them with every side and edge of the chipping hammer to note the pattern of injuries. The wounds from both the blunt-bladed tip and the pointed tip were identical in configuration and measurement to those on Bray's body, particularly to the punched-out areas in her cartilage and skull, which are excellent for retaining the shape, or tool mark, of whatever penetrated them. Then I spread out a white pillowcase, I explained. I rolled the coiled handle of the chipping hammer in barbecue sauce. What kind of barbecue sauce? Berger wants to know, of course. I recall it was smoky pig barbecue sauce that I had thinned to the consistency of blood, and then I pressed the sauce-coated handle against the cloth to see what that transfer pattern looked like. I got the same striations that were left in blood on Bray's mattress. The pillowcase with its barbecue sauce imprints, Marino says, were turned into the DNA lab. I remark that this is a waste of time. We don't test for tomatoes. I am not trying to be funny, but am sufficiently frustrated to emit a spark of sarcasm. The only result the DNA lab will get from the pillowcase, I promise, is not human. Marino is pacing the floor. I am screwed, he says, because the chipping hammer I bought and did all these tests with is gone. He couldn't find it. He looked everywhere for it. It isn't listed in the evidence computer. It clearly was never turned into the evidence room, nor was it picked up by forensic technicians and receipted to the labs. It is gone. Gone. And I have no receipt. By now, I am sure of this. I told you from my car phone that I had bought it, I remind him. Yeah, he says. He remembers my calling him from my car after I left Pleasant's hardware store sometime between 6:30 and 7. I told him I believed a chipping hammer was what had been used on Bray. I said I had bought one. But, he points out, that doesn't mean I didn't buy such a tool after Bray's murder to fabricate an alibi. You know, to make it look like you didn't own one or even know what she was killed with until after the fact. Whose goddamn side are you on? I say to him. You believe this writer bullshit? Jesus, I can't take any more of this. This isn't about sides, Doc, Marino grimly replies, as Berger looks on. We are back to there being only one hammer, the one with Bray's blood on it found inside my house, specifically in my great room on the Persian rug, exactly 17.5 inches to the right of the Jarrah-wood coffee table. Chandon's hammer. Not my hammer, I keep saying, as I imagine cheap brown paper bags with a voucher number and barcode that represents Scarpetta. Me, behind wire mesh on space-saver shelves. I lean against the wall inside my entry hallway and feel lightheaded. It is as if I am having an out-of-body experience, looking down on myself after something terrible and final has happened. My undoing, my destruction. I am dead like other people whose brown paper bags end up in that evidence room. I am not dead, but maybe it is worse to be the accused. I hate even to suggest the next stage of my undoing. It is overkill. Marino, I say, try the key in my door. He hesitates, frowning. Then he slips the clear plastic evidence bag out of the inner pocket of his old leather jacket with its balding fleece lining. Cold wind punches into the house as he opens the front door and slides the steel key, easily slides it, into the lock, and clicks the lock, and the deadbolt slides open and shut. The number written on it, I quietly tell Marino and Berger. 233. That's my burglar alarm code. What? Berger, for once, is almost speechless. The three of us go into my great room. This time I perch on the cold hearth like Cinderella. Berger and Marino avoid sitting on the ruined couch, but situate themselves near me, looking at me, waiting for any possible explanation. There is but one, and I think it is rather obvious. Police and God knows who else have been in and out of my house since Saturday, I begin. A drawer in the kitchen. In it are keys to everything. My house, my car, my office, file cabinets, whatever. So it's not like someone didn't have easy access to a spare key to my house. And you guys had my burglar alarm code, right? I look at Marino. I mean, you weren't leaving my house unarmed after you left it. And the alarm was on when we came in a little while ago. We need a list of everybody who's been inside this house, Berger grimly decides. I can tell you everybody I know about, Marino answers, but I haven't been here every time somebody else has, so I can't say I know who everybody is. I sigh and lean my back against the fireplace. I start naming cops I saw with my own eyes, including Jay Talley, including Marino. And Ryder's been in here, I add. As have I, Berger replies. But I certainly didn't let myself in. I had no idea what your code is. Who let you in? I ask. Her answer is to look at Marino. It bothers me that Marino never told me he was Berger's tour guide. It is irrational for me to feel stung. After all, who better than Marino? Who do I trust more than him? Marino is visibly agitated. He gets up and strolls through the doorway leading into my kitchen. I hear him open the drawer where I keep the keys. Then he opens the refrigerator. Well, I was with you when you found that key in Mitch Barbosa's pocket. Berger starts to think out loud. You couldn't have put it there, couldn't have planted it. She is working this out. Because you weren't at the scene, and you didn't touch the body unwitnessed. I mean, Marino and I were right there when you unzipped the pouch. She blows out in frustration. And Marino? He wouldn't. I cut her off with a weary wave of my hand. No way. And based on his account of the crime scene, he never saw Barbosa's body. It was already being loaded into the ambulance when he pulled up on Mosby Court. So either one of the cops at the scene did it. Or more likely, I finish her thought, the key was placed in Barbosa's pocket when he was killed, at the crime scene, not where he was dumped. Marino walks in drinking a bottle of Spaten beer that Lucy must have bought. I don't remember buying it. Nothing about my house seems to belong to me anymore, and Anna's story comes to mind. I am beginning to understand the way she must have felt when Nazis occupied her family home. I realize suddenly that people can be pushed beyond anger, beyond tears, beyond protest, beyond even grief. Finally, you just sink into a dark mire of acceptance. What is, and what was is past. I can't live here anymore, I tell Berger and Marino. You got that right, Marino fires back, in the aggressive, angry tone he seems to wear like his own skin these days. Look, I say to him, don't bark at me anymore, Marino. We're all angry, frustrated, worn out. I don't understand what's happening, but it's clear someone connected to us is also involved in the murder of these two recent victims, these men who were tortured. And I guess whoever planted my key on Barbosa's body wants to either implicate me in those crimes as well, or more likely is sending me a warning. I think it's a warning, Marino says. And where's Rocky these days? I almost ask him. Your dear son Rocky, Berger says it for me. Marino takes a slug of beer and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. He doesn't respond. Berger glances at her watch and looks up at us. Well, she says. Merry Christmas, I guess. Chapter 30. Anna's house is dark and still when I come in at nearly 3 a.m. She has thoughtfully left on a light in the hallway and one in the kitchen near a crystal tumbler and the bottle of Glenmorangie just in case I need a sedative. At this hour I decline. A part of me wishes Anna were awake. I'm halfway tempted to rattle around in hopes she will wander in and sit down with me. I have become oddly addicted to our sessions, even if I am now supposed to wish they had never taken place. I make my way to the guest wing and start thinking about transference, and wonder if I am experiencing this with Anna. Or maybe I just feel lonely and gloomy because it is Christmas, and I'm wide awake and frazzled in someone else's house after investigating violent death all day, including one I am accused of committing. Anna has left a note on my bed. I pick up the elegant, creamy envelope and can tell by its weight and thickness that whatever she has written is lengthy. I leave my clothes in a pile on the bathroom floor and imagine the ugliness that must linger in their very fabrics because of where I have been and what I have done the past 20 hours. I do not realize until I am out of the shower that the clothes carry with them the dirty fire smell of the motel room. Now I ball them up in a towel so I can forget about them until they can go to the dry cleaner. I wear one of Anna's thick robes to bed and am edgy as I pick up the letter again. I open it and unfold 6 stiff pages of watermarked engraved stationery. I begin to read, willing myself not to go too fast. Anna is deliberate and wants me to take in every word because she does not waste words. Dearest Kay, as a child of the war, I learned that truth is not always what is right or good or best. If the SS came to your door and asked if you had Jews inside, you did not tell the truth if you were hiding Jews. When members of the Totenkopf SS occupied my family home in Austria, I could not tell the truth about how much I hated them. When the SS commander of Mauthausen came into my bed so many nights and asked me if I enjoyed what he did to me, I did not tell the truth. He would tell vile jokes and hiss in my ear, imitating the sound of the Jews being gassed, and I laughed because I was afraid. He would get very drunk sometimes when he came back from the camp, and once he bragged he had killed a 12-year-old village boy in nearby Langenstein during an SS hunting raid. Later I learned this was not so, that the Leitsteller, chief of Staatspolizei in Linz, was the one who shot the boy. But I believed what I was told at the time, and my fear was indescribable. I, too, was a civilian child. No one was safe. In 1945, that same commander died in Gusen, and his body was displayed to the public for days. I saw it and spat. That was the truth about how I felt, a truth I could not tell earlier. Truth is relative, then. It is about timing. It is about what is safe. Truth is the luxury of the privileged, of people who have plenty of food and are not forced to hide because they are Jews. Truth can destroy, and therefore it is not always wise or even healthy to be truthful. A strange thing for a psychiatrist to admit, yes? I give you this lesson for a reason, Kay. After you read my letter, you must destroy it, and never admit it existed. I know you well. Such a small covert act will be hard for you. If you are asked, you must say nothing about what I am telling you here. My life in this country would be ruined if it was known that my family gave food and shelter to the SS, no matter that our hearts were not in it. It was to survive. I also think you would be greatly harmed if people should know that your best friend is a Nazi sympathizer, as I am certain I would be called. And, oh, what a terrible thing to be called, especially when one hates them as I do. I am a Jew. My father was a prescient man and very aware of what Hitler intended to do. In the late 30s, my father used his banking and political connections and wealth to secure entire new identities for us. He changed our name to Zenner and moved us from Poland to Austria when I was too young to be aware of much. So you might say that I have lived a lie since I can remember. Perhaps this helps you understand why I do not want to be interrogated in a legal proceeding, and why I will avoid this if I can. So, Kay, the real reason for this long letter is not to tell my story. At last, I talk to you about Benton. I am quite certain you do not know that for a while he was my patient. About 3 years ago he came to see me in my office. He was depressed and had many work-related difficulties that he could not speak of to anyone, including you. He said that throughout his career with the FBI he had seen the worst of the worst, the most aberrant acts imaginable, and although he had been haunted by them and suffered in many ways because of this exposure to what he called evil, he had never felt truly afraid. Most of those bad people were not interested in him, he said. They meant him no personal harm, and in fact enjoyed the attention he paid to them when he interviewed them in prison. As for the many cases he helped police solve, again, he was in no personal danger. Serial rapists and killers were not interested in him. But then strange things began to happen to him some months before he came to see me. I wish I could remember better, Kay, but there were odd events. Phone calls. Hang-ups that could not be traced because they were made by satellite. I guess he meant cell phones. He got crank mail that made very terrible references to you. There were threats made towards you. Again, untraceable. It was clear to Benton that whoever was writing the letters knew something about both of you personally. Of course, he was very suspicious of Carrie Grethen. He kept saying, "We haven't heard the last from that woman." But at the time, he did not see how she could be making the calls and sending the mail because she was still locked up in New York, in Kirby. I will sum up 6 months of conversations with Benton by saying he had a very strong premonition that his death was imminent. He suffered subsequent depression, anxiety, paranoia, and began to struggle with alcohol. He said he hid bouts of heavy drinking from you and that his problems were causing a deterioration in his relationship with you. As I listened to some of what you told me during our talks, Kay, I can see that his behavior at home did change. Now perhaps you understand some of the reasons why. I wanted to put Benton on a mild antidepressant, but he would not let me. He worried constantly about what would happen to you and Lucy if something happened to him. He wept about it openly in my office. It was I who suggested he write the letter that Senator Lord delivered to you several weeks ago. I said to Benton, "Imagine you are dead and have one last chance to say something to Kay." So he did. He said to you the words you read in his letter. During our sessions, I suggested to him repeatedly that perhaps he knew more about who was harassing him, and perhaps denial was preventing him from facing the truth. He hesitated. I remember so well I had a feeling he possessed information he could not or would not say. Now I am beginning to think I might know. I have reached the conclusion that what happened to Benton several years ago and what is now happening to you are connected to Marino's mafia son. Rocky is involved with very powerful criminal people, and he hates his father. He would hate everyone who matters to his father. Can it be a coincidence that Benton got threatening letters and was murdered, and then this terrible killer Sean Dunn ends up in Richmond, and now Marino's terrible son is Sean Dunn's lawyer? Is this tortuous road not winding at last to some dreadful conclusion that is meant to bring down everyone good in Marino's life? In my office, Benton often referred to a clip file. In it he kept all the strange, menacing letters and other records of communications and incidents that he had begun to receive. For months I thought he was saying tip file, as in police tips. But one day I made mention of his tip file, and he corrected me and said the file was actually his TLP file, which he pronounced clip. I next asked what TLP stood for, and he said the Last Precinct. I asked him what he meant by that, and his eyes filled with tears. His exact words to me were this: "The Last Precinct is where I will end up, Anna. It is where I'll end up." You cannot imagine my feeling when Lucy mentioned that this is also the name for the investigative consulting company that she has now gone to work for in New York. When I was so upset last night, it was not simply over the subpoena delivered to my house. What happened was the following. I got the subpoena. I called Lucy because I thought she should know what was happening to you. She said her new boss, Tian McGovern, was in town and mentioned the Last Precinct. I was shocked. I still am shocked, and do not understand what all this means. Does Lucy perhaps know about Benton's file? Again, can this be coincidence, Kay? Did she just happen to think up the same name that Benton called his secret file? Can all these connections be coincidences? Now there is something called the Last Precinct, and it is located in New York, and Lucy is moving to New York. The trial of Sean Dunn has moved to New York because he killed in New York 2 years ago, while Carrie Grethen was still incarcerated in New York. And Carrie's former murderous partner, Temple Galt, was killed by you in New York, and Marino began his police career in New York, and Rocky lives in New York. Let me close by telling you I feel so badly over any hand I might have in making your current situation worse, although you can be sure I intend to say nothing that can be twisted. Never. I am too old for this. Tomorrow, on Christmas Day, I will leave for my house in Hilton Head, where I will stay until it is all right to return to Richmond. I do this for several reasons. I do not intend to make it easy for Buford or anyone else to get to me. Most important, you need some place to stay. Do not go back to your house, Kay. Your devoted friend, Anna. I read and reread. I feel sick as I imagine Anna growing up in the poisonous air of Malthausen and knowing what went on there. I feel the deepest sorrow that all her life she has listened to references to Jews and bad jokes about Jews and learned more of the atrocities committed against Jews, all the while knowing she is a Jew. No matter how she rationalizes it, what her father did was cowardly and wrong. I suspect he also knew Anna was being raped by the SS commander he wined and dined, and Anna's father did nothing about that either. Not one thing. I realize it is now almost 5 o'clock in the morning. My eyelids are heavy, my nerves buzzing. There is no point in trying to sleep. I get up and go into the kitchen to make coffee. For a while I sit before the dark window looking out toward a river I can't see and contemplate everything Anna has revealed to me. So much about Benton's last years now makes sense. I think of days when he claimed to have a tension headache, and I thought he looked hungover, and now I suspect he probably was. He was increasingly depressed and distant and frustrated. In a way, I understand his not telling me about the letters, the phone calls, the clip file, as he referred to it. But I don't agree with him. He should have told me. I have no recollection of having come across such a file when I was going through his belongings after his death. But then there is so much I don't remember about that time. It was as if I were living under the earth, moving ever so heavily and slowly, and unable to see where I was going or where I had been. After Benton's death, Anna helped me sort through his personal effects. She cleaned out his closets and went through his drawers while I was in and out of rooms like a crazed insect, helping 1 minute, ranting and weeping the next. I wonder if she came across that file. I know I must find it, if it still exists. The first morning light is a hint of deep blue as I fix coffee for Anna and carry it back to her bedroom. I listen outside her door to see if I hear any sign of her being awake. All is still. I quietly open her door and carry her coffee in. I set it down on the oval table by her bed. Anna likes nightlights. Her suite is lit up like a runway, lights inserted in almost every receptacle. When I first became aware of this, I thought it odd. Now I begin to understand. Perhaps she associates utter darkness with being alone and terrified in her bedroom, waiting for a drunken, stinking Nazi to come in and overpower her young body. No wonder she has spent her life dealing with damaged people. She understands damaged people. She is as much a student of her past tragedies as she has said I am of mine. "Anna," I whisper. I see her stir. "Anna, it's me. I've brought you coffee." She sits up with a start, squinting, her white hair in her face and sticking up in places. "Merry Christmas," I start to say. I tell her Happy Holidays instead. "All these years I celebrate Christmas while I am secretly Jewish." She reaches for her coffee. "I am not known for a sweet disposition early in the morning," she says. I squeeze her hand, and in the dark she seems suddenly so old and delicate. "I read your letter. I'm not sure what to say, but I can't destroy it, and we must talk about it," I tell her. For an instant she pauses. I think I catch relief in her silence. Then she gets stubborn again and waves me off, as if by a mere gesture she can dismiss her entire history and what she has told me about my own life. Nightlights cast exaggerated deep shadows of Biedermeier furniture and antique lamps and oil paintings in her large, gorgeous bedroom. Thick silk draperies are drawn. "I probably should not have written any of that to you," she says firmly. "I wish you'd written it to me sooner, Anna." She sips her coffee and pulls the covers up to her shoulders. "What happened to you as a child isn't your fault," I say to her. "The choices were made by your father, not you. He protected you in one way and didn't protect you at all. Maybe there was no choice." She shakes her head. "You do not know. You cannot know." I am not about to argue with that. There are no monsters to compare with them. My family had no choice. My father drank a lot of schnapps. He was drunk most of the time on schnapps, and they would get drunk with him. To this day I cannot smell schnapps. She clutches the coffee mug in both hands. They all got drunk. It did not matter. When Reich Minister Speer and his entourage visited installations at Gusen and Ebensee, they came to our Schloss, oh yes, our quaint little castle. My parents had this sumptuous banquet with musicians from Vienna and the finest champagne and food, and everyone was drunk. I remember I hid in my bedroom, so afraid of who would come next. I hid under the bed all night, and several times there were footsteps in my room, and once someone yanked the covers back and swore. I stayed on the floor under the bed all night, dreaming of the music, and of one young man who made such sweetness flow from his violin. He looked at me often and made me blush, and as I hid under my bed later that night I thought of him. No one who made such beauty could be unkind. All night I thought of him. "The violinist from Vienna?" I asked. "The one you later—" No. Anna shakes her head in the shadows. "This was many years before Rudy. But I think it is when I fell in love with Rudy in advance, having never met him. I saw the musicians in their black cutaways and was mesmerized by the magic they made, and I wanted them to steal me from the horror. I imagined myself soaring on their notes into a pure place. For a moment I was returned to Austria before the quarry and the crematorium, when life was simple, the people decent and fun, and had perfect gardens and such pride in their homes. On sunny spring days we would hang our goose-down duvets out windows to be scrubbed by the sweetest air I have ever breathed, and we would play in rolling fields of grass that seemed to lead right up to the sky, while Father would hunt in the woods for boar and Mother would sew and bake." She pauses, her face touched by sweet sadness. "That a string quartet could transform the most dreadful of nights. And then later my magical thinking carries me into the arms of a man with a violin, an American, and I am here. I am here. I escaped. But I have never escaped, Kay." Dawn begins to light up the drapes and turn them the color of honey. I tell Anna I am glad she is here. I thank her for talking to Benton and for finally letting me know. In some ways the picture is more complete because of what I now understand. In some ways it isn't. I can't sharply outline the progression of moods and changes that preceded Benton's murder, but I do know that about the time he was seeing Anna, Carrie Grethen was looking for a new partner to replace Temple Galt. Carrie had worked in computers earlier in her life. She was brilliant and incredibly manipulative, and talked her way into gaining access to a computer at the Forensic Psychiatric Hospital, Kirby. This was how she cast her web back out into the world. She linked up with a new partner, another psychopathic killer named Newton Joyce. She did this through the internet, and he helped her escape from Kirby. Perhaps she met certain other people through the internet, too, Anna suggests. "Marino's son, Rocky?" I say. "I am thinking it." "Anna, do you have any idea what happened to Benton's file? The clip file, as he called it?" "I have never seen it." She sits up straighter, deciding it is time to get out of bed, and the covers settle around her waist. Her bare arms look pitifully thin and wrinkled, as if someone has let the air out of them. Her bosom sags low and loose beneath dark silk. "When I helped you sort through his clothing and other personal belongings, I did not see a file, but I did not touch his office. I remember so little." "No." She pulls back the covers and lowers her feet to the floor. "I would not. That was not something I would go into. His professional files." She is up now and slips on a robe. "I just assumed you would have gone through those." She looks at me. "You have, yes? What about his office at Quantico? He had already retired, so I suppose he had cleaned that out already?" "That was cleaned out, yes." We walk down the hallway toward the kitchen. Case files would have stayed there. Unlike some of his compatriots who retire from the FBI, Benton didn't believe cases he worked belonged to him, I add ruefully. So I know he didn't take any case files away from Quantico when he retired. What I don't know is if he would have left the clip file with the Bureau. If so, I'll never see it. "That was his file," Anna points out. "Correspondence to him. When he spoke about it to me, he never referred to what was happening to him as Bureau business. He seemed to take the threats, the crank calls, as something personal, and I'm not aware that he ever shared these things with other agents. He was so paranoid, mostly because some of the threats involved you. I was led to believe I am the only person he told. I know this. I said to him many times that I believed he should tell the FBI. She shook her head. He would not, she says again. I empty the coffee filter into the trash and feel a spike of old resentment. Benton kept so much from me. A shame, I reply. Maybe if he'd told some of the other agents, none of this would have happened. Would you like more coffee? I am reminded that I did not go to bed last night. I guess I'd better, I reply. Some Viennese coffee, Anna decides, opening the refrigerator and picking through bags of coffee. Since I am feeling nostalgic for Austria this morning. She says this with a hint of sarcasm, as if she is silently berating herself for divulging details of her past. She pours beans into the grinder, and the kitchen is filled briefly with noise. Benton got disillusioned with the Bureau in the end, I think out loud. I'm not sure he trusted people around him anymore. Competitiveness. He was the unit chief and knew everybody was going to fight over his job the minute he even mentioned he was ready to retire. Knowing him, he handled his problems in total isolation, the same way he worked his cases. If nothing else, Benton was a master of discretion. I'm running through every possibility. Where would Benton have kept the file? Where might it be? He had his own room in my house where he stored his belongings and plugged in his laptop. He had file drawers, but I've been through those and never saw anything even similar to what Anna has described. Then I think of something else. When Benton was murdered in Philadelphia, he was checked into a hotel. Several bags of his personal effects were returned to me, including his briefcase, which I opened. I went through it just as the police had. I know I didn't see anything like this clip file, but if it is true Benton was suspicious that Carrie Grethen might have had something to do with the crank calls and notes he was getting, might he not have carried the clip file with him when he was working new cases possibly connected to her? Wouldn't he have brought the file to Philadelphia? I go to the phone and call Marino. Merry Christmas, I say. It's me. What? He blurts out, half asleep. Oh, shit. What time is it? A few minutes past 7. 7? Groan. Hell, Santa ain't even come yet. What you calling me so early for? Marino, this is important. When the police went through Benton's personal effects in the hotel room in Philadelphia, did you go through them? A big yawn, and he blows out loudly. Damn, I gotta quit staying up so late. My lungs are killing me. Got to quit smoking. Me and some of the guys in Wild Turkey hung out last night. Another yawn. Hold on, I'm coming too. Let me switch channels. 1 minute it's Christmas. Next you're asking about Philadelphia? That's right. The stuff you guys found in Benton's hotel room? Yeah. Hell yeah, I went through it. Did you take anything? Anything, for example, that might have been in his briefcase? A file, for example, that might have had letters in it? He had a couple files in there. Why do you want to know? I am getting excited. My synapses are firing, clearing my head and pumping energy into my cells. Where are these files now? I ask him. Yeah, I remember some letters. Weirdo shit that I thought I should pay some attention to. Then Lucy blew Carrie and Joyce out of the air and turned them into fish chum, and that exceptionally cleared the case, I guess you could say. Shit. I still can't believe she had a fucking AR-15 in the damn helicopter, and... Where are the files? I ask him again, and I can't keep the urgency out of my voice. My heart is pounding. I need to see a file that had the weird letters. Benton called it his clip file, TLP, as in the Last Precinct. Maybe where Lucy got the idea for the name. The Last Precinct? You mean where Lucy's going to work? McGovern's place in New York? What the hell's that got to do with some file in Benton's briefcase? Good question, I tell him. Okay, it's somewhere. I gotta find it, and I'll be over. Anna has gone back to her bedroom, and I occupy myself with thinking about our holiday meal as I wait for Lucy and McGovern to get here. I start pulling food out of the refrigerator as I replay what Lucy told me about McGovern's new company in New York. Lucy said the name The Last Precinct started out as a joke, where you go when there is nowhere left. And in Anna's letter, she said Benton told her the Last Precinct is where he would end up. Cryptic. Riddles. Benton believed his future was somehow connected to what he was putting in that file. The Last Precinct was death, I then consider. Where was Benton going to end up? He was going to end up dead. Is this what he meant? Where else might he have ended up? Days ago I promised Anna I would cook Christmas dinner if she did not mind an Italian in her kitchen who does not go near a turkey or what people stuff in turkeys during the holidays. Anna has made a valiant effort at shopping. She even has cold-pressed olive oil and fresh buffalo mozzarella. I fill a large pot with water and go back to Anna's bedroom to tell her she can't go to Hilton Head or anywhere else until she has eaten a little cucina scarpetta and sampled a little wine. This is a family day, I tell her as she brushes her teeth. I don't care about special grand juries or prosecutors or anything else until after dinner. Why doesn't she make something Austrian? At this, she almost spits out toothpaste. Never, she says. If both of us were in the kitchen at the same time, we would kill each other. For a while, the mood seems to lift in Anna's house. Lucy and McGovern appear around 9, and gifts are piled under the tree. I start mixing eggs and flour and work it all together with my fingers on a wooden cutting board. When the dough is the right consistency, I wrap it in plastic and start looking for the hand-cranked pasta machine Anna claims to have somewhere as I jump from thought to thought, barely hearing what Lucy and McGovern are chatting about. It's not that I can't fly when it's not VFR conditions. Lucy is explaining something about her new helicopter, which apparently has been delivered to New York. I have my instrument rating, but I'm not interested in having an instrument-rated single-engine helicopter because with only one engine I want to see the ground at all times, so I don't want to be flying above the clouds on crappy days. Sounds dangerous, McGovern comments. It's not in the least. The engines never quit in these things, but it pays to always consider worst-case scenario. I begin kneading the dough. It is my favorite part of making pasta, and I always refrain from using pasta machines or food processors because the warmth of the human touch gives a texture to fresh pasta that is unlike anything agitating steel blades can effect. I get into a rhythm, pushing down, folding over, giving half turns, pressing hard with the heel of my good hand as I, too, think of worst-case scenarios. What might Benton have believed was the worst-case scenario for him? If he was thinking that his metaphorical Last Precinct was where he would end up, what would have been the worst-case scenario? This is when I decide he didn't mean death when he said he would end up in the Last Precinct. No. Benton, of all people, knew there are far worse things than death. I've given her lessons off and on. Talk about a quick study. But people who use their hands have an advantage, Lucy is saying to McGovern, talking about me. It is where I will end up. Benton's words shine in my mind. Right, because it takes coordination. Got to be able to use both hands and both feet at the same time, and unlike fixed wing, a helicopter is intrinsically unstable. That's what I'm saying, they're dangerous. It is where I'll end up, Anna. They aren't, Tian. You can lose an engine at 1,000 feet and fly it right down to the ground. The air keeps the blades turning. Ever heard of auto-rotating? You land in a parking lot or someone's yard. You can't do that with a plane. What did you mean, Benton? God damn it, what did you mean? I knead and knead, always turning the ball of dough in the same direction, clockwise because I am leading with my right hand, avoiding my cast. Thought you said you never lose an engine. I want some eggnog. Is Marino making his famous eggnog this morning? McGovern says. That's his New Year's Eve thing. What, it's against the law on Christmas? I don't know how she does that. Stubborn, that's how. No kidding. And we're just standing here doing nothing. She won't let you help. No one touches her dough. Trust me. Aunt Kay, isn't that making your elbow hurt? My eyes focus as I look up. I'm kneading with my right hand and the fingertips of my left. I glance at the clock over the sink and realize I have lost track of time and have been kneading for almost 10 minutes. God, what world were you just in? Lucy's light spirit turns to lead as she searches my face. Don't let all this eat you alive. It's going to be all right. I sink and realize I have lost track of time and have been kneading for almost 10 minutes. God, what world were you just in? Lucy's light spirit turns to lead as she searches my face. Don't let all this eat you alive. It's going to be all right. She thinks I am worrying about the special grand jury, when ironically I am not thinking about that at all this morning. Tian and I are going to help you, are helping you. What do you think we've been doing these last few days? We've got a plan we want to talk to you about. After eggnog, McGovern says with a kind smile. Did Benton ever talk to you about the Last Precinct? I am out with it, almost accusing in the fierce way I look at both of them, then realizing by their confused expressions they don't know what I am alluding to at all. You mean what we're doing now? Lucy frowns. The office in New York? He couldn't have known about that unless you mentioned to him you were thinking about going into your own business. This she says to McGovern. I divide the dough into smaller parts and begin kneading again. I've always thought about going private, McGovern replies, but I never said anything about it to Benton. We were pretty consumed with the cases up there in Pennsylvania. Understatement of the century, Lucy adds blackly. Right. McGovern sighs and shakes her head. If Benton didn't have a clue about the private enterprise you planned to start, I then say, is it possible he'd heard you mention the Last Precinct, the concept, the thing you say you used to joke about? I'm trying to figure out why he would label a file with that name. What file? Lucy asks. Marino's bringing it over. I finish kneading one portion of dough and wrap it tightly in plastic. It was in Benton's briefcase in Philadelphia. I explain to them what Anna told me in her letter, and Lucy helps clarify at least one point. She feels certain she mentioned the philosophy of the Last Precinct to Benton. She seems to recall that she was in the car with him one day and was asking him about the private consulting he had begun doing in his retirement. He told her it was going all right, but it was difficult handling the logistics of running his own business, that he missed having a secretary and someone else answering the phone, that sort of thing. Lucy wistfully replied that maybe all of us ought to get together and form our own company. That was when she used the term the Last Precinct, sort of a league of our own, she says she told him. I spread clean, dry dish towels over the countertop. Did he have any idea you might be serious about really doing that someday? I ask. I told him if I ever got enough money I was going to quit working for the fucking government, Lucy replies. Well, I fit thinning rollers in the pasta machine and set them at the largest opening. Anybody who knows you would figure it was only a matter of time before you made money doing something. Benton always said you were too much of a maverick to last in a bureaucracy forever. He wouldn't be the least bit surprised over what's happening to you now, Lucy. In fact, it had already started happening to you from the start, McGovern points out to my niece, which is why he didn't last with the FBI. Lucy isn't insulted. She has at least accepted that she made mistakes early on, the worst one being her affair with Carrie Grethen. She no longer blames the FBI for backing away from her until she finally quit. I flatten a piece of dough with my palm and crank it through the machine. I'm wondering if Benton used your concept as the name of his mysterious file because he somehow knew the Last Precinct, meaning us, would investigate his case someday, I offer. That we are where he would end up, because whatever was begun with those harassing letters and all the rest of it wasn't going to stop, even with his death. I turn the dough back through the machine again and again until I have a perfect strip of pasta to lay flat over a towel. He knew. Somehow he did. Somehow he always knew everything. Lucy's face is touched by deep sadness. Benton is in the kitchen. We feel him as I make Christmas pasta, and we talk about the way his mind worked. He was very intuitive. He always thought far ahead of where he was. I can imagine him projecting himself into a future after his death and imagining how we might react to everything, including a file we might find in his briefcase. Benton would know for a fact that if something happened to him, and he clearly feared something would, then I most certainly would go through his briefcase, which I did. What he may not have anticipated was that Marino would go through the briefcase first and remove a file that I would not learn about until now. By noon, Anna has her car packed for the beach, and her kitchen countertops are covered with lasagna noodles. Tomato sauce simmers on the stove. Parmesan Reggiano and aged Asiago cheeses are grated in bowls, and fresh mozzarella rests in a towel and surrenders some of its moisture. The house smells like garlic and wood smoke, and Christmas lights glow while smoke drifts out the chimney. And when Marino arrives with all his typical noise and gaucheness, he finds more happiness than he has seen from any of us for a while. He is dressed in jeans and a denim shirt, and laden with gifts and a bottle of Virginia Lightning moonshine. I catch the edge of a file folder peeking out from behind wrapped packages in a bag, and my heart skips. "Ho, ho, ho," he bellows. "Merry fucking Christmas." It is his standard holiday line, but his heart isn't into it. I have a feeling he didn't spend the past few hours merely looking for the clip file. He has been through it. "I need a drink," he announces to the house. Chapter 31. In the kitchen, I set the oven and cook pasta. I mix grated cheeses with ricotta and begin layering it and meat sauce between noodles in a deep dish. Anna stuffs dates with cream cheese and fills a bowl with salted nuts, while Marino, Lucy, and McGovern pour beer and wine, or mix whatever holiday potion they want, which in Marino's case is a spicy Bloody Mary made with his moonshine. He is in a weird mood and well on his way to getting drunk. The clip file is a black hole, still in the bag of presents, ironically under the Christmas tree. Marino knows what's in that file, but I don't ask him. Nobody does. Lucy begins getting out ingredients for chocolate chip cookies and 2 pies, one peanut butter, the other key lime, as if we are feeding the entire city. McGovern uncorks a Chambertin Grand Cru red burgundy while Anna sets the table, and the file pulls silently and with great force. It is as if all of us have made an unspoken agreement to at least drink a toast and get dinner going before we start talking about murder. "Anybody else want a bloody?" Marino talks loudly and hangs out in the kitchen doing nothing helpful. "Hey, Doc, how about I mix up a pitcher?" He yanks open the refrigerator and grabs a handful of spicy hot V8 juices and starts popping open the small cans. I wonder how much Marino had to drink before he got here, and the safety comes off my anger. In the first place, I am insulted that he put the file under the tree, as if this is his idea of a tasteless, morbid joke. What is he implying? This is my Christmas present? Or is he so callous it didn't even occur to him that when he rather unceremoniously stuck the bag under the tree, the file was still in it? He bumps past me and starts pressing lemon halves into the electric juicer and tosses the rinds in the sink. "Well, I guess nobody's going to help me, so I'll just help myself," he mutters. "Hey!" he calls out as if we aren't in the same room with him. "Anybody think to buy horseradish?" Anna glances at me. A collective bad mood begins to settle in. The kitchen seems to get darker and chillier, and my anger itches. I am going to fire at Marino any minute, and I am trying so hard to hold back. It is Christmas, I keep telling myself. It is Christmas. Marino grabs a long wooden spoon and makes a big production of stirring his pitcher of Bloody Marys as he slops in an appalling amount of moonshine. Gag. Lucy shakes her head. At least use Grey Goose. Ain't a way in hell I'm drinking French vodka. The spoon clacks as he stirs and then taps it on the lip of the pitcher. French wine, French vodka. Hey, what happened to things Italian? He exaggerates a New York Italian accent. What happened to the neighborhood? Nothing Italian about that shit you're mixing, Lucy tells him as she gets a beer out of the refrigerator. You drink all that, Aunt Kay will take you to work with her in the morning, only you'll be lying down in a bag. Marino chugs a glass of his dangerous concoction. That reminds me, he says to no one in particular. I die, she ain't cutting on me. As if I am not standing right there. That's the deal. He pours another glass, and by now all of us have stopped what we are doing. We stare at him. That's been bothering me for 10 fucking years now. Another swallow. Damn, this stuff will warm your toes. I don't want her slamming me around on one of those damn steel tables and cutting me up like I'm a fish from the fucking market. Huh. I got a deal with the girls up front. A reference to my clerks in the front office. No passing my pictures around. Don't think I don't see what goes on up there. They compare dick sizes." He chugs half a glass and wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. "I've heard 'em do it. Especially Clita." He makes a lewd play on Clita's name. He starts for the picture again, and I put out my hand to stop him as my anger rushes forth in an army of harsh words. "That's enough. What the hell's gotten into you? How dare you come here drunk and then get drunker? Go sleep it off, Marino. I'm sure Anna can find a spare bed. You're not driving anywhere, and none of us care to be subjected to you right now." He gives me a defiant, mocking stare as he lifts his glass again. "Least I'm being honest," he retorts. "Rest of you can pretend all you want that it's a good damn day because it's fucking Christmas. Well, so fucking what? Lucy's quit her job so she don't get fired because she's a smart-ass queer." "Don't, Marino," Lucy warns him. "McGovern quit her job and I don't know what her deal is." Pokes a thumb at her, insinuating she may be of Lucy's same persuasion. "Anna's gotta move out of her own fucking house because you're here and being investigated for murder, and now you're quitting your job. No small fucking goddamn wonder, and we'll just see if the governor keeps you around. A private consultant, yeah." He slurs his words and sways in the middle of the kitchen, his face blotchy red. "That'll be the day. So guess who's left? Me, myself, and I." He slams the glass down on the counter and walks out of the kitchen, bumping into a wall, knocking a painting crooked, stumbling into the living room. "My God." McGovern quietly lets out a big breath. "Redneck bastard," Lucy says. "The file." Anna stares after him. "That is what is wrong with him." Marino is in a drunken coma on the living room couch. Nothing stirs him. He does not move, but his snoring alerts us that he is both alive and not aware of what is going on inside Anna's house. The lasagna is cooked and staying warm in the oven, and a key lime pie chills inside the refrigerator. Anna has set out on the 8-hour drive to Hilton Head despite my protests. I did all I could to encourage her to stay, but she felt she should go on. It is mid-afternoon. Lucy, McGovern, and I have been sitting at the dining room table for hours, place settings moved out of the way, gifts still unopened under the tree, the clip files spread out before us. Benton was meticulous. He sealed each item in clear plastic, and purple stains on some of the letters and envelopes indicate ninhydrin was used to process latent fingerprints. The postmarks are Manhattan, all with the same first 3 digits of a zip code, 100. It is not possible to know which branch posted the letters. All a 3-digit prefix indicates is which city, and that the mail wasn't processed through a home or business postage meter machine or at some rural station. In those instances, the postmark would be 5 digits. There is a table of contents in the front of the clip file, and it lists a total of 63 items dating from the spring of 1996, about 6 months before Benton wrote the letter he wanted delivered to me after his death, to the fall of 1998, mere days before Carrie Grethen escaped from Kirby. The first item is labeled Exhibit 1, as if it is physical evidence for a jury to see. It is a letter posted in New York on May 15, 1996, unsigned and computer-printed in an ornate, hard-to-read word-perfect font that Lucy identifies as Ransom. Dear Benton, I'm the president of the Ugly Fan Club, and you've been picked to be an honorary member. Guess what? Members get to be ugly for free. Aren't you excited? More later. This was followed by 5 more letters, all within weeks of each other, all making the same references to an ugly fan club and Benton's becoming the newest member. The paper was plain, same Ransom font, no signature, same New York zip code, clearly the same author for all. And a very clever one until this person mailed the 6th letter and made a mistake. A rather obvious one to the investigative eye, which is why I am baffled that Benton didn't seem to catch it. On the back of the plain white envelope are writing impressions that are noticeable when I tilt the envelope and catch light at different angles. I get a pair of latex gloves out of my satchel and put them on as I wander into the kitchen to find a flashlight. Anna keeps one on the counter by the toaster. Back in the dining room, I slip the envelope out of its plastic cover, hold it up by the corners, and shine the flashlight on the paper obliquely. I catch the shadow of the indented word postmaster, and it becomes instantly clear to me what the author of this letter did. Franklin D. I make out more words. Is there a Franklin D. Roosevelt post office in New York? Because this definitely says NYNY. Yes, the one in my neighborhood, McGovern says, her eyes getting wild. She comes over to my side of the table to get a closer look. I've had cases where people try to create alibis, I say, shining the light from different angles. An obvious shop-worn one is you were in a different, very distant location at the time of the murder and therefore couldn't have done it. An easy way to do that is have mail posted from some remote location at or around the time the murder happens, thereby making it seem the killer couldn't be you because you can't be in two places at once. 3rd Avenue, McGovern says. That's where the FDR post office is. We've got part of a street address. Some of it's obliterated by the flap. 9-something 3AV. Yes, 3rd Avenue. What you do is address the letter, put on the appropriate postage, then enclose it in another envelope addressed to the postmaster of whatever post office you want your letter mailed from. The postmaster is obliged to mail your letter for you, postmarked in that city. So what this person did was tuck this letter inside another envelope, and when he addressed that outer envelope, the impressions of what he wrote were left on the envelope underneath. Lucy has come behind me, too, and is leaning close to see. Susan Pless's neighborhood, she says. Not only that, but the letter, which is by far the most vile, is dated December 3, 1997, the same day Susan Pless was murdered. Hey, Benton. How are you, soon-to-be ugly boy? Just wondering, got any idea what it's like to look in the mirror and want to commit suicide? No? Will soon. Will soon. Gonna carve you up like a Christmas turkey. And same goes for the chief cunt you screw when you got time off from trying to figure out people like me and you. Can't tell you how much I'm a gonna, to quote Southerners, like using my big blade to open her seams. Quid pro quo, right? When you gonna learn to mind your own business? I imagine Benton receiving these sick, crude missives. I imagine him in his room at my house, sitting at the desk with laptop opened and plugged into a modem line, his briefcase nearby, coffee within reach. His notes indicate he determined the font was ransom and then contemplated the significance. To obtain release by paying a price. To buy back. To deliver from sin. I read his scribbles. I might have been down the hallway in my study or in the kitchen at the very moment he was reading this letter and looking up ransom in the dictionary, and he never said a word. Lucy volunteers that Benton wouldn't have wanted to burden me, and nothing helpful would have come from my knowing. I couldn't have done anything about it, she adds. Cactus, lilies, tulips. McGovern goes through pages of the file. So someone was anonymously sending him flower arrangements at Quantico. I start picking through dozens of message slips that simply have hang up written on them and the date and time. The calls were made to his direct line at the Behavioral Science Unit, all tracing back to out of area on caller ID, meaning they were probably made on a cell phone. Benton's only observation was pauses on the line before hanging up. McGovern informs us that flower orders were placed with a Lexington Avenue florist that Benton apparently checked out, and Lucy calls directory assistants to see if that same florist is still in business. It is. He makes a note here about payment. It is so hard for me to look at Benton's small, snarled penmanship. Mail. The orders were placed by mail. Cash. He has the word cash. So it sounds like the person sent cash and a written order. I flip back to the table of contents. Sure enough, Exhibits 51 through 55 are the actual orders received by the florist. I turn to those pages. Computer-generated and unsigned. One small arrangement of tulips for $25 with instructions to send it to Benton's Quantico address. One small cactus for $25, and so on. Envelopes postmarked New York. Probably the same thing, Lucy says. They were mailed through the New York postmaster. Question is, where were they mailed from originally? We can't know that without the outer envelopes, which certainly would have been tossed into the trash the instant post office employees opened them. Even if we had those envelopes, it is highly unlikely the sender wrote out his return address. The most we could have hoped for was a postmark. Guess the florist just assumed he was dealing with some nutcase who doesn't believe in charge cards, McGovern comments. Or someone having an affair. Or an inmate. I am, of course, thinking of Carrie Grethen. I can imagine her sending out communications from Kirby. By slipping the letters in an outer envelope addressed to a postmaster, at the very least she prevented the hospital staff from seeing who she was sending the letters to, whether it was to a florist or to Benton directly. Using a New York post office makes sense, too. She would have had access to various office branches through the telephone directory, and in my gut I don't think Carrie was concerned about anyone supposing the mail originated in the same city where she was incarcerated. She simply didn't want to alert Kirby's staff, and she was also the most manipulative person on this planet. Everything she did had its reason. She was just as busy profiling Benton as he was her. If it's Carrie, McGovern somberly remarks, then you do have to wonder if she in any form or fashion was at least privy to Shandon and his killings. She would get off on it, I reply with anger as I push back from the table. And she would know damn well that by writing a letter to Benton dated the same day as Susan's murder would send him through the ceiling. He'd make that connection all right. And picking a post office located in Susan's neighborhood, Lucy adds. We speculate, postulate, and go on until late afternoon, when we decide it is time for Christmas dinner. After rousing Marino, we tell him what we have discovered and continue to talk as we eat greens, sweet onions, and tomatoes drenched in sweet red vinegar and cold-pressed olive oil. Marino shovels in food as if he hasn't eaten in days, stuffing lasagna into his mouth, while we debate and speculate and beg the question, if Carrie Grethen was the person harassing Benton and she had some link to the Shandon family, was Benton's murder more than a simple act of psychopathy? Was his slaying an organized crime hit disguised to seem personal, senseless, deranged, with Carrie the lieutenant who was more than eager to carry it out? In other words, Marino says to me with his mouth full, was his death like what you're accused of? The table falls silent. None of us quite get his meaning, but then I do. You're saying if there was a real motive for his murder, but it was disguised to look like a serial killing. He shrugs. Just like you being accused of murdering Bray and disguising it to look like Wolfman did it. Maybe why Interpol got so hot and bothered, Lucy considers. Marino helps himself to excellent French wine he gulps down like Gatorade. Yeah, Interpol. Maybe Benton got all tangled up with the cartels somehow, and because of Shandon, I interrupt, as my focus sharpens, and I think I am on the trail that might just lead to the truth. Jamie Berger has been our uninvited Christmas guest. She has shaded my thoughts all afternoon. I can't stop thinking about one of the first things she asked when we met in my conference room. She wanted to know if anyone had profiled Shandon's Richmond murders. She was so quick to bring that up and so clearly believes profiling is important. Certainly she would have had someone profile Susan Pless's murder, and I am increasingly suspicious that Benton very well may have known about that case. I get up from the table. Please be home, I say out loud to Berger, and I experience a growing sense of desperation as I dig in my satchel for her business card. On it is her home number, and I call from Anna's kitchen where no one can hear what I say. A part of me is embarrassed. I'm also frightened and mad. If I am wrong, I will sound foolish. If I am right, then she should have been more open with me, damn it. Damn her. Hello? A woman answers. Miss Berger, I say. Hold on, the person calls out. Mom, for you. The minute Berger gets on the line, I say, what else don't I know about you? Because it's becoming patently clear that I don't know much. Oh, Jill. She must mean the person who answered the phone. Actually, they're from Greg's first marriage, 2 teenagers, and today I'd sell them to the first bidder. Hell, I'd pay someone to take them. No, you wouldn't, Jill says in the background and laughs. Let me get to a quieter spot. Berger talks as she moves into some other area of wherever it is she lives with a husband and 2 children she has never mentioned to me, even after all the hours we spent together. My resentment simmers. What's up, Kay? Did you know Benton? I ask her straight up. Nothing. Are you there? I speak again. I'm here, she says, and her tone has gotten quiet and serious. I'm thinking how best to answer you. Why not start with the truth, for once? I've always told you the truth, she replies. That's ridiculous. I've heard even the best of you lie when you're trying to manipulate someone, suggesting lie detectors or the big needle truth serum to get people to fess up, and there's also such a thing as lying by omission. The whole truth, I demand it. For God's sake, did Benton have something to do with the Susan Pless case? Yes, Berger replies. Absolutely yes, Kay. Talk to me, Ms. Berger. I've just spent the entire afternoon going through letters and other weird things he received before he was murdered. They were processed in the post office located in Susan's neighborhood. A pause. I've met Benton numerous times, and my office has certainly availed itself of the services the Behavioral Science Unit has to offer. Back then, at least. We actually have a forensic psychiatrist we use now, someone here in New York. I'd worked with Benton on other cases over the years, that's my point. And the minute I learned about Susan's murder and went to the scene, I called him and got him up here. We went through her apartment, just as you and I went through the Richmond crime scenes. Did he ever indicate to you that he was getting strange mail and phone call and other things? And that just possibly there was a connection between whoever was doing it and whoever murdered Susan Pless? I see, is all she says. See? What the hell do you see? I see you know, she answers me. Question is, how? I tell her about the clip file. I inform her that it appears Benton had the documents checked for fingerprints, and I'm wondering who did that and where and what the results might have been. She has no idea, but says we should run any latent prints through the automated fingerprint identification system known as APHIS. There are postage stamps on the envelopes, I inform her. He didn't remove them, and he would have had to if he wanted them checked for DNA. It has only been in recent years that DNA analysis has become sophisticated enough, because of PCR, to make it worthwhile to analyze saliva, and just maybe whoever affixed postage stamps to the envelopes did so by licking them. I'm not sure that even Carrie Grethen would have known back then that licking a stamp might give up her identity to us. I would have known. Had Benton showed these letters to me, I would have recommended he have the stamps examined. Maybe we would have gotten results. Maybe he wouldn't be dead. Back then, a lot of people, even those in law enforcement, just didn't think about things like that. Berger is still talking about the postage stamps. Seems like all cops do these days is follow people for their coffee cups or sweaty towels, Kleenex, cigarette butts. Amazing. I have an incredible thought. What she is saying has brought to mind a case in England where a man was falsely accused of a burglary because of a cold hit on the Birmingham-based National DNA database. The man's solicitor demanded a retest of the DNA recovered from the crime, this time using 10 loci, or locations, instead of the standard 6 that had been used. Loci, or alleles, are simply specific locations on your genetic map. Some alleles are more common than others, so the less common they are and the more locations used, the better your chances for a match, which isn't literally a match, but rather a statistical probability that makes it almost impossible to believe the suspect didn't commit the crime. In the British case, the alleged burglar was excluded upon retesting with additional loci. There was a 1 in 37 million chance of a mismatch, and sure enough, it happened. When you tested the DNA from Susan's case, did you use STR? I ask Berger. STR is the newest technology in DNA profiling. All it means is we amplify the DNA with PCR and look at very discriminating repeat base pairs called short tandem repeats. Typically, the requirement for DNA databases these days is that at least 13 probes or loci be used, thus making it highly improbable that there will be any mismatches. I know our labs are very advanced, Berger is saying. They've been doing PCR for years. It's all PCR unless the lab is still doing the old RFLP, which is very reliable but just takes forever, I reply. In 1997, it was a matter of how many probes you used, or loci. Often, in first screening of a sample, the lab may not do 10, 13, or 15 loci. That gets to be expensive. If only 4 loci were done in Susan's case, for example, you could come up with an unusual exception. I'm assuming the ME's office still has the extraction left in their freezer. What sort of bizarre exception? If we're dealing with siblings, brothers, and one left the seminal fluid and the other left the hair and saliva. But you tested Thomas's DNA, right? And it was similar to Jean-Baptiste's, but not the same? I can't believe it. Berger is getting agitated. We also did that just days ago with 13 loci, not 4 or 6, I reply. I'm assuming the profiles had a lot of the same alleles, but also some different ones. The more probes you do, the more you come up with differences, especially in closed populations. And when you think of the Chandon family, theirs is probably a very closed population, people who have lived on Ile Saint-Louis for hundreds of years, probably married their own kind. In some cases, inbreeding, marrying cousins, which might also account for Jean-Baptiste Chandon's congenital deformity. The more people inbreed, the more they up their chances for genetic glitches. We need to retest the seminal fluid from Susan's case, Berger decides. Your labs would do that anyway, since he's up on murder charges, I reply, but you might want to encourage them to make it a priority. God, let's hope it doesn't turn out to be someone else, she says in frustration. Jesus, that would be awful if the DNA doesn't match when they do the retest. Talk about really screwing up my case. She is right. It certainly would. Even Berger might have a hard time making a jury believe that Chandon killed Susan if his DNA doesn't match the DNA of the seminal fluid recovered from her body. I'll get Marino to submit the stamps and any latent prints to the Richmond labs, she then says. And Kay, I need to ask you not to look at anything in that file unless it's witnessed. Don't look any further. That's why it's best you don't submit any evidence yourself. I understand. Another reminder that I am under suspicion for murder. For your own protection, she adds. Miss Berger, if you knew about the letters, about what was happening to Benton, then what did you think when he was murdered? Aside from the obvious shock and grief? That he was killed by whoever was harassing him. Yes, first thing that came to mind. However, when it became clear who his killers were and then they were gunned down, there didn't seem to be anything to pursue further. And if Carrie Grethen wrote those harassing letters, she wrote the worst one, it seems, on the very day Susan was killed. Silence. I think we must consider there could be a connection. I am firm on this point. Susan may have been Chandon's first victim in this country, and as Benton started poking around, he might have started getting too close to other things that point to the cartel. Carrie was alive and in New York when Chandon came there and killed Susan. And maybe Benton was a hit? Berger sounds doubtful. More than maybe, I reply. I knew Benton and the way he thought. For starters, why was he carrying the clip file in his briefcase? Why did he take it with him to Philadelphia if he didn't have some reason to think that the weird stuff in it was connected to what Carrie and her accomplice were doing? Killing people and cutting their faces off, making them ugly. And the notes Benton was getting made it clear he was going to be made ugly, and he sure as hell was. I need a copy of that file. Berger dismisses me. It is obvious by her tone that she suddenly wants to get off the phone. I've got a fax machine here in the house. She gives me the number. I go into Anna's study and spend the next half hour photocopying everything in the clip file because I can't feed laminated documents into the fax machine. Marino finished the burgundy and is asleep on the couch again when I return to the living room, where Lucy and McGovern sit in front of the fire talking, continuing to paint scenarios that are only getting wilder the more they are influenced by alcohol. Christmas speeds away from us. We finally get around to opening gifts at 10:30, and Marino groggily plays Santa, handing out boxes and trying to be festive. But his mood has gotten only darker, and any attempts at humor have a bite. At 11 o'clock, Anna's phone rings. It is Berger. Quid pro quo, she launches in, referring to the letter dated December 3, 1997. How many non-legal-minded people use that term? Just a crazy idea, but wonder if there's a way we could get hold of Rocky Caggiano's DNA. May as well turn over every stone and not be so quick to assume Carrie wrote these letters. Maybe she did, but maybe she didn't. I can't concentrate as I return to Christmas gifts beneath the tree. I try to smile and act abundantly thankful, but I don't fool anyone. Lucy gives me a stainless steel Breitling watch called a B-52, while Marino's gift to me is a coupon for a year of firewood that he will personally deliver and stack. Lucy loves the Whirly Girl's necklace I had made for her, and Marino loves the leather jacket from Lucy and me. Anna would be pleased with an art glass vase I found for her, but she is somewhere in I-95, of course. Everybody goes through the motions quickly because questions hang heavy in the air. While we gather up rumpled ribbons and torn paper, I motion to Marino that I need a private word with him. We sit in the kitchen. He has been in some stage of drunkenness all day, and I can tell that he is probably getting drunk on a regular basis. There is a reason for it. You can't keep drinking like this, I say to him as I pour each of us a glass of water. It doesn't help anything. Never has, never will. He rubs his face. And that don't seem to make a damn difference when I'm feeling like shit. Right now everything's shit. His bleary, bloodshot eyes meet mine. Marino looks like he is about to cry again. Any reason you might have something that could give us Rocky's DNA? I come right out and ask. He flinches as if I have hit him. What did Berger tell you when she called? That it? She call about Rocky? She's just going down the list, I reply. Anybody connected with us or Benton who might have a link to organized crime. And Rocky certainly comes to mind. I go on and tell him what Berger revealed about Benton and the Susan Pless case. But he was getting that wacko shit before Susan was murdered, he says. So why would someone be jerking him around if he wasn't sticking his nose in anything yet? Why would Rocky, for example? And I assume that's what you're thinking, that maybe Rocky was sending him that weird shit. I have no answer. I don't know. Well, I guess you're going to have to get DNA from Doris and me, 'cause I don't got anything of Rocky's, not even hair. You could do that, right? If you got the DNA of the mother and the father, then you could compare something like saliva. We could get a pedigree, and at least know your son can't be ruled out as a contributor of the DNA on the stamps. Okay, he blows out, if that's what you want to do. Since Anna's split, think I can smoke in here? I wouldn't dare, I reply. What about Rocky's fingerprints? Forget that. Besides, it didn't look to me like Benton had any luck with the prints. I mean, you can tell he tested the letters for them, and that seems to be the end of it. And I know you don't want to hear this, Doc, but maybe you'd better be sure why you're getting into all this. Don't go on a witch hunt 'cause you want to pay back the fucker who might have sent that shit to Benton and maybe had to do with him being killed. It ain't worth it. Especially if you're thinking Carrie did it. She's dead. Let her rot. It is worth it, I say. If I can know for sure who sent those letters to him, it's worth it to me. Huh. He said the Last Precinct was where he'd end up. Well, looks like he has, Marino muses. We're the Last Precinct, and we're working his case. Ain't that something? Do you think he carried that file to Philadelphia because he wanted to make sure you or I got it? Assuming something happened to him? I nod. Maybe, he says. He was worried he wasn't going to be around much longer, and he wanted us to find that file if something did happen to him. And it's strange, too. It's not like he says much in it, almost like he knew other people might see it, and he didn't want anything in it that maybe the wrong person would see. Don't you find it interesting there ain't any names in it? Like if he had suspects in mind, he never mentioned anybody? The file's cryptic, I agree. So who was he afraid might see it? Cops? 'Cause if something happened to him, he would know cops are going through his shit, and they did. Philly cops went through everything in his hotel room and then turned it over to me. He would also figure you're going to see his stuff at some point. Maybe Lucy, too. I think the point is he couldn't be sure of who might see the file, so he was cautious, period. And Benton was certainly known for being cautious. Not to mention, Marino goes on, he was up there helping out ATF. So he might have thought ATF would see the file, right? Lucy's ATF, McGovern's ATF, and was in charge of the response team working the fires Carrie and her asshole sidekick were setting to disguise the fact they had this nasty little hobby of cutting people's faces off, right? Marino's eyes narrow. Tally's ATF, he says. Maybe we ought to get his DNA, the son of a bitch. Too bad. He gets that look again. I don't think Marino will ever forgive me for sleeping with Jay, Tally. You probably had his fucking DNA, no pun intended, in Paris. I don't guess you got a stain you maybe forgot to wash out. Shut up, Marino, I say softly. I'm getting withdrawal. He gets up and goes to the liquor cabinet. Now it's time for bourbon. He pours Booker's into a glass and comes back to the table. Wouldn't that just be something if it turns out Tally's involved in everything from soup to nuts? Maybe that's why he wanted you at Interpol. He wanted to pick your brain to see if you knew maybe what Benton knew. 'Cause guess what? Maybe when Benton was poking around after Susan's murder, he started figuring out shit that started pulling him too close to a truth Tally can't afford for nobody to know. What are you two talking about? Lucy is in the kitchen. I didn't hear her walk in. Sounds like a job for you. Marino gives her his puffy eyes as he swills bourbon in his glass. Why don't you and Tion investigate Tally and find out how dirty he is? 'Cause I believe with all my little heart they don't come no dirtier. And by the way, this to me, in case you didn't hear, he's one of the guys who drove Sean Dunn up to New York. Now ain't that interesting? He sits in on Berger's interview. He spends 6 hours in the car with him. Hey, they're probably drinking buddies by now. Or maybe they already was. Lucy stares out the kitchen window, her hands in the pockets of her jeans, obviously put off by Marino and embarrassed by him. He is sweating and profane, and unsteady on his feet, and filled with hate and spite one minute, sullen the next. You know what I can't stand? Marino keeps at it. I can't stand bad cops who get away with it because everybody's too damn chicken to go after them. And nobody wants to touch Tally or even try because he speaks all these languages and went to Harvard and is a big-shot golden boy. You really don't know what you're talking about, Lucy says to Marino, and by now McGovern has wandered into the kitchen. You're wrong. Jay's not off limits, and you're not the only person on this planet who has doubts about him. Serious doubts, McGovern echoes. Marino shuts up and leans against the counter. I can tell you what we know so far, Lucy says to me. She is reluctant and soft-spoken because nobody really is quite sure how I feel about Jay. I kind of hate to because there's nothing definitive, but it's not looking good so far. She looks at me as if in search of a cue. Good, I tell her. Let's hear it. Yeah, I'm all ears, Marino responds. I've run him through quite a number of databases. No criminal or civil court records, no liens or judgments, etc. Not that we expected him to be a registered sex offender or deadbeat parent or missing or wanted or whatever. And there's no evidence that the FBI, CIA, or even ATF has a file of him in their systems of records. But doing a simple search of real estate records raised a red flag. First of all, he has a condo in New York where he's let certain select friends stay, including high-ranking people in law enforcement, she says to Marino and me. A $3 million-plus place full of antiques on Central Park. Jay has bragged that the condo is his. Well, it's not. Comes back to a corporate name. It's not uncommon for wealthy people to have property in separate corporate names for privacy reasons and also to protect various assets from litigation, I point out. I know. But this corporation isn't Jay's, Lucy replies. Not unless he owns an air freight company. Kind of eerie, right? McGovern adds, considering how much shipping the Chandon family is involved in. So maybe there's a connection. It's way too soon to say. No big surprise, Marino mutters, but his eyes light up. Yeah, how well I remember him playing the big rich Harvard act, right, Doc? Remember I wondered why we was suddenly on a Learjet, and next thing we're on the Concorde going to France? I knew Interpol didn't pay for all that shit. He never should have bragged about that condo, Lucy remarks. Obviously he's got the same Achilles heel other assholes do. Ego. She looks at me. He wanted to impress you, so he flies you out supersonic. Says he got the tickets comped because they were for law enforcement. And sure, we know the airlines do that sort of thing on occasion. But we're tracking that, too, to see who made those reservations and what the story was. My big question, McGovern goes on, is obviously whether or not that condo might be owned by the Chandon family, and you can only imagine how many layers you'd have to go through to get to them. Hell, they probably own the whole fucking building, Marino says, and half of Manhattan to go along with it. What about corporate officers? I ask. Any interesting names come up? We've got names, but they don't mean anything significant yet, Lucy replies. These paper cases take a lot of time. We run them, and then everything and everybody they connect with, on and on it goes. And where do Mitch Barbosa and Rosso Matos fit in? I ask. Or do they? Because somebody took a key out of my house and put it in Barbosa's pocket. Do you think Jay did? Marino snorts and takes a swallow of bourbon. Gets my vote, he retorts. That and swiping your chipping hammer. Can't think of anybody else who'd do it. I know every guy who went in there, in your house. Unless Ryder did it, and he's too chicken, and I really don't think he's dirty. It isn't that Jay's shadow hasn't crossed our thoughts numerous times before. We know he was in my house. We know he is bitter toward me. We all have considerable questions about his character, but if he did plant the key or steal it from my house and pass it off to someone else, then this directly implicates him in Barbosa's torture homicide, and most likely in Matos's as well. Where's Jay right now? Anybody know? I search their faces. Well, he was in New York. That was Wednesday. Then we saw him yesterday afternoon in James City County. Got no idea right this very minute, Marino answers. There are a couple other things you might want to know. Lucy addresses this to me. One in particular is real odd, but I can't make head or tails of it yet. On the credits search, I got hits on 2 J tallies with different addresses and different Social Security numbers. One J tally was issued his Social Security number in Phoenix between 1960 and 1961, which couldn't be Jay unless he's in his 40s, and he's what, not much older than me? Early 30s at the most? A second J tally I got a hit on was issued his Social Security number between 1936 and 37. No DOB, but he'd have to be one of the early-timers who got a number shortly after the Social Security Act of 1935, so God knows how old he already was when this particular J tally got his number. He'd have to be at least in his 70s, and he sure moves around a lot and uses post office boxes instead of physical addresses. He's also bought a lot of cars, sometimes changing vehicles a couple times a year. Did Tally ever tell you where he was born? Marino asks me. He said he spent most of his childhood in Paris and then his family moved to L.A., I reply. You were sitting in the cafeteria when he said that, at Interpol. No record of either J Tally ever living in L.A., Lucy says. And speaking of Interpol, Marino says, wouldn't they check him out before letting him work there? Obviously they might have checked into him, but not extensively, Lucy replies. He's an ATF agent. You assume he's clean. What about a middle name? Marino asks. We know his? He doesn't have one. Nothing in his ATF personnel records. McGovern smiles wryly. And neither does the J Tally who got his Social Security number back before the Great Flood. That alone is unusual. Most people have middle names. In his file at headquarters it does say he was born in Paris and lived there until he was 6. But after that he supposedly moved to New York with his French father and American mother, and there's no mention of Los Angeles. On his ATF application he claims to have gone to Harvard, but having looked into that we discovered there's no record of any J Tally having ever attended Harvard. Jesus, Marino exclaims. Don't people check out nothing when they go through these applications? They just take your word for it that you went to Harvard or were a Rhodes Scholar or pole vaulted in the Olympics, and they hire you and give you a badge and a gun? Well, I'm not going to give Internal Affairs a heads up that they may want to check him out a little more closely, McGovern offers. We've got to be careful someone doesn't tip him off, and it's hard to say who his friends are at headquarters. Marino lifts his arms in the air and stretches. He cracks his neck. I'm hungry again, he says. Chapter 32. The guest room in Anna's house faces the river, and over passing days I have fashioned a makeshift desk before the window. This required a small table which I covered with a cloth so I would not scratch the satin finish, and from the library I purloined an apple-green English leather swivel chair. At first I was dismayed that I had forgotten my laptop computer, but I discovered an unexpected solace in putting fountain pen to paper and letting thoughts flow through my fingers and shimmer in black ink. My penmanship is awful, and the notion that it has something to do with being a doctor is probably true. There are days when I must sign my name or initials 500 times, and I suppose scribbling gross descriptions and measurements with bloody gloved hands has taken its toll, too. I have developed a ritual at Anna's house. Each morning I slip into the kitchen and pour myself a cup of coffee that was timed to begin dripping at exactly 5:30. I return to my room, shut the door, and sit at the window writing before a glass square of utter darkness. My first morning here I was outlining classes I am scheduled to teach at the Institute's next death investigation school. But transportation fatalities, asphyxia, and forensic radiology completely left my mind as life on the river was touched by first light. This morning I have faithfully watched the show once again. At 6:30, the darkness lightened to a charcoal gray, and within minutes I could make out the silhouettes of bare sycamores and oaks. Then dark plains turned into water and land. Most mornings the river is warmer than the air, and fog rolls over the surface of the James. Right now it looks like the river Styx, and I halfway expect a ghostly gaunt man in rags to pole by in his boat through veils of mist. I don't expect to see animals until closer to 8, and they have become a huge comfort to me. I have fallen in love with the Canada geese that congregate by Anna's dock in a chorus of honking. Squirrels run errands up and down trees, tails curled like plumes of smoke. Birds hover at my window and look me straight in the eye as if to see what I am spying on. Deer run through bare winter woods on the opposite riverbank, and red-tailed hawks swoop. At rare privileged moments I am graced by bald eagles. Their enormous wingspans, white helmets, and pantaloons make them unmistakable, and I'm comforted because eagles fly higher and alone, and don't seem to have the same agendas other birds do. I watch them circle or perch briefly in a tree, never staying in one spot long before suddenly they are gone, leaving me to wonder, like Emerson, if I have just been sent a sign. I have found nature to be kind. The rest of what I live with these days is not. It is Monday, January 17, and I remain in exile at Anna's house, or at least this is how I view it. Time has passed slowly, almost stagnantly, like the water beyond my window. The currents of my life are moving in a certain, barely perceptible direction, and there is no possibility of rerouting their inevitable progress. The holidays have come and gone, and my cast has been replaced by ace bandages and a splint. I'm driving a rental car because my Mercedes is being held for further investigation at Hull Street and Commerce Road, at the impound lot, which is not attended by police 24 hours a day, and there is no guard dog. On New Year's Eve, someone smashed a window out of my car and stole the two-way radio, the AM/FM radio, and CD player, and God knows what else. So much for the chain of evidence, I told Marino. There are new developments in the Chandon case. As I suspected when the seminal fluid in Susan Pless's case was originally tested in 1997, only 4 probes were used. The New York Medical Examiner's Office still uses 4 probes for the first screening because they are developed in-house, and therefore it is more economical to resort to them first. The frozen extraction was retested using 15 loci, and the result is a non-match. Jean-Baptiste Chandon was not the donor of the seminal fluid, nor was his brother Thomas. But there are so many alleles in common, the DNA profiles are so incredibly close, that we can only assume there is a third brother, and it is this brother who had sex with Susan. We are baffled. Berger is on her head. DNA has told the truth and fucked us, Berger told me over the phone. Chandon's dentition matches the bite marks, and his saliva and hair were on the bloody body, but he did not have vaginal sex with Susan Pless right before she died. That may not be enough for a jury in this day of DNA. A New York grand jury will have to decide if it is enough for an indictment, and it struck me as incredibly ironic when Berger said this. It doesn't seem to require much to accuse me of murder, nothing more than rumor and alleged intent, and the fact that I conducted experiments with a chipping hammer and barbecue sauce. For weeks I have waited for the subpoena. Yesterday it arrived, and the sheriff's deputy was his usual cheerful self when he showed up at my office, not realizing, I suppose, that the case this time involves me as a defendant and not an expert witness. I have been asked to appear in room 302 of the John Marshall Courts building to testify before the special grand jury. The hearing is set for Tuesday, February 1 at 2 p.m. At a few minutes past 7, I stand inside the closet, pushing through suits and blouses as I run through all I need to do this day. I already know from Jack Fielding that we have 6 cases and 2 of the doctors are in court. I also have a 10 o'clock telephone conference with Governor Mitchell. I pick out a black pantsuit with blue pinstripes and a blue blouse with French cuffs. I wander into the kitchen for another cup of coffee and a bowl of high-protein cereal that Lucy brought over. I have to smile as I practically break my teeth on her healthy, crunchy gift. My niece is determined that I will emerge from my smoldering life a fit phoenix. I rinse dishes and finish getting dressed and am heading out the door when my pager vibrates. Marino's number shows up on the video display and is followed by 911. Parked in Anna's driveway is the latest change in my life, the rental car. It is a midnight blue Ford Explorer that smells like ancient cigarettes and will always smell like ancient cigarettes unless I do what Marino suggested and stick an air freshener on the dash. I plug my cell phone into the cigarette lighter and call him. "Where are you?" he asks right off. "Heading out the driveway." I turn on the heater and Anna's gates open to let me out. I don't even stop to pick up the newspaper, which Marino next tells me I need to see, because clearly I haven't read it yet or I would have called him right away. "Too late," I tell him. "I'm already on Cherokee." I harden myself like a little kid flexing his stomach muscles when he dares someone to sock him in the gut. "So go on and tell me. What's in the paper?" I am expecting that the special grand jury investigation has been leaked to the press, and I am right. I drive along Cherokee as recent winter weather continues to dissolve in drips and puddles, and slushy snow sluggishly slides off roofs. "Chief Medical Examiner suspected in grisly slaying," Marino reads the banner headline on the front page. "It's got a picture of you, too," he adds. "Looks like one maybe that bitch took out in front of your house. The lady that fell on the ice, remember? It shows you climbing in my truck. Pretty good of my truck. Not so hot of you. Just tell me what it says," I interrupt him. He reads the highlights as I hug the hard curves of Cherokee Road. A Richmond special grand jury is investigating me in the murder of Deputy Police Chief Diane Bray, the newspaper says. The revelation is described as shocking and bizarre and has local law enforcement reeling. Although Commonwealth's Attorney Buford Ryder refused comment, unnamed sources say Ryder instigated the investigation with great heartache after witnesses came forth with statements and police produced evidence that was impossible to ignore. Additional unnamed sources claim I was in a heated clash with Bray, who believed I was incompetent and no longer fit to be Chief Medical Examiner of Virginia. Bray was trying to have me removed from office and told people before her murder that I had confronted her on several occasions and had bullied and threatened her. Sources say there are indicators pointing to the possibility that I staged Bray's murder to look like the brutal murder of Kim Luong, and on and on and on. By now, I'm on Huguenot Road in the thick of rush-hour traffic. I tell Marino to stop. I have heard quite enough. "It goes on forever," he says. I'm sure it does. "They must have been working on it all during the holidays, 'cause it's got all kinds of shit about you and your background." I hear pages turning. "Even stuff about Benton and his death and Lucy. There's this big sidebar with all your vital statistics, where you went to school. Cornell, Georgetown, Hopkins. The pictures on the inside are good. Even one of you and me together at a crime scene. Oh, shit. It's Bray's crime scene. What about Lucy? I asked. But Marino is bewitched by publicity, by what must be huge photographs that include him and me working together. I ain't never seen anything like this. More pages turning. It just goes on and on, Doc. So far I've counted 5 bylines. They must have had the entire fucking news staff working this thing without our having a clue, including an aerial shot of your house. What about Lucy? I ask with more force. What does it say about Lucy? Well, I'll be damned. There's even a photo of you and Bray out in the parking lot at Luang's scene at the convenience store. Both of you look like you hate each other's guts. Marino! I raise my voice. It is all I can do to concentrate on my driving. Okay. Enough. A pause, then, I'm sorry, Doc. Jesus, I know it's awful, but I didn't get a chance to look at much beyond the front page before I got hold of you. I had no idea. I'm sorry. I just never seen nothing like this unless somebody really famous suddenly dies. Tears smart. I don't point out the irony of what he just said. I feel as if I have died. Let me look at this Lucy stuff, Marino is saying. Pretty much what you'd expect. She's your niece, but you've always been more like her mother. Graduated all that loudy shit from UVA, her DUI car wreck, fact she's gay, flies a helicopter, FBI, ATF, yeah. And that she almost shot Sean Dunn in your front yard. I guess that's the fucking point. Marino returns to his irritated self. As much as he picks on Lucy, he doesn't like it one bit if anybody else does. Don't say she's on admin leave or that you're hiding out at Anna's house. Least there's something those assholes haven't dug up. I inch closer to West Carey Street Road. Where are you? I ask him. HQ, about to head your way, he replies. Because you're going to have quite a welcome party. He means the press. Thought you might like a little company. Plus, I got some stuff to go over with you. Also thought we might try a little trick, Doc. I'll get to your office first and ditch my car. You pull in front on Jackson Street instead of going around to the back lot off 4th, hop out and go in and I'll park your car. Word from the troops, there's about 30 reporters, photographers, TV guys camping out at your parking place, waiting for you to show up. I start to agree with him and then have second thoughts. No, I say. I am not about to start the charade of hiding, ducking, and holding up files or my coat to hide my face from cameras, as if I am a crime boss. Absolutely not. I tell Marino I will see him at my office, but I will park as usual and deal with the media. For one thing, my stubbornness has kicked in. For another, I don't see what I have to lose by going about my business as usual and simply telling the truth. And the damn truth is I didn't kill Diane Bray. I never even thought about it, although I certainly disliked her more than anyone else I have ever met in my life. On 9th Street, I stop at a red light and put on my suit jacket. I check myself in the rearview mirror to make sure I look reasonably glued together. I put on a dab of lipstick and comb my fingers through my hair. I turn on the radio, bracing myself for the first news spot. I anticipate that local stations will interrupt their programs frequently to remind everybody that I am the first scandal of the new millennium. So, I gotta say this, Jim. Talk about someone who could get away with the perfect murder. No kidding. You know, I interviewed her once. I switch to a different station and then another one, as I am mocked and degraded, or simply reported on, because someone has leaked to the media what is supposed to be the most secret and sacred of all legal proceedings. I wonder who violated his code of silence, and what is even sadder, several names come to mind. I don't trust Ryder. I don't trust anyone he has contacted for telephone or bank records. But I have another suspect in mind, Jay Talley, and I'm betting that he has been subpoenaed, too. I compose myself as I pull into my parking lot and see the television and radio vans lining 4th Street, and the dozens of people waiting for me with cameras, microphones, and notepads. Not one of the reporters notices my dark blue Explorer because they aren't expecting it, and this is when I realize I have made a serious tactical error. I have been driving a rental car for days, and it didn't occur to me until this moment that I might be asked why. I turn into my reserved space by the front door and am sighted. The pack moves toward me like hunters after big game, and I will myself to go into my role. I am the chief. I am reserved, poised, and unafraid. I have done nothing wrong. I climb out and take my time gathering my briefcase and a stack of folders out of the back seat. My elbow aches beneath layers of elasticized wrappings, and cameras click and microphones point at me like guns cocking and finding their mark. Dr. Scarpetta, can you comment about Dr. Scarpetta? When did you find out a special grand jury is investigating you? Isn't it true you and Diane Bray were at odds? Where's your car? Can you confirm that you've basically been run out of your home and don't even have your own car right now? Will you resign? I face them on the sidewalk. I am silent but steady as I wait for them to get quiet. When they realize I intend to address their questions, I catch surprised looks, and their aggression quickly settles down. I recognize many faces but can't remember names. I am not sure I have ever known the names of the media's real troops who gather the news behind the scenes. I remind myself they are simply doing their jobs, and there is no reason for me to take any of this personally. That's right, nothing personal. Rude, inhumane, inappropriate, insensitive, and largely inaccurate, but not personal. I've no prepared statement, I start to say. Where were you the night Diane Bray was murdered, please? I interrupt them. Like you, I've recently learned there is a special grand jury investigation into her murder, and I ask you to honor the very necessary confidentiality of such a proceeding. Please understand why I'm not at liberty to discuss it with you. But isn't it true you aren't driving your own car because the police have it? Questions and accusations rip the morning air like shrapnel as I walk toward my building. I have nothing more to say. I am the chief. I am poised and calm and unafraid. I did nothing wrong. There is one reporter whom I do remember, because how could I forget a tall, white-haired, chisel-featured African-American whose name is Washington George. He wears a long leather trench coat and presses behind me as I struggle to open the glass door leading inside the building. Can I just ask you one thing? He says. You remember me? That's not my question. A smile. I'm Washington George. I work for the AP. I remember you. Here, let me help you with that. He holds the door and we go inside the lobby where the security guard looks at me, and I know that look now. My notoriety is reflected in people's eyes. My heart sinks. Good morning, Jeff, I say as I walk past the console. A nod. I pass my plastic ID over the electronic eye, and the door leading into my side of the building unlocks. Washington George is still with me, and he is saying something about information he has that he thinks I need to know, but I am not listening. A woman sits in my reception area. She huddles in a chair and seems sad and small amid polished granite and glass blocks. This is not a good place to be. I always ache for anyone who finds himself in my reception area. Is someone helping you? I ask her. She is dressed in a black skirt and nurse's shoes, a dark raincoat pulled tightly around her. She hugs her pocketbook as if someone might steal it. I'm just waiting, she says in a hushed voice. Who are you here to see? Well, I don't rightly know, she stammers, her eyes swimming in tears. Sobs well up inside her and her nose begins to run. It's about my boy. Do you think I might see him? I don't understand what y'all are doing to him in there. Her chin trembles and she wipes her nose on the back of her hand. I just need to see him. Fielding left me a message about today's cases, and I know that one of them is a teenage boy who supposedly hanged himself. What was the name? White? I ask her and she nods. Benny, she gives me his first name. I presume she is Mrs. White, and she nods again and explains that she and her son changed their last name to White after she got remarried a few years back. I tell her to come on with me, and now she is crying hard, and we will find out what is going on with Benny. Whatever Washington George has to tell me will have to wait. I don't think you're going to want it to wait, he replies. All right. Come on in with me and I'll get to you as soon as I can. I'm saying this as I let us into my office with another pass of my ID key. Cleta is entering cases into our computer, and she instantly blushes when she sees me. "Good morning." She tries to be her usual cheerful self, but she has that look in her eye, the look I've grown to hate and fear. I can only imagine what my staff has been saying among themselves this morning, and it doesn't escape my attention that the newspaper is folded on top of Cleta's desk, and she has tried to cover it with her sweater. Cleta has put on weight over the holidays and has dark circles under her eyes. I am making everybody miserable. "Who's taking care of Benny White?" I ask her. "I think Dr. Fielding is." She looks at Mrs. White and gets up from her workstation. "Can I take your coat? What about some coffee?" I tell Cleta to take Mrs. White to my conference room, and Washington George can wait in the medical library. I find my secretary, Rose. I'm so relieved to see her that I forget about my troubles, nor does she reflect them to me by giving me a look, that secretive, curious, embarrassed look. Rose is just Rose. If anything, disaster irons more starch in her than usual. She meets my eyes and shakes her head. "I'm so disgusted I could spit nails," she says when I show up in her doorway. "The most ridiculous hogwash I've ever heard of in my entire life." She picks up her copy of the paper and shakes it at me as if I am a bad dog. "Don't you let this bother you, Dr. Scarpetta," as if it is that simple. "More chicken crap than Kentucky Fried, that damn Buford writer. He can't come out and just tell you to your face, can he? So you have to find out this way?" Shaking the paper again. "Rose, is Jack in the morgue?" I ask. "Oh, God, working on that poor kid." Rose gets off the subject of me, and her indignation turns to pity. "Lord, Lord, have you seen him? I just got here. Looks like a little choir boy. Just the most beautiful blue-eyed blonde. Lord, Lord, if that was my child." I interrupt Rose by putting a finger to my lips as I hear Cleta coming up the hallway with the boy's poor mother. I mouth, "Him? I just got here. Looks like a little choir boy. Just the most beautiful blue-eyed blonde. Lord, Lord, if that was my child." I interrupt Rose by putting a finger to my lips as I hear Cleta coming up the hallway with the boy's poor mother. I mouth, "His mother," to Rose, and she gets quiet. Her eyes linger on mine. She is fidgety and high-strung this morning, and dressed severely in black, her hair pulled back and pinned up, reminding me of Grant Wood's American Gothic. "I'm okay," I tell her quietly. "Well, I don't believe that." Her eyes get dewy, and she nervously busies herself with paperwork. Jean-Baptiste Chandon has decimated my entire staff. Everyone who knows and depends on me is dismayed, bewildered. They don't completely trust me anymore and secretly anguish over what will happen to their lives and jobs. I am reminded of my worst moment in school when I was 12. Like Lucy, precocious, the youngest in my class. My father died that school year on December 23, and the only thing good I can find in his waiting until 2 days before Christmas is at least the neighbors were winding down from work, most of them home and cooking and baking. In the good Italian Catholic tradition, my father's life was celebrated with abundance. For several days our house was filled with laughter, tears, food, drink, and song. When I returned to school after the new year, I became even more relentless in my cerebral conquests and explorations. Making perfect scores on tests was no longer enough. I was desperate for attention, desperate to please, and begged the nuns for special projects. Any project, I didn't care what. Eventually, I was hanging around the parochial school all afternoon, beating chalkboard erasers on the school steps, helping the teachers grade tests, putting together bulletin boards. I got very good with scissors and staplers. When there was a need to cut out letters of the alphabet or numbers and exactly assemble them into words, sentences, calendars, the nuns came looking for me. Martha was a girl in my math class who sat in front of me and never spoke. She glanced back at me a lot, cold but curious, always trying to catch a peek at the grades circled in red on top of my folded homework and tests, hopeful she had scored better than I had. One day, after an especially difficult algebra test, I noticed that Sister Teresa's demeanor toward me decidedly chilled. She waited until I was cleaning erasers again, squatting outside on stucco steps, pounding, creating clouds of chalk dust in the winter tropical sun, and I looked up. There she was in her habit, towering over me like a giant frowning Antarctic bird wearing a crucifix. Someone had accused me of cheating on my algebra test, and although Sister Teresa did not identify the source of this lie, I had no doubt of the culprit, Martha. The only way I could prove my innocence was to take the test again and make another perfect score. Sister Teresa watched me closely after that. I dared never let my eyes stray from what I was doing at my desk. Several days passed. I was emptying the trash baskets, just the two of us alone in the classroom, and she told me I must pray constantly that God would keep me free of sin. I must thank our Heavenly Father for the great gifts I have, and look to Him to keep me honest, because I was so smart I could get away with a lot of things. God knows everything, Sister Teresa said. I can't fool God. I protested that I was honest and not trying to fool God, and she could ask God herself. I began to cry. I am not a cheater, I sobbed. I want my daddy. When I was at Johns Hopkins in my first year of medical school, I wrote Sister Teresa a letter and recounted that wrenching, unfair incident. I reiterated my innocence, still bothered, still furious that I had been falsely accused, and the nuns didn't defend me and never seemed quite as sure of me afterwards. As I stand in Rose's office now, more than 20 years later, I think about what Jamie Berger said the first time we met. She promised that the hurt had only begun. Of course, she was right. Before everybody leaves today, I say to my secretary, I'd like to talk to them. If you'd pass that along, Rose, we'll see how the day goes and find a time. I'm going to check on Benny White. Please make sure his mother is all right, and I'll be in shortly to talk to her. I head down the hallway past the break room and find Washington George in the medical library. I just have a minute, I tell him in a distracted way. He is scanning books on a shelf, notepad down by his side like a gun he might use. I heard a rumor, he says. If you know it's true, maybe you can verify it. If you don't know, well, maybe you should. Buford Ryder's not going to be the prosecutor in your special grand jury hearing. I know nothing about it, I reply, masking the indignation I always feel when the press knows details before I do. But we've worked a lot of cases together, I add. I wouldn't expect him to want to deal with this himself. I guess so. And what I understand is a special prosecutor has been appointed. That's the part I'm getting to. You aware of this? He tries to read my face. No. I'm trying to read his face, too, hoping to catch a foreshadowing that might prevent me from being broadsided. No one's indicated to you that Jamie Berger's been appointed to get you indicted, Dr. Scarpetta? He stares me in the eye. From what I understand, that's one of the reasons she came to town. You've been going through the Luong and Bray cases with her and all that, but I have it from a very good source. It's a setup. She's been undercover, I guess you would say. Ryder set it up before Chandon allegedly showed up at your house. I understand Berger's been in the picture for weeks. All I can think to say is, allegedly? I am shocked. Well, Washington George says, I assume by your reaction that you haven't heard any of this. I don't guess you can tell me who your reliable source is, I respond. No. He smiles a little, somewhat sheepishly. So you can't confirm? Of course I can't, I say, as I gather my wits about me. Look, I'm going to keep digging, but I want you to know I like you, and you've always been nice enough to me. He goes on. I am barely hearing a word of it. All I can think of is Berger spending hours with me in the dark, in her car, in my house, in Bray's house, and all along she was making mental notes to use against me in the special grand jury hearing. God, no wonder she seems to know so much about my life. She has probably been through my phone records, bank statements, credit reports, and interviewed everyone who knows me. Washington, I say, I've got the mother of some poor person who just died, and I can't stand here and talk to you any longer. I walk off. I don't care if he thinks I am rude. I cut through the ladies' room, and in the changing area I put on a lab coat and slip paper covers over my shoes. The autopsy suite is full of sounds, every table occupied with the unfortunate. Jack Fielding is splashed with blood. He has already opened up Mrs. White's son and is inserting a syringe with a 14-gauge needle into the aorta to draw blood. Jack gives me a rather frantic, wild-eyed look when I walk over to his table. The morning news is all over his face. Later, I raise my hand before he can ask a question. His mother's in my office. I indicate the body. Shit, Fielding says. Shit is all I gotta say about this entire fucking world. She wants to see him. I take a rag from a bag on a gurney and wipe the boy's delicately pretty face. His hair is the color of hay, and except for his suffused face, his skin is like rose milk. He has fuzz on his upper lip and the first hint of pubic hair, his hormones just beginning to stir, preparing for an adult life he was not destined to have. A narrow, dark furrow around the neck angles up to the right ear where the rope was knotted. Otherwise, his strong young body bears no evidence of violence, no hint that he should have had any reason in the world not to live. Suicides can be very challenging. Contrary to popular belief, people rarely leave notes. People don't always talk about their feelings in life, and sometimes their dead bodies don't have much to say either. God damn, Jack mutters. What do we know about this? I ask him. Just that he started acting weird at school right about Christmas. Jack picks up the hose and rinses out the chest cavity until it gleams like the inside of a tulip. Dad died of lung cancer a few years ago. Water slaps. That damn Stanfield, Jesus Christ. What we got out there? Some kind of special? 3 fucking cases from him in 4 fucking weeks. Jack rinses off the block of organs. They shimmer in deep hues on the cutting board, waiting for their ultimate violation. He keeps turning up like a fucking bad penny. Jack grabs a large surgical knife from the cart. So this kid goes to church yesterday, comes home and hangs himself in the woods. The more times Jack Fielding uses the word fuck, the more upset he is. He is extremely upset. What about Stanfield? I ask darkly. I thought he was quitting. I wish he would. The guy's an idiot. He calls about this case, and guess what else? Apparently he goes to the scene. The kid's hanging from a tree, and Stanfield cuts him down. I have a feeling I know what's coming. He cuts through the knot. I was right. He took photographs first, let's hope. Over there. He nods at the counter on the other side of the room. I go to look at the photographs. They are painful. It appears Benny didn't even stop to change clothes when he came home from church, but went straight into the woods, threw a nylon rope over a tree branch, looped one end, and threaded the other end through it. Then he made another loop with a simple slip knot and put it over his head. In the photographs he is dressed in a navy blue suit and a white shirt. A red and blue striped clip-on tie is on the ground, either dislodged by the rope or maybe he took it off first. He is kneeling, arms dangling by his sides, his head bent, a typical position for suicidal hangings. I don't have many cases where people are fully suspended, their feet up off the ground. The point is to put enough compression on the blood vessels of the neck so that insufficient oxygenated blood reaches the brain. It takes only 4.4 pounds of pressure to compress the jugular veins, and a little more than twice that to occlude the carotids. The weight of the head against the noose is enough. Unconsciousness is quick. Death takes minutes. Let's do this. I get back to Jack. Cover him up. We'll put some plasticized sheets over him so blood won't soak through. And let's give his mother a viewing before you do anything else to him. He takes a deep breath and tosses his scalpel back on the cart. I'll go talk to her and see what else we can find out. I walk off. Buzz Rose when you're ready. Thanks, Jack. I pause to meet his eyes. We'll talk later? We've never had that cup of coffee. We never even wished each other Merry Christmas. I find Mrs. White in my conference room. She has stopped crying and is in a deep, depressed space, staring without blinking, lifeless. She barely focuses on me when I walk in and shut the door. I tell her I just looked at Benny and am going to give her a chance to see him in a few minutes. Her eyes fill with tears again and she wants to know if he suffered. I tell her he would have slipped into unconsciousness rapidly. She wants to know if he died because he couldn't breathe. I reply that we don't know all the answers right now, but it is unlikely that his airway was obstructed. Benny may have died from hypoxic brain damage, but I am more inclined to suspect that the compression of blood vessels caused a vasovagal response. In other words, his heart slowed down and he died. When I mention he was kneeling, she suggests that maybe he was praying for the Lord to take him home. Maybe, I reply. He very well could have been praying. I comfort Mrs. White as best I can. She informs me that a hunter was looking for a deer he shot earlier and found her son's body, and Benny couldn't have been dead very long because he disappeared right after church, about 12:30, and the police came by her house around 5. They told her the hunter found Benny at around 2. So at least he wasn't out there all by himself for very long, she keeps saying. And it was a good thing he had his New Testament in his suit pocket because it had his name and address in it. That was how the police figured out who he was and located his family. Mrs. White, I say, was something going on with Benny of late? What about at church yesterday morning? Anything happen that you know about? Well, he's been moody. She is steadier now. She is talking about Benny as if he is sitting out in the reception area waiting for her. He'll be 12 next month, and you know how that goes. What do you mean by moody? He would go in his room a lot and shut the door, stay in there listening to music with the headphones on. He gets a smart mouth now and then, and he didn't used to be that way. I've been concerned. Her voice catches. She blinks, suddenly remembering where she is and why. I just don't know why he had to do something like that. Tears seem to spurt out of her eyes. I know there are some boys at church he's been having a hard time with. They tease him a lot, calling him pretty boy. Did anyone tease him yesterday? I ask. That very well could be. They're all in Sunday school together. And there's been a lot of talk, about those killings in the area. She pauses again. She doesn't want to continue down a path that leads to a subject both foreign and aberrant to her. The 2 men killed right before Christmas? Uh-huh. The ones they say were cursed because that's not how America started, with people doing things like that. Cursed? Who says they were cursed? It's the talk. A lot of talk, she goes on, taking a deep breath. With Jamestown being just down the road, there's always been stories about people seeing ghosts of John Smith and Pocahontas and all the rest of it. Then these men are murdered right near there, near Jamestown Island, and all this talk about them being, being unnatural, which is why someone killed them, I guess, or at least that's what I hear. Did you and Benny talk about all this? My heart is getting heavier by the moment. Some. Everybody's been talking about those men killed and burned and tortured. People have been locking their doors more than usual. It's been spooky, I must admit. So Benny and I have discussed it, yes we have. To tell you the truth, he's been a lot moodier since all that happened. So maybe that's what had him upset. Silence. She stares at the tabletop. She can't decide which tense to use when she talks about her dead son. That and the other boys calling him pretty. Benny hated that, and I don't blame him. I'm always telling him, just wait until you grow up and are handsomer than all the rest, and the girls are just lining up. That'll teach 'em. She smiles a little and starts crying again. He's real touchy about it. And you know how children can tease. Possibly he got teased a lot yesterday at church. I guide her along. Do you think maybe the boys made comments about so-called hate crimes, about gays, and maybe implied, well, she blurts out, well, yes, about curses against people who are unnatural and wicked. The Bible makes itself very clear. God gave them up to their own lust, she quotes. Any possibility Benny's been worried about his sexuality, Mrs. White? I am very gentle but firm. That's pretty normal for kids entering adolescence. A lot of sexual identity confusion, that sort of thing, especially these days. The world's a complicated place, much more complicated than it used to be. The phone rings. Excuse me a minute. Jack is on the line. Benny is ready to be viewed. And Marino's in here looking for you. Says he's got important information. Tell him where I am. I hang up. Benny did ask me if those men had those awful things done to them because they're— He used the word queer, Mrs. White is saying. I said that very well may have been God's punishment. How did he react to that? I ask her. I don't remember him saying anything. When was this? Maybe 3 weeks ago, right after they found that second body and all the news came out about them being hate crimes. I wonder if Stanfield has any idea how much damage he has caused by leaking investigative details to his goddamn brother-in-law. Mrs. White is chattering nervously as dread builds with her every step down the hallway. I escort her to the front of the office and through a door that takes us into the small viewing room. Inside are a couch and table. There is a painting of a peaceful English countryside on the wall. Opposite the sitting area is a wall of glass. It is covered with a curtain. On the other side is the walk-in refrigerator. Why don't you just sit and make yourself comfortable, I tell Mrs. White, and touch her shoulder. She is tense, frightened, her eyes riveted to the drawn blue curtain. She perches on the edge of the couch, her hands tightly clasped in her lap. I open the curtain, and Benny is swathed in blue, a blue sheet tucked under his chin to hide the ligature mark. His wet hair is combed back, eyes shut. His mother is frozen on the edge of the couch. She doesn't seem to breathe. She stares blankly, without comprehension. She frowns. How come his face is all red like that? She asks almost accusingly. The rope prevented the blood from flowing back to his heart, I explain. So his face is congested. She gets up and moves closer to the window. Oh, my baby, she whispers. My sweet child. You're in heaven now, in Jesus' arms in paradise. Look, his hair's all wet like he's just been baptized. You must have given him a bath. I just need to know he didn't suffer. I can't tell her that. I imagine when he first tightened the noose around his neck, the roaring pressure in his head was very frightening. He had begun the process of terminating his own life, and he was awake and alert long enough to feel it coming. Yes, he suffered. Not long, is what I say. He didn't suffer long, Mrs. White. She covers her face with her hands and weeps. I draw the curtain and lead her out. What will you do to him now? She asks as she woodenly follows me out. We'll finish looking at him and do some tests, just to see if there's anything else we need to know. She nods. Would you like to sit for a while? Can we get you anything? No, I'll just go on. I'm very sorry about your son, Mrs. White. I can't tell you how sorry. If you have any questions, just call. If I'm not available, someone here will help you. It's going to be hard, and you'll go through a lot of things. So please call if we can help. She stops in the hallway and grabs my hand. She looks intensely into my eyes. You're sure someone didn't do this to him? How do we know for a fact he did it to himself? Right now, there's nothing to make us think someone else did this, I assure her. But we'll investigate every possibility. We're not finished yet. Some of these tests take weeks. You won't keep him here for weeks? No, he'll be ready to go in a few hours. The funeral home can come for him. We are in the front office, and I escort her through a glass door back into the lobby. She hesitates, as if not quite sure what to do next. Thank you, she says. You've been very kind. It isn't often I'm thanked. My thoughts are so heavy as I return to my office that I almost run into Marino before I notice him. He is waiting for me just inside my doorway and has paperwork in hand, his face radiating excitement. You aren't going to fucking believe this, he says. I'm to the point of believing just about anything, I grimly reply, as I almost fall into the big leather chair behind my piled-up desk. I sigh. I expect Marino has come to tell me that Jamie Berger is the special prosecutor. If it's about Berger, I already know, I say. An AP reporter told me she's been appointed to get me indicted. I haven't decided if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Hell, I can't decide if I even care. Marino has a puzzled expression on his face. No kidding? She is? How's she going to do that? She passed the bar in Virginia? Doesn't have to, I reply. She can appear pro hac vice. The phrase means for this one particular occasion, and I go on to explain that at a special jury's request, the court can grant an out-of-state lawyer special permission to participate in a case, even if that person is not licensed to practice law in Virginia. So what about Ryder? Marino asks. What will he be doing during all this? Someone from the Commonwealth's attorney's office will have to work with her. My guess is he'll be second seat and leave the questioning to her. We've had a weird break in the Fort James motel case. He gives me his news. Vander's been working like hell on the prints he got inside the room, and you aren't gonna fucking believe it, he says again. Guess who's popped up? Diane Braze. I'm not shitting you. A perfect latent by the light switch when you first come in the room. Her latent. Braze's damn fingerprint. Of course we got the dead guy's prints, but no hit on any others except Bev Kiffin, as you'd expect. Her prints are on the Gideon Bible, for example, but not his. Not Mattis's. And that's kind of interesting, too. It's looking like Kiffin might have been the one who opened the Bible to whatever it was. Ecclesiastes, I remind him. Yeah. A latent on the open pages. Kiffin's fingerprint. And remember, she said she didn't open the Bible, so I asked her about it over the phone, and she still says she didn't open it. So I'm getting mighty suspicious about what her involvement is, especially now that we know Bray was in that very room before the guy was killed in there. What was Bray doing at that motel? You want to tell me that? Maybe her drug dealing brought her there, I reply. I can't think of another reason. Certainly the motel isn't the sort of place you would expect her to stay. Bingo! Marino fires his finger at me like a gun. And Kiffin's husband supposedly works for the same trucking company that Barbosa did, right? Although we still ain't found no record of someone named Kiffin who drives a truck or whatever. Can't even track him down at all, which I have to admit is strange. And we know Overland's into smuggling drugs and guns, right? Maybe it's making more sense if it turns out that Shandun's the one who left those hairs at the campsite. Maybe we're talking his family cartel, huh? Maybe that's what fucking brought him to Richmond to begin with, the family business. And while he was in the area, he just couldn't control his habit of whacking women. Might also help explain what Matos was doing there, I add. No kidding. Maybe him and John the Baptist were pals. Or maybe someone in the family sent Matos to Virginia to snuff Johnny Boy, take him out of commission so he don't sing to anyone about the family business. There are endless possibilities. What none of this explains is why Matos was murdered and who did it. Or why Barbosa was killed, I point out. No, but I feel like we're getting warmer, Marino replies. And I got an itch, and I think if we scratch it we might find Tally. Maybe he's the missing link in all this. Well, he apparently knew Bray in Washington, I say. And he's been living in the same city where the Shandun family is headquartered. And he always manages to be on the scene when John the Baptist is, too, Marino adds. And I think I saw the asshole the other day. Was pulled up at a red light and there's this big black Honda motorcycle in the lane next to me. Didn't recognize him at first because he had a helmet on with this tinted shield covering his face, but he was staring at my truck. I'm pretty sure it was Tally, and he looked away real quick, asshole. Rose buzzes me to say that the governor is calling for our 10 o'clock telephone appointment. I motion for Marino to shut my office door while I wait on the line for Mitchell. Reality again intrudes. I am returned to my predicament and its wide broadcast. I have a feeling I know exactly what the governor has on his mind. Kay? Mike Mitchell is somber. I was very sorry to see the paper this morning. I'm not happy about it either, I let him know. I'm supportive of you and will continue to be, he says, maybe to ease me into the rest of what he plans to relay, which can't be good. I don't respond. I also suspect he knows about Berger, and probably had something to do with her being appointed the special prosecutor. I don't bring it up. There is no point. I think in light of your current circumstances, he goes on, that it's best you relinquish your duties until this matter is resolved. And Kay, it's not because I believe a word of it. This is also not the same thing as saying that he thinks I am innocent. But until things calm down, I believe your continuing to run the medical examiner system for the Commonwealth would be unwise. Are you firing me, Mike? I ask him point blank. No, no, he is quick to say, and his tone is gentler. Let's just get through the special grand jury hearing and we'll go from there. I haven't given up on you or your idea of being a private contractor either. Let's just get through this, he says again. Of course I will do whatever you wish, I tell him with all due respect. But I have to say that I don't think it's in the best interest of the Commonwealth for me to withdraw from ongoing cases that still need my attention. Okay, it's not possible. He is the politician. We're only talking 2 weeks, assuming your hearing turns out all right. Good God, I reply. It has to, and I'm sure it will. I get off the phone and look at Marino. Well, that's that. I start throwing things in my briefcase. I hope they don't change the locks the minute I'm out the door. Really, what could he do? When you think about it, Doc, what could he do? Marino has resigned himself to this inevitability. I would just like to know who the hell leaked it to the media. I shut my briefcase and snap in the locks. Have you been subpoenaed, Marino? I go ahead and ask. Nothing's confidential. May as well tell me. You knew I would be. He has a pained expression on his face. Don't let the bastards get you, Doc. Don't give up. I pick up my briefcase and open the office door. I'm doing anything but give up. In fact, I've got a lot to do. His expression asks, What? I've just been ordered by the governor to do nothing. Mike's a good guy, Marino says, but don't push him. Don't give him a reason to fire you. Why don't you go somewhere for a few days? Maybe go see Lucy in New York. Didn't she head on up to New York, her and Tian? Just get the hell out of here until the hearing. I wish you would, so I don't have to worry about you every other minute. I don't even like you being out there in Anna's house all by yourself. I take a deep breath and try to tuck in my fury and hurt. Marino is right. There is no point in pissing off the governor and making matters worse. But now I feel run out of town on top of everything else, and I have not heard a word from Anna, and that stings too. I'm almost in tears, and I refuse to cry in my office. I avert my eyes from Marino, but he catches my feelings. Hey, he says, you got every right not to feel good. All of this sucks, Doc. I cross the hallway and cut through the ladies' room on my way to the morgue. Turk is sewing up Benny White, and Jack is sitting at the counter doing paperwork. I pull out a chair next to my assistant chief and pluck several stray hairs off his scrubs. You got to quit shedding, I say, trying to hide my upset. You going to tell me why your hair keeps falling out? I have been meaning to ask him for weeks. As usual, so much has happened, and Jack and I have not talked. All you got to do is read the paper, he says, putting down his pen. That should tell you why my hair's falling out. His eyes are heavy. I nod as I get his meaning. It is what I expect. Jack has known for a while that I am in serious trouble. Maybe Ryder contacted him weeks ago and started fishing, just as he did with Anna. I ask Jack if this is the case, and he admits it. He says he has been a wreck. He hates politics and administration and does not want my job and never will. You make me look good, he says. You always have, Dr. Scarpetta. They might think I should be appointed chief. Then what do? I don't know. He runs his fingers through his hair and loses more. I just wish everything could go back to normal. Believe me, so do I say, as the phone rings, and Turk answers it. That reminds me, Jack says, we're getting weird phone calls down here. I tell you about that? I was down here when we got one, I reply. Someone claiming to be Benton. Sick, he says in disgust. That's the only one I'm aware of, I add. Dr. Scarpetta? Turk calls out. Can you take it? It's Paul. I go to the phone. How are you, Paul? I ask Paul Monty, the statewide director of the forensic labs. First, I just want you to know everybody in this damn building is pulling for you, Kay, he says. Bullshit. I read all that bullshit and practically spit my coffee out. And we're working our fannies off. By this he means evidence testing. There is supposed to be an egalitarian order in the workup of evidence. Appropriately, no one victim should be more important than another and move to the front of the line. But there is also an unspoken code, same as in police shootings. People take care of their own. It is a fact. Got some interesting test results that I wanted to pass on to you personally, Paul Monty goes on. The hairs from the campground, the ones that you suspect are Chandon's, well, the DNA matches. What's of even more interest is that a fiber comparison shows that the cotton linens from that campsite match fibers collected from the mattress in Diane Bray's bedroom. A scenario forms. Chandon took Diane Bray's linens after her murder and fled to the campground. Maybe he slept on them, or maybe he simply disposed of them. But either way, we can definitely place Chandon at the Fort James Motel. Paul has nothing more to report at the moment. What about the dental floss I found in the toilet? I ask Paul. In the room where Matos was killed. No hit on that. The DNA's not Chandon's or Bray's or any of the usual suspects, he tells me. Maybe some previous guest at the motel? Could be unrelated. I return to the counter where Jack resumes telling me about the strange phone calls. He says there have been several of them. One I happened to answer, and the person, a guy, asked for you, says he's Benton and then hangs up. Jack reports. Turk answered the second time. The guy says to tell you he called and will be an hour late to dinner, identifies himself as Benton and hangs up. So add that to the mix. No wonder I'm going bald. Why didn't you tell me? I absently pick up Polaroid photographs of Benny White's body on the gurney before he was unclothed. Thought you had enough shit going on. I should have told you. I was wrong. The sight of this young boy dressed in his Sunday best and inside an unzipped body pouch on top of a steel gurney is so incongruous. I feel deeply saddened as I notice his pants are a little short and his socks don't quite match, one blue, one black. I feel worse. You find anything unexpected with him? I have talked enough about my problems. My problems, as a matter of fact, do not seem very important when I look at photographs of Benny and think about his mother in the viewing room. Yeah, one thing puzzled me, Jack says. The story I got is he came home from church and never went inside the house. He gets out of the car and heads out to the barn, saying he'll be right in and is trying to find his pocket knife. Thinks it might be in his tackle box and he forgot to take it out when he came home from fishing the other day. He never comes back to the house. In other words, he never ate Sunday dinner. But this little guy had a full stomach. Could you tell what he might have eaten? I ask. Yeah, popcorn for one thing. And looks like he ate hot dogs. So I call his house and talk to his stepdad. I ask if Benny might have eaten anything at church, and am told no. His stepdad's got no idea where the food came from, Jack replies. That's very odd, I comment. So he comes home from church and goes out to hang himself, but stops off someplace to eat popcorn and hot dogs first? I get up from the counter. Something's wrong with that picture. If it wasn't for the gastric contents, I'd say it's a straightforward suicide. Jack remains seated, looking up at me. I could kill Stanfield for cutting through the knot, the fuckhead. Maybe we should take a look at where Benny was hanged, I decide. Go to the scene. They live on a farm in James City County, Jack says, right on the river, and apparently the woods where he was hanged are at the edge of the field, not even a mile from the house. Let's go, I tell him. Maybe Lucy can give us a ride. It is a 2-hour flight from the hangar in New York to Hilo Air in Richmond, and Lucy was more than happy to show off her new company vehicle. The plan is simple. She will pick up Jack and me and land us at the farm. Then the three of us will check out where Benny White allegedly killed himself. I also want to see his bedroom. Afterwards, we will drop Jack off in Richmond, and I will return to New York with Lucy, where I will stay until the special grand jury hearing. This is all planned for tomorrow morning, and Detective Stanfield has no interest in meeting us at the scene. What for? Are the first words out of his mouth. What you need to go there for? I almost mentioned the gastric contents that don't make sense. I come close to inquiring as to whether there was anything Stanfield observed that made him suspicious, but I catch myself. Something stops me. If you can just give me directions to their place, I tell him. He describes where Benny White's family lives, just off Route 5. I can't miss it because there is a small country store at the intersection, and I need to turn left at that store. He gives me landmarks that will not be helpful from the air. I finally get it out of him that the farm is less than a mile from the ferry near Jamestown, and that's when I realize for the first time that Benny White's farm is very close to the Fort James Motel and campground. "Oh, yeah," Stanfield says when I ask him about this. "He was right there in the same area as the other ones. That's what had him so upset, according to his mom." "How far is the farm from the motel?" I ask. "Right across the creek from it. It's not much of a farm." "Detective Stanfield, is there any possibility Benny knew Bev Kiffin's children, her 2 boys? I understand Benny liked to fish." I envisioned the fishing pole leaning against the upstairs window in Mitch Barbosa's townhouse. "Now, I know the story about him supposedly getting his pocket knife out of his tackle box, but I don't think that's what he did. I think he just wanted an excuse to get away from everybody," Stanfield replies. "Do we know where he got the rope?" I push aside his annoying assumptions. "His stepdaddy says there's all kinds of rope in the barn," Stanfield replies. "Well, they call it a barn, but it's where they just keep junk. I asked him what was in there, and he said just junk. I got a hunch Benny might have run into Barbosa out there, fishing, and we know Barbosa was nice to kids. That sure would help explain it. And his mama did say the boy had been having nightmares and was mighty upset by the killings. Was scared to death, is the way she put it. Now, what you're going to want to do is go straight to the creek. You'll see the barn at the edge of the field, and then the woods right off to the left. There's an overgrown footpath, and where he hung himself is maybe 50 feet down that path where a deer stand is. You can't miss it. I didn't climb up the deer stand, to cut down the rope, only cut off the end that was around his neck. So it should still be right where it was. The rope should be right there where it was." I refrain from showing my complete disgust with Stanfield's sloppy policing. I don't probe any further or suggest to him he ought to do exactly what he threatened. Quit. I call Mrs. White to let her know my plans. Her voice is small and wounded. She is dazed and can't seem to comprehend that we want to land a helicopter on her farm. "We need a clearing, a level field, an area where there are no telephone lines or a lot of trees," I explain. "We don't have a runway." She says this several times. Finally, she puts her husband on the phone. His name is Marcus. He tells me they have a soybean field between their house and Route 5, and there's a silo painted dark green, too. There isn't another silo in that area, not one painted dark green, he adds. It is fine with him if we land in his field. The rest of my day is long. I work at the office and catch my staff before they head home. I explain to them what is happening in my life and assure each person that his job is not in jeopardy. I also make it clear that I have done nothing wrong and am confident my name will be cleared. I don't tell them I have resigned. They have suffered enough tremors and don't need an earthquake. I don't pack items in my office or head out with anything other than my briefcase, as if all is well and I'll see everybody in the morning as usual. Now it is 9 p.m. I sit in Anna's kitchen, picking at a thick slice of cheddar cheese and sipping a glass of red wine, going easy, unwilling to cloud my thinking and simply finding it almost impossible to swallow solid food. I have lost weight. I don't know how much. I have no appetite and have developed a wretched routine of going outside periodically to smoke. Every half hour or so I try to contact Marina with no success, and I keep thinking about the clip file. It has hardly been out of my mind since I looked at it on Christmas Day. The telephone rings at close to midnight, and I assume it is Marino finally returning my page. "Scarpetta," I answer. "It's Jamie." Berger's distinctive, confident voice sounds over the line. I pause in surprise, but then I remember Berger seems to have no hesitation in talking to people she intends to send to jail. Doesn't matter the hour. "I've been on the phone with Marino," she starts off, "so I realize you know my situation, or I guess I should say our situation. And actually you ought to feel all right about it, Kay. I'm not going to coach you, but let me say this. Just talk to the jury the same way you do to me, and try not to worry." "I think I'm beyond worrying," I reply. "Mainly I'm calling to pass on some information. We got DNA on the stamps. The stamps from the letters in the clip file," she informs me, as if she is in my mind again. "So now the Richmond labs are dealing directly with her, it occurs to me." "It appears Diane Bray was all over the map, Kay. At least she licked those stamps, and I will assume she wrote the letters and was smart enough not to leave her prints on them. The prints that were left on several of the letters are Benton's, probably from when he opened them before he realized what they were. I assume he knew they were his prints. Don't know why he didn't make a note of it. I'm just wondering if Benton ever mentioned Bray to you. Any reason to think they knew each other? I don't remember him mentioning her, I reply. My thoughts are locked. I can't believe what Berger has just said. Well, he certainly could have known her, Berger goes on. She was in D.C., he was a few miles down the road in Quantico. I don't know. But it baffles me that she would send this stuff to him, and I'm wondering if she wanted it posted in New York so he would go down the path of believing the crank mail was from Carrie Grethen. And we know he did go down that path, I remind her. Then we also have to wonder if Bray possibly, just possibly, had anything to do with his murder. Berger adds the final touch. It flashes in my mind that she is testing me again. What is she hoping? That I will blurt out something incriminating? Good. Bray got what was coming to her. Or she got what she deserved. At the same time, I don't know. Maybe it is my paranoia speaking and not reality. Maybe Berger is simply saying what is on her mind, nothing more. I don't guess she ever mentioned Benton to you, Berger is saying. Not that I recall, I reply. I don't remember Bray ever saying a word about Benton. What I just can't get, Berger goes on, is this Chandon thing. If we consider that Jean-Baptiste Chandon knew Bray, saying they were in business together, then why would he kill her? And in the manner he killed her? That strikes me as a non-fit. It doesn't profile right. What do you think? Maybe you should Mirandize me before you ask me what I think about Bray's murderer, is what I say. Or maybe you should save your questions for the hearing. You haven't been arrested, she replies, and I can't believe it. She has a smile in her tone. I have amused her. You don't need to be Mirandized. She gets serious. I'm not toying with you, Kay. I'm asking for your help. You should be goddamn glad it will be me in that room interviewing witnesses and not Ryder. I'm just sorry anyone will be in that room. No one should be. Not on my account, I tell her. Well, there are two key pieces that we've got to figure out. She is impervious and has more to tell me. The seminal fluid in Susan Pless's case isn't Chandon's, and now we have this newest information about Diane Bray. It's just instinct. But I don't think Chandon knew Diane Bray. Not personally. Not at all. I think all of his victims are people he had experienced only from a distance. He watched and stalked and fantasized. And that, by the way, was Benton's opinion, too, when he profiled Susan's case. Was it his opinion that the person who murdered her also left the seminal fluid? I ask. He never thought more than one person was involved, Berger concedes. Until your cases in Richmond, we were still looking for that well-dressed, good-looking guy who ate with her in Lumi. We sure weren't looking for some self-proclaimed werewolf with a genetic disorder. Not back then we weren't. As if I am supposed to sleep well after all this. I don't. I fade in and out, now and then picking up the alarm clock to check the time. Hours advance imperceptibly and weightily, like glaciers. I dream I am in my house and have a puppy. An adorable female yellow Labrador retriever with long, heavy ears and huge feet, and the sweetest face imaginable. She reminds me of gunned stuffed animals in F.A.O. Schwartz, that wonderful toy store in New York, where I used to pick up surprises for Lucy when she was a child. In my dream, this wounded fiction I spin in my semi-conscious state, I am playing with the puppy, tickling her, and she is licking me, her tail wagging furiously. Then somehow I am walking into my house again, and it is dark and chilled, and I sense nobody home, no life, absolute silence. I call out to the puppy, I can't remember her name, and frantically search every room for her. I wake up in Anna's guest room, crying, sobbing, just bawling. Chapter 33. Morning comes, and haze drifts like smoke as we fly low over trees. Lucy and I are alone in her new machine because Jack woke up with aches and chills. He stayed home, and I have a suspicion that his illness is self-induced. I think he is hungover, and I fear that the unbearable stress I have brought upon the office has encouraged bad habits in him. He was perfectly satisfied with his life. Now everything has changed. The Bell 407 is black with bright stripes. It smells like a new car and moves with the smooth strength of heavy silk as we fly east, 800 feet above the ground. I am preoccupied with the sectional map in my lap, trying to match depictions of power lines, roads, and railroad tracks with those we pass over. It isn't that we don't know exactly where we are, because Lucy's helicopter has enough navigational equipment to pilot the Concorde. But whenever I feel the way I do right now, I tend to obsess over a task, any task. 2 antennas about 1 o'clock, I show her on the map. 530 feet above sea level. Shouldn't be a factor, but don't see them yet. I'm looking, she says. The antennas will be well below horizon, meaning they aren't a danger even if we get close. But I have a special phobia of obstructions, and there are more of them going up all the time in this world of constant communication. Richmond Air Traffic Control comes over the air, telling us radar service is terminated, and we can squawk VFR. I change the frequency to 1200 on the transponder as I barely make out the antennas several miles ahead. They don't have high-intensity strobes, and are nothing more than ghostly, straight pencil lines in thick gray haze. I point them out. Got 'em, Lucy replies. Hate those things. She pressures the cyclic right, curving well to the north of them, wanting nothing personal with antenna guy wires, for the heavy steel cables are the snipers. They will get you first. The governor going to be pissed at you if he finds out you're doing this? Lucy's question sounds inside my headset. He told me to take a vacation from the office, I reply. I'm out of the office. So you'll come to New York with me? She says. You can stay in my apartment. I'm really glad you're leaving the job, giving up being chief, striking out on your own. Maybe you'll end up in New York working with Tian and me. I don't want to hurt her feelings. I don't tell her I am not glad. I want to be here. I want to be in my home and working my job as usual, and that will never be possible. I feel like a fugitive, I tell my niece, whose attention is outside the cockpit, eyes never straying from what she is doing. Talking to someone who is piloting a helicopter is like being on the phone. The person really doesn't see you. There is no gesturing or touching. The sun is getting brighter, the haze thinning the farther east we fly. Below us, creeks glisten like entrails of the earth, and the James River shines white like snow. We get lower and slower, passing over the Susan Constant, Godspeed, and Discovery, the full-size replicas of the ships that carried 104 men and boys to Virginia in 1607. In the distance I make out the obelisk peeking up through the trees of Jamestown Island, where archaeologists are raising the first English settlement in America from the dead. A ferry slowly carries cars across the water towards Surrey. I see a green silo at 9 o'clock, Lucy observes. Think that's it? I follow her eyes to a small farm that backs up to a creek. On the other side of the narrow, muddy lick of water, rooftops and old campers peeking out of thick pines become the Fort James Motel and Campground. Lucy circles the farm at 500 feet, making sure there are no hazards such as power lines. She sizes up the area and seems satisfied as she lowers the collective and reins us back to 60 knots. We begin our approach to a clearing between woods and the small brick house where Benny White spent his 12 short years. Dead grass storms as Lucy gently sets us down, subtly feeling for the ground, making sure it is level. Mrs. White comes out of the house. She stares at us, a hand shielding her eyes from the sun, and then a tall man in a suit joins her. They stay on the porch while we go through the 2-minute shutdown. As we climb out and walk toward the house, I realize that Benny's parents have dressed up for us. They look as if they have just come from church. Never thought something like that would land on my farm. Mr. White gazes off at the helicopter, a heavy expression on his face. Do come in, Mrs. White says. Can I get you some coffee or something? We chat about our flight, make small talk, anxiety thick. The Whites know I am here because I must be entertaining ominous scenarios about what really happened to their son. They seem to assume Lucy is part of the investigation, and address both of us whenever they speak. The house is very neat and pleasantly furnished with big, comfortable chairs, braided rugs, and brass lamps. The floor is wide heart of pine, and wooden walls are whitewashed and hung with watercolors of Civil War scenes. By the fireplace in the living room are shelves that are full of cannonballs, mini-A balls, a mess kit, old bottles, and all sorts of artifacts that probably are from the Civil War. When Mr. White notices my interest, he explains that he is a collector. He is a treasure hunter and scours the area with a metal detector when he is not busy at the office. He is an accountant. His farm is not an active one, but has been in the family for more than 100 years, he tells Lucy and me. I guess I'm just a history nut, he goes on. I've even found a few buttons from the American Revolution. Just never know what you're going to find around here. We are in the kitchen, and Mrs. White is getting a glass of water for Lucy. What about Benny? I ask. Was he interested in treasure hunting? Oh, sure he was, his mother replies. Of course, he was always hoping to find real treasure, like gold. She has begun to accept his death and speaks of him in the past tense. You know, the old story about the Confederates hiding all this gold that's never been found. Well, Benny thought he was going to find it, Mr. White says, holding a glass of water as if he isn't sure what to do with it. He sets it down on the countertop without drinking a drop. He loved being outside, that one did. I've often thought it was too bad we don't work the farm anymore, because I think he would have really liked it. Especially animals, Mrs. White adds. That child loved animals more than anyone I've ever met. Just so tender-hearted. She tears up. If a bird flew into a window, he'd go running out of the house to try and find it, and then he'd come in just in hysterics if the poor thing broke its neck, which is usually what happens. Benny's stepfather stares out the window, a pained expression on his face. His mother falls silent. She is fighting to hold herself together. Benny had something to eat before he died, I tell them. I think Dr. Fielding might have asked you about that to see if he possibly was given something to eat at the church. Mr. White shakes his head, still staring out. No, ma'am. They don't serve food at the church except at the Wednesday night suppers. If Benny had something to eat, I sure don't know where. He didn't eat here, Mrs. White adds with emphasis. I fixed a pot roast for Sunday dinner, and, well, he never had his dinner. Pot roast was one of his favorites. He had popcorn and hot dogs in his stomach, I say. It appears he ate them not long before he died. I make sure they understand the oddity of this, and that it demands an explanation. Both parents have baffled expressions. Their eyes light up with both fascination and confusion. They say they have no earthly idea where Benny would have gotten hold of junk food, as they call it. Lucy asks about neighbors, if perhaps Benny might have dropped by someone's house before he went into the woods. Again, they can't imagine him doing something like that, not at dinner time, and the neighbors are mostly elderly and would never give Benny a meal or even a snack without calling his parents first to make certain it was all right. They wouldn't spoil his dinner without asking us. Mrs. White is certain of this. Would you mind if I see his bedroom? I then say. Sometimes I get a better feel for a patient if I can see where he spent his private time. The Whites look a little uncertain. Well, I guess that would be all right, the stepfather decides. They take us down a hallway to the back of the house, and along the way we pass a bedroom off to the left that looks like a girl's bedroom, with pale pink curtains and a pink bedspread. There are posters of horses on the walls, and Mrs. White explains that this is Laurie's bedroom. She is Benny's younger sister, and is at her grandmother's house in Williamsburg right now. She hasn't gone back to school yet, and won't until after the funeral, which is tomorrow. Although they don't say it, I infer that they didn't think it was a good idea for the child to be here when the medical examiner dropped in out of the sky and started asking questions about her brother's violent death. Benny's room is a menagerie of stuffed animals, dragons, bears, birds, squirrels, fuzzy and sweet, many of them comical. There are dozens. His parents and Lucy stay outside the doorway while I walk in and pause in the middle of the room, looking around, letting the surroundings speak to me. Taped to the walls are bright pictures done in magic marker, again of animals, and they show imagination and a great deal of talent. Benny was an artist. Mr. White tells me from the doorway that Benny loved to take his sketch pad outside and draw trees, birds, whatever he saw. He was always drawing pictures to give people for presents, too. Mr. White talks on while his wife cries silently, tears rolling down her face. I am looking at a drawing on the wall to the right of the dresser. The colorful, imaginative picture depicts a man in a small boat. He wears a wide-brim hat and is fishing, his rod bent as if he might just be having some luck. Benny has drawn a bright sun and a few clouds, and in the background on the shore is a square building with lots of windows and doors. "Is this the creek behind your farm?" I inquire. "That's right," Mr. White says, hooking an arm around his wife. "It's all right, sugar," he keeps saying to her, swallowing hard, as if he might start crying too. "Benny like to fish?" Lucy's voice sounds from the hallway. "I'm just wondering because some people who are big animal lovers don't like to fish, or else they let everything go." "Interesting point," I say. "All right to look inside his closet?" I ask the Whites. "Go right ahead," Mr. White says without hesitation. "No, Benny didn't like to catch anything. Truth is, he'd just like to go out in the boat or find him a spot on the shore. Most of the time he'd sit there drawing." "Then this must be you, Mr. White." I look back at the picture of the man in the boat. "No, I think that would be his daddy," Mr. White answers somberly. "His daddy used to go out in the boat with him. Truth is, I don't go out in the boat." He pauses. "Well, I don't know how to swim, so I just have this uneasiness about being in the water." "Benny was a little shy about his drawing," Mrs. White says in a shaky voice. "I think he liked to carry his fishing pole around because, well, you know, he thought it made him look like other boys. I don't think he even bothered bringing bait. Can't imagine him killing even a worm, much less a fish." "Bread," Mr. White says. "He'd take bread, like he was going to roll it up in bread balls. I used to tell him he wasn't going to catch anything very big if all he used for bait was bread." I scan suits, slacks, and shirts on hangers, and shoes lined on the floor. The clothing is conservative and looks as if it was picked out by his parents. Leaning against the back of the closet is a Daisy BB gun, and Mr. White says Benny would shoot targets and tin cans. No, he never used the BB gun on birds or anything like that. Of course not. He couldn't even bring himself to catch a fish. Both parents make that point again. On the desk is a stack of school books and a box of magic markers. On top of these is a sketch pad, and I ask his parents if they have looked through it. They say they have not. Is it okay if I do? And they nod. I stand at the desk. I don't sit or in any way make myself at home in their dead son's room. I am respectful of the sketch pad and turn pages carefully, going through meticulous drawings in pencil. The first one is a horse in a pasture, and it is surprisingly good. This is followed by several sketches of a hawk sitting in a bare tree, water in the background. Benny drew an old, broken-down fence. He drew several snow scenes. The pad is half filled, and all of the sketches are consistent with each other until I get to the last few. Then the mood and the subject decidedly change. There is a night scene of a cemetery, a full moon behind bare trees, softly illuminating tilting headstones. Next I turn to a hand, a muscular hand clenched in a fist, and then I find the dog. She is fat and homely and is baring her teeth, her hackles up, and she cowers as if threatened. I look up at the Whites. "Did Benny ever talk about the Kiffin's dog?" I ask them. "A dog named Mr. Peanut." The stepfather gets a peculiar expression, and his eyes brighten with tears. He sighs. "Laurie's allergic," he says, as if that answers my question. "He was always complaining about the way they treated that dog," Mrs. White helps out. "Benny wanted to know if we could take Mr. Peanut. He wanted the dog and said he thought the Kiffins would give it up, but we couldn't. Because of Laurie, I infer. It was an old dog, too," Mrs. White adds. "Was?" I ask. "Well, it's real sad," she says. "Right after Christmas, Mr. Peanut didn't seem to be feeling well. Benny said the poor dog was shaking and licking itself a lot, like it was in pain, you know. Then maybe a week ago it must have gone off to die. You know how animals will do that. Benny went out looking for Mr. Peanut every day. It just broke my heart. That child sure did love that dog," Mrs. White adds. "I think that's the main reason he'd go over there, to play with Mr. Peanut. And he just searched high and low for her." "Was this when his behavior started changing?" I suggest. "After Mr. Peanut disappeared?" "It was about that time," Mr. White replies, "and neither parent seems able to bear stepping inside Benny's room. They cling to the doorway as if holding up the walls." "You don't think he did something like that because of a dog, do you?" He is almost pitiful when he asks. Maybe 15 minutes later, Lucy and I head out to the woods together, leaving the parents at the house. They have not been to the deer stand where Benny was hanged. Mr. White told me he knew about the stand and has seen it many times when he has been out with his metal detector, but neither he nor his wife can bring themselves to go out there right now. I asked them if they thought other people knew the spot where Benny died. I'm worried about the curious having tramped around out there, but the parents don't think anybody knows exactly where Benny's body was found. Not unless the detective told people around here, Mr. White adds. The field where we landed is between the house and the creek, a barren acre that doesn't appear to have seen a plow in many years. To the east are miles of woods, the silo almost at the shore and jutting up rusty and dark, like a tired, thick lighthouse that seems to look out across the water at the Fort James Motel and campground. As I imagine Benny visiting the Kiffins, I wonder how he got there. There is no bridge across the creek, which is about 100 feet wide and has no outlet. Lucy and I followed the footpath through the woods, scanning everywhere we step. Tangled fishing line is caught in trees close to the water, and I note a few old shotgun shells and soft drink cans. We have walked no more than 5 minutes when we come upon the deer blind. It looks like a decapitated treehouse that someone threw up in a hurry, with wooden rungs nailed up the trunk. A severed yellow nylon rope dangles from a crossbeam and stirs in a light, cold breeze that blows off the water and whispers through trees. We stop and are silent as we look around. I don't see any trash, no bags or popcorn containers or any sign that Benny might have eaten out here. I get closer to the rope. Stanfield cut it about 4 feet from the ground, and since Lucy is more athletic than I am, I suggest that maybe she could climb up into the stand and remove the rope properly. At least we can take a look at the knot on the other end. I take photographs first. We test the rungs nailed into the tree, and they seem sturdy enough. Lucy is bundled in a thick, down-filled jacket that doesn't seem to slow her down as she climbs up, and she is careful as she reaches the platform, pushing and tugging boards to make sure they can bear her weight. "Seems pretty sturdy," she lets me know. I toss up a roll of evidence tape and she opens a buck tool. One thing about ATF agents, they all carry their own portable toolkits that include knife blades, screwdrivers, pliers, scissors. It goes back to needing them at fire scenes, if for no other reason, to pull nails out of the soles of your steel-reinforced boots. ATF agents get dirty. They step in all sorts of hazards. Lucy cuts the rope above the knot and tapes the ends back together. "Just a simple double square knot," she says, dropping the rope and tape down to me. "Just a good old Boy Scout knot, and the end's melted. Whoever cut the end melted it so it wouldn't unravel." That surprises me a little. I wouldn't expect someone to bother with a detail like that if he were cutting off rope so he could hang himself with it. "Atypical," I comment to Lucy when she climbs down. "Tell you what, I'm going to be bold and take a look." "Just be careful, Aunt Kay. There are a few rusty nails sticking out, and watch out for splinters," she says. I'm wondering if Benny might have adopted this old stand as a tree fort. I grip weathered gray boards one after the other and work my way up, grateful that I wore khakis and ankle boots. Inside the deer blind is a bench seat where the hunter can sit as he waits for an unsuspecting buck to wander into his sights. I test the seat by pushing against it, and it seems fine, so I sit. Benny was only an inch taller than I am, so I now have his view, assuming he came up here. I have a strong feeling that he did. Someone has been up here. Otherwise, the floor of the stand would be thick with dead leaves, and it isn't at all. You notice how neat it is up here? I call down to Lucy. It's probably still being used by hunters, she replies. What hunter is going to bother sweeping out leaves at 5 o'clock in the morning? From this vantage point I have a sweeping view of the water and can see the back of the motel and its dark and slimy swimming pool. Smoke curls out the chimney of the Kiffin house. I envision Benny sitting up here and spying on life as he's sketched, and perhaps escaped the sadness he must have felt since his father's death. I can imagine only too well as I remember my own young life. The deer blind would be a perfect spot for a lonely, creative boy, and just a stone's throw ahead at the water's edge is a tall oak tree wearing kudzu around its trunk like spats. I can picture a red-tailed hawk sitting high up on a branch. I think he might have drawn that tree over there, I say to Lucy, and he had a damn good view of the campground. Wonder if he saw something. Lucy floats this up to me. No kidding, I reply grimly. And someone might have been looking back, I add. This time of year with no leaves on the trees, he might have been visible up here, especially if someone had binoculars and a reason to be looking over this way. Even as I say this, it occurs to me that someone might be looking at us right now. A chill touches my flesh as I climb back down. You got your gun in that butt pack, don't you? I say to Lucy when my feet are on the ground. I'd like to follow this path and see where it goes. I pick up the rope, coil it, and tuck it inside a plastic bag, which I then shove into a coat pocket. The evidence tape goes inside my satchel. Lucy and I start out on the path. We find more shotgun shells and even an arrow from bow season. Deeper into the woods we walk, the path bending around the creek, no sound but trees groaning when the wind gusts and the snap of twigs beneath our feet. I want to see if the path might take us all the way around to the other side of the creek, and it does. It is a mere 15-minute hike to the Fort James Motel, and we end up in woods between the motel and Route 5. Benny certainly could have walked over here after church. There are half a dozen cars in the motel parking lot, some of them rentals, and a big Honda touring motorcycle is near the Coke machine. Lucy and I walk toward the Kiffin house. I point out the campsite where we found the bed linens and baby carriage, and experience a combination of anger and sadness about Mr. Peanut. I don't trust the story about the dogs supposedly going off to die. I worry that Bev Kiffin did something cruel, maybe even poisoned her, and I intend to ask her what happened along with a number of other questions. I don't care how Bev Kiffin reacts. After today, I am grounded, out of commission, suspended from my profession. I can't know for a fact I will ever practice forensic medicine again. I might be fired and branded for life. Hell, I might end up in prison. I feel eyes on us as we climb the Kiffin's front porch steps. Creepy place, Lucy says under her breath. A face peeks out from behind curtains and then ducks out of sight when Bev Kiffin's older son catches me looking back at him. I ring the bell, and the boy answers the door, the same boy I saw when I was here. He is big and heavy-set and has a cruel face speckled with acne. I can't tell how old he is, but I place him at 12, maybe 14. You're the lady who was out here the other day, he says to me with a hard look. That's right, I reply. Can you tell your mother that Dr. Scarpetta is here and I need a word with her? He smiles as if he knows a mean secret that he thinks is funny. He stifles a laugh. She ain't in here right now. She's busy. His eyes get harder and wander in the direction of the motel. What's your name? Lucy asks him. Sonny. Sonny, what happened to Mr. Peanut? I casually ask. That dumb dog, he says. All we can figure is somebody stole her. I find it impossible to believe that anyone would have stolen that old, worn-out dog. In the first place, she wasn't friendly to strangers. If anything, I might have expected her to get hit by a car. Oh, yeah? That's too bad, Lucy answers Sonny. What makes you think somebody stole her? Sonny gets caught on this. He gets a vapid look in his eyes and starts to tell several lies and keeps interrupting himself. If anything, I might have expected her to get hit by a car. Oh, yeah? That's too bad, Lucy answers Sonny. What makes you think somebody stole her? Sonny gets caught on this. He gets a vapid look in his eyes and starts to tell several lies and keeps interrupting himself. Some car pulled in at night. I heard it, and a door shut and she was barking, and then that was it. She was gone. Zach's all tore up about it. She disappeared when? I want to know. Oh, I don't know. A shrug. Last week. Well, Benny was pretty torn up about it, too, I comment, watching for his reaction. That cold look in his eyes again. The kids at school called him a sissy. And he was one, too. That's why he killed himself. Everybody says so, Sonny replies with stunning callousness. I thought the two of you were friends. Lucy is getting aggressive with him. He bugged me, Sonny answers. Always coming over here to play with the dang dog. He wasn't my friend. He was Zach and Mr. Peanut's friend. I don't hang out with no sissies. A motorcycle engine roars and rumbles to life. Zach's face pops up in the window to the right of the front door, and he is crying. Did Benny come over here last Sunday? I come right out and ask Sonny. After church? Maybe 12:30, 1 o'clock. Did he eat hot dogs with you? Sonny is caught again. He wasn't expecting the detail about hot dogs, and now he is in a bind. His curiosity overwhelms his untruthfulness, and he says, How'd you know we had hot dogs? He frowns as the motorcycle we saw a few minutes ago rumbles and bumps along the dirt path that leads from the motel to the Kiffin house. Whoever is on it heads right toward us, dressed in red and black leather, his face obscured by a dark helmet with a tinted face shield. Yet there is something familiar about the person. The realization stuns me. Jay Talley stops and gets off his motorcycle, nimbly swinging a leg over the big saddle seat. Sonny, get in the house, Jay orders. Now. He says this with cool ease, as if he knows the boy very well. Sonny steps back inside the house and the door shuts. Zach has vanished from the window. Jay takes off his helmet. What are you doing out here? Lucy asks him. And in the distance I spot Bev Kiffin walking this way, carrying a shotgun, coming from the direction of the motel, where I can only assume she has been with Jay. Red flags are popping up all over the place inside my head, and neither Lucy nor I make the connection fast enough. Jay is unzipping his thick leather jacket, and almost instantly he has a gun in his hand, a black pistol relaxed by his side. Christ, Lucy says. For God's sake, Jay. I really wish you hadn't come here, he says to me in a calm, cold way. I really wish you hadn't. He motions the gun toward the motel. Come on, we're going to have a little talk. Run. But there is no place to run. He might shoot Lucy if I run. He might shoot me in the back. He raises the pistol and points it at Lucy's chest as he unfastens her butt-pack. He, of all people, knows what is in it. He takes my satchel and pats me down, making sure he explores my body intimately, to degrade me, to put me in my place, to enjoy the fury that dances across Lucy's face as she has to watch. Don't, I quietly say to him. Jay, you can stop now. He smiles, and dark rage sparks in a face that could be Greek. It could be Italian. It could be French. Bev Kiffin reaches us, and her eyes narrow as they fix on me. She wears the same red lumberman's jacket she had on the other week, and her hair is tousled as if she has just gotten out of bed. Well, well, she says. Some folks just never get the message they aren't welcome. Isn't that right? Her eyes slide to Jay and linger. I know without being told that they have been sleeping together, and every word Jay has ever told me turns to fable. Now I understand why Agent Jillison McIntyre was perplexed when I said that Bev Kiffin's husband was a truck driver for Overland. McIntyre was undercover. She did the company's books. She would be aware of it if there was an employee named Kiffin. The only connection to that criminal-infested trucking company is Bev Kiffin herself, and the gun and drug smuggling that goes on is connected to the Shandun cartel. Answers. I have them, and now it is too late. Lucy walks close to me, her face concrete. She shows no reaction as we are walked at gunpoint past rusty campers that I suspect are unoccupied for a reason. Drug labs, I say to Jay. You making designer drugs out here, too? Or maybe just storing assault rifles and other things that end up on the street and kill people? Okay, shut up, he softly says. Bev, you take care of her. He indicates Lucy. Find her a nice room and make sure she's comfortable." Kiffin smiles a little. She taps the back of Lucy's leg with the shotgun. We are at the motel now, and I scan parked cars and find no sign of another human being. Benton flashes in my mind. My heart pounds, and the realization roars through my brain. Bonnie and Clyde. We used to refer to Cary Greffin and Newton Joyce as Bonnie and Clyde, the killing couple. All along we have been so certain they were responsible for Benton's murder. Yet we have never known for a fact who he was meeting that afternoon in Philadelphia. Why did he go off alone and not tell any of us? He was smarter than that. He never would have agreed to meet Cary Greffin or Newton Joyce or even a stranger with information, because he would never have trusted a stranger with so-called information when he was in a city trying to track down a cunning, evil serial killer like Cary. I stop in the parking lot as Kiffin opens a door and waits for Lucy to walk ahead of her into one of those rooms. Room 14. Lucy doesn't look back at me, and the door shuts after her and Kiffin. "You killed Benton, didn't you, Jay?" I state it as a fact. He lays a hand on my back, the pistol pointed and touching me as he pauses behind me and says for me to open the door. We enter room 15, the same room Kiffin showed me when I wanted to see what kind of mattresses and linens she used in this dump. "You and Bray," I say to Jay. "That's why she sent letters from New York, trying to make it seem they were from Cary, to make Benton assume they were written from up there where she was locked up in Kirby." Jay shuts the door and waves the gun almost wearily, as if I am tiresome and he is not enjoying this. "Sit down." My eyes wander up to the ceiling, looking for eye bolts. I wonder where the heat gun is, and if it is part of my fate. I keep standing where I am, near the dresser with its Gideon Bible, this one not opened to any special chapter about vanity or anything else. "I just want to know if I slept with the person who killed Benton." I am looking right at Jay. "You're going to kill me? Go ahead. But you already did that when you killed him. So I guess you can kill me twice, Jay." It is odd. I feel no fear, only resignation. My pain, my anguish is over my niece, and I wait for the sound of a shotgun to rock these walls. "Can't you just leave her out of it?" I ask anyway, and Jay knows I mean Lucy. "I didn't kill Benton," he says, and he has the livid face of people who walk up and shoot a president. Pale, no expression, a zombie. Cary and her asshole friend did that. I made the call. The call? Called him to meet. That wasn't too hard. I'm an agent, he enjoys reminding me. Cary handled it from there. Cary and that wacko Scarface she got hooked up with. "So you set him up," I say simply. "Probably helped Cary escape, too." "She didn't need much help. Just some," he replies with no inflection. "She was like a lot of people in this business. They get into the goods and fuck up an already fucked up brain. She started doing her own thing years ago. If you guys hadn't solved the problem, we would have. She was at the end of her usefulness." "Involved in the family business, Jay?" My eyes pin his. The gun is by his side, and he leans against the door. He has no fear of me. I am like a bowstring wound too tightly, about to snap, waiting, listening for any sound next door. "All these women murdered. How many of them did you sleep with first?" "Like Susan Pless." I shake my head. "I just want to know if you helped out Sean Dunn, or did he follow you and help himself to what you left behind?" Jay's eyes focus more sharply on me. I have probed the truth. "You know, you're much too young to be Jay Talley, whoever he was," I say next. "Jay Talley with no middle name. And you didn't go to Harvard, and I doubt you ever lived in Los Angeles, not as a child. He's your brother, isn't he, Jay? That horrible deformity who calls himself a werewolf? He's your brother, and your DNA is so close that on a routine screening you could be identical twins. Did you know your DNA is the same as his on a routine screening? At a 4-probe level, the two of you are exactly the same." Anger flashes. Vain, beautiful Jay would never want to think that his DNA was even similar to someone's as ugly and hideous as Jean-Baptiste Chandon. "And the body in the cargo container, the one you helped us believe is the brother, Thomas. His DNA had many points in common, too, but not as many as yours does. Yours from the seminal fluid you left in Susan Pless's body before she was brutalized. Thomas a relative? Not a brother. What, a cousin? You kill him, too? You drown him in Antwerp, or did Jean-Baptiste do that? And then you lure me over to Interpol, not because you need my help with the case, because you want to see what I know. You want to make sure I don't know what Benton was probably starting to figure out. That you are a Chandon, I say, and Jay does not react. You probably mastermind the business for your father, and that's why you got into law enforcement, to be an undercover asshole, a spy. God knows how much business you've diverted, knowing everything the good guys are doing and then turning it against them behind their backs. I shake my head. Let Lucy go, I tell him. I'll do what you want. Just let her go. Can't. He doesn't even begin to argue with what I have said. Jay glances at the wall, as if he can see through it. I can tell he is wondering what is going on next door, why it is so quiet. My nerves wind tighter. Please, God, please. Or make it quick at least. Don't let her suffer. Jay pushes the lock in and fastens the burglar chain. Take your clothes off, he says, no longer using my name. It is easier to kill people you have depersonalized. Don't worry, he bizarrely adds. I'm not going to do anything. I just have to make it look like something else. I glance up at the ceiling. He knows what I am thinking. He is pale and sweating as he opens a dresser drawer and pulls out several eye bolts and a heat gun. A red heat gun. Why? I ask him. Why them? I refer to the two men I now believe Jay murdered. You're going to screw these into the ceiling for me, Jay tells me. Up there in the crossbeam. Now get on the bed and do it, and don't try anything. He places the eye bolts on the bed and nods for me to pick them up and do what he orders. It's all about what becomes necessary when people get into something they shouldn't. He gets a rag and rope out of the drawer. I stand where I am, just looking at him. The eye bolts gleam like pewter on the bed. Matos came here to find Jean-Baptiste, and it took a little coaxing to know exactly what he had in mind and who gave him the order, which wasn't what you think. Jay takes off his leather jacket and drapes it over a chair. Not the family, but a first lieutenant who doesn't want Jean-Baptiste to start talking and ruin a good thing for a lot of people. One thing about the family... Your family, Jay. I remind him of his family and that I know him by name. Yeah. He stares at me. Fuck yeah. My family. We take care of each other. Doesn't matter what you do, family is family. Jean-Baptiste's a fuck-up. I mean, anybody can look at him and see that and understand why he's got his problem. I say nothing. Of course we don't approve, Jay goes on, as if he is talking about a kid who is shooting out streetlights or drinking too much beer. But he's blood, our blood, and you don't touch our blood. Someone touched Thomas, I reply, and I have not picked up the eye bolt or climbed up on the bed. I have no intention of helping him torment me. You want to know the truth? That was an accident. Thomas couldn't swim. He tripped over a rope and fell off the dock or something like that, Jay tells me. I wasn't there. He drowned. Jean-Baptiste wanted to get his body a long way from the shipyard, away from other stuff going on there, and didn't want him identified. Bullshit, I reply. Sorry, but Jean-Baptiste left a note with the body. Bon voyage, le loup-garou. You do that when you don't want to draw attention to something? I don't think so. Maybe you better recheck your brother's story. Maybe your family takes care of family. Maybe Jean-Baptiste's an exception. Sounds like he doesn't take care of family at all. Thomas was a cousin. As if that lessens the crime. Get up and do what I say. Jay indicates the eye bolt, and he is beginning to get angry. Very angry. No, I refuse. Do what you're going to do, Jay. And I keep saying his name. I know him. I'm not going to let him do this to me without my saying his name and looking him in the eye. I'm not going to help you kill me, Jay. A thud sounds next door as if something has turned over or fallen to the floor, and then an explosion, and my heart lurches. Tears choke me and fill my eyes. Jay flinches, and then his face is impassive. Sit down, he tells me. When I don't comply, he comes closer and shoves me down on the bed as I cry. I cry for Lucy. You fucking son of a bitch, I exclaim. You kill that boy, too? You take Benny out and hang him? A goddamn 12-year-old? He shouldn't have come out here. Mitch shouldn't have. I knew Mitch. He saw me. There was nothing I could do. Jay stands over me as if not sure what to do next. Then you killed the boy. I wipe my eyes with the backs of both hands. Confusion flickers in Jay's eyes. He has a problem with the boy. The rest of us don't bother him, but the boy does. How could you stand there and watch him hang? A kid in his Sunday suit. Jay swings back his hand and slaps me across the face. It happens so fast I don't even feel it at first. My mouth and nose go numb and begin to sting, and something wet drips. Blood drips into my lap. I let it drip as I tremble all over and stare up at Jay. Now it is easier for him. He has begun the process. He pushes me down on the bed and straddles me, pinning my arms with his knees, and my healing fractured elbow screams in pain as he forces my hands above my head and struggles to tie them with the rope. All the while he is snarling about Diane Bray. He is mocking me, telling me that she knew Benton, and didn't Benton ever tell me that Bray had a thing for Benton? And if Benton had been a little nicer to her, maybe she would have left him alone. Maybe she would have left me alone. My head pounds. I barely comprehend. Did I really think that Benton had an affair only with me? Was I so stupid to think that Benton would cheat on his wife but never on me? How fucking stupid am I? Jay gets up for the heat gun. What people do is what they do, he says. Benton had something with Bray up in D.C., and then when he dumped her, and he did it pretty quickly to give him credit, she wasn't going to let that pass, not Diane Bray. Jay is trying to gag me, and I keep jerking my head from side to side. My nose is bleeding. I won't be able to breathe. Bray got Benton good all right, and this is partly why she wanted to move to Richmond, to make sure she ruined my life, too. Quite a price to pay for fucking somebody a few times. Jay gets up from the bed again. He is sweating, his face pale. I struggle to breathe through my nose, and my heart is hammering like a machine gun as my entire body begins to panic. I try to will myself to calm down. Hyperventilating will only make it harder for me to get air. Panic. I try to inhale, and blood is dripping down the back of my throat, and I cough and gag as my heart explodes against my ribs like fists trying to pound down a door. Pounding, 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 and the room turns grainy and I can't move. Chapter 34. 2 weeks later. Those who have assembled in my honor are ordinary people. They sit quietly, even reverently, almost in shock. It is not possible that they have not heard everything that has been in the news. You would have to live in the hinterlands of Africa not to know what has gone on in recent weeks, especially what happened in James City County at a cesspool of a tourist trap that has turned out to be the eye of a monstrous storm of corruption and evil. All seemed so quiet in that run-down, overgrown campground. I can't imagine how many people have stayed in tents or in the motel and had no idea what was raging around them. Like a hurricane blown out to sea, the raging forces have fled. As far as we know, Bev Kiffin isn't dead. Neither is Jay Talley. Ironically, he is now considered a red notice by Interpol. The very people he once worked with are after him in a furious full-court press. Kiffin is a red notice, too. The supposition is that Jay and Kiffin have fled the United States and are hiding abroad somewhere. Jamie Berger stands before me. I am in the witness stand, facing a jury of 3 women and 5 men. 2 are white, 5 are African American, 1 is Asian. The races of all of Shandon's victims are represented, even though that was not deliberate on anybody's part, I am sure. But it seems just, and I'm glad. Brown paper has been taped over the courtroom's glass door to ensure that the curious, the media, can't look in. Jurors and witnesses and I entered the courthouse by an underground ramp, the same way prisoners are escorted to their trials. Secrecy chills the air, and the jurors stare at me as if I am a ghost. My face is greenish-yellow from old bruises, my left arm is in a cast again, and I still have rope burns around my wrists. I am alive only because Lucy happened to wear body armor. I had no idea. When she picked me up in the helicopter, she had on a bulletproof vest underneath her down-filled jacket. Berger is asking me about the night Diane Bray was murdered. It is as if I am a house where different music is playing in every room. I am answering her questions, and yet I am thinking other thoughts and other images are coming to me, and I hear other sounds in different areas of my psyche. Somehow I am able to concentrate on my testimony. The cash register tape for the chipping hammer I purchased is mentioned. Then Berger reads from the actual lab report that was turned over to the court as a matter of record, just as the autopsy protocol, the toxicology, and all other reports have been. Berger describes the chipping hammer to the jurors and asks me to explain how the hammer's surfaces correlate with Bray's horrendous injuries. This goes on for a while, and I look at the faces of those here to judge me. Expressions range from passive to intrigued to horrified. One woman gets visibly queasy when I describe punched-out areas of skull and an eyeball that was virtually avulsed or hanging out of the socket. Berger points out that according to the lab report, the chipping hammer recovered from my house had rust on it. She asks me if the hammer I bought from the hardware store after Bray's murder was rusty. I say it wasn't. Could a tool like this rust in a matter of a few weeks? She asks me. In your opinion, Dr. Scarpetta, could blood on the chipping hammer have caused it to be in this condition, in the condition of the one recovered from your house, the one you say Shundun brought with him when he attacked you? Not in my opinion, I reply, knowing that it is in my best interest to answer such. But it doesn't matter. I would tell the truth, even if it were not in my best interest. For one thing, the police should, as a matter of routine, make sure the hammer is dry when it is placed in an evidence bag, I add. And the scientists who received the chipping hammer for examination say it was rusty. Is this not right? I mean, I am reading this lab report correctly, aren't I? She smiles slightly. She is dressed in a black suit with pale blue pinstripes and paces in little steps as she works through the case. I don't know what the labs have said, I answer. I haven't seen those reports. Of course not. You've not been in the office for 10 days or so. And, this report was just turned in day before yesterday. She glances at the date typed on it. But it does say the chipping hammer that has Bray's blood on it was rusty. It looked old, and I believe the clerk at Pleasant's hardware store claims the hammer you bought on the night of December 17, almost 24 hours after Bray's murder, certainly didn't look old. It was brand new, correct? Again, I can't say what the hardware store clerk claimed, I remind Berger from the stand as jurors take in every word, every gesture. I have been excluded from all witness testimony. Berger is simply asking me questions I can't answer so she can tell the jurors what she wants them to know. What is treacherous and wonderful about any grand jury proceeding is that defense counsel is not present, and there is no judge, no one to object to Berger's questions. She can ask me anything, and she does, because in one of the rare instances on this planet, a prosecutor is trying to show the defendant is innocent. Berger asks what time I got home from Paris and went grocery shopping. She mentions my going to the hospital to visit Joe that night, and the phone conversation with Lucy afterwards. The window narrows. It gets tighter and tighter. When did I have time to rush over to Bray's house, beat her to death, plant evidence, and stage the crime? And why would I bother buying a chipping hammer almost 24 hours after the fact, unless it was for the very purpose I have stated all along, to conduct tests? She lets these questions hover while Buford Ryder sits at the prosecution table and studies notes on a legal pad. He avoids looking at me as much as he can. I answer Berger point by point. It gets harder and harder for me to talk. The inside of my mouth was abraded from the gag, and then the wounds became ulcerated. I haven't had mouth sores since I was a child, and had forgotten how painful they are. When my ulcerated tongue hits my teeth as I speak, it sounds as if I have a speech impediment. I feel weak and strung out. My left arm throbs, in a cast again because it was re-injured when Jay wrenched my arms above my head and bound them to the bed's headboard. I notice you're having some trouble talking. Berger pauses to point this out. Dr. Scarpetta, I know this is off the subject. Nothing is off the subject for Jamie Berger. She has a reason for every breath she takes, every step she makes, every expression on her face, everything, absolutely everything. But can we digress for a moment? She stops pacing and raises her palms in a shrug. I think it would be instructive if you would tell the jury what happened to you last week. I know the jury must be wondering why you're bruised and having difficulty speaking. She digs her hands in the pockets of her trousers and patiently encourages me to tell my story. I apologize for not being the sharpest knife in the drawer at the moment, I say, and the jurors smile. I tell them about Benny, and their faces are pained. One man's eyes fill with tears as I describe the boy's drawings that led me up into the deer stand, where I believe Benny spent much of his time watching the world and recording it in images on his sketchpad. I express my fears that young Benny may have met up with foul play. His gastric contents, I explain, could not be explained by what we knew about the last few hours of his life. And sometimes pedophiles, child molesters, lure children with candy, food, something that will entice them. You've had cases like this, Dr. Scarpetta? Berger questions me. Yes, I reply, unfortunately. Can you give us an example of a case in which a child was lured by food or candy? Some years ago we got in the body of an 8-year-old boy. I offer a case from personal experience. On autopsy, I determined he had asphyxiated when the perpetrator forced the boy, this 8-year-old child, to perform oral sex. I recovered gum from the child's stomach, a rather large wad of chewing gum. It turned out an adult male neighbor had given the boy 4 sticks of gum, dentine gum, and this man did in fact confess to the killing. So you had good reason, based upon your years of experience, to be concerned when you found popcorn and hot dogs in Benny White's stomach, Berger states. That is correct. I was very concerned, I answer. Please continue, Dr. Scarpetta, Berger says. What happened when you left the deer stand and followed the footpath through the woods? There is a woman juror. She is on the front row of the jury box, second from the left, and she reminds me of my mother. She is very overweight and must be close to 70 at least, and wears a frumpy black dress with big red flowers on it. She doesn't take her eyes off me, and I smile at her. She seems like a kind woman with a lot of sense, and I am so glad my mother isn't here, that she is in Miami. I don't think she has any idea what is happening in my life. I haven't told her. My mother's health is poor, and she doesn't need to worry about me. I keep going back to the juror in the flower-printed dress as I describe what happened at the Fort James Motel. Berger prompts me to give background information on Jay Talley, how we met and became intimate in Paris. Woven into Berger's prompting and conclusions are the seemingly inexplicable events that transpired after Shandun attacked me, the disappearance of the chipping hammer I had bought for research purposes, the key to my house found in Mitch Barbosa's pocket, an undercover FBI agent who was tortured and murdered, and whom I had never even met. Berger asks if Jay was ever inside my house, and of course he was. So he would have had access to a key and the burglar alarm code. He would have had access to evidence. Yes, I confirm. And it would have been in Jay Talley's best interest to frame me and confuse the issue of his brother's guilt, right? Berger stops pacing again, fixing those eyes on me. I am not sure I can answer the question. She moves on. When he attacked me in the motel room and gagged me, I scratched his arms, didn't I? I know I struggled with him, I reply, and after it was over I had blood under my fingernails, and skin. Not your skin? Did you perhaps scratch yourself during the struggle? No. She goes back to her table and shuffles through paperwork for another lab analysis report. Buford Ryder is turned to slate, sitting rigidly, tensely. DNA done on my fingernail scrapings doesn't match my DNA. It does match the DNA of the person who ejaculated inside Susan Pless's vagina. And that would have been Jay Talley, Berger says, nodding, pacing again. So we have a federal law enforcement officer who had sex with a woman right before she was brutally murdered. This man's DNA also so closely resembles Jean-Baptiste Chandon's DNA that we can conclude almost with certainty that Jay Talley is a close relative, most likely a sibling of Jean-Baptiste Chandon. She walks a few steps, a finger on her lips. We do know Jay Talley's real name isn't Jay Talley. He is a living lie. He beat you, Dr. Scarpetta? Yes. He struck my face. He tied you to the bed and apparently intended to torture you with a heat gun. That was my impression. He ordered you to undress, he bound and gagged you, and clearly was going to kill you. Yes, he made it clear he was going to kill me. Why didn't he, Dr. Scarpetta? Berger says this as if she doesn't believe me. But it is an act. She believes me. I know she does. I look at the juror who reminds me of my mother. I explained that I was having a terribly hard time breathing after Jay tied me up and gagged me, I was panicking and began to hyperventilate, which means, I explain, that I was taking such rapid, shallow breaths I couldn't get sufficient oxygen. My nose was bleeding and swelling, and the gag prevented me from breathing out of my mouth. I went unconscious, and when I came to, Lucy was in the room. I was untied, the gag removed, and J. Talley and Bev Kiffin were gone. Now, we've already heard Lucy's testimony, Berger says, pensively moving toward the jury box. So we know from her testimony what happened after you passed out. What did she tell you when you came to, Dr. Scarpetta? In a trial, for me to say what Lucy said would constitute hearsay. Again, Berger can get away with almost anything in this uniquely private proceeding. She told me she'd worn a bulletproof vest, body armor. I answer the question. Lucy said there was some conversation in the room. Between Lucy and Bev Kiffin, Berger clarifies. Yes. Lucy said she was against the wall and Bev Kiffin had the shotgun pointed at her, and she fired it and Lucy's vest absorbed the shot, and although she was badly bruised, she was all right, and she grabbed the shotgun away from Mrs. Kiffin and ran from the room. Because her primary concern at this point was you, she didn't stick around to subdue Bev Kiffin because Lucy's priority was you. Yes. She told me she started kicking doors. She didn't know which room I was in, so then she ran around to the back of the motel because there are windows in back overlooking the pool. She found my room, saw me on the bed, and broke out the window with the butt of the shotgun and came inside. He was gone. Apparently he and Bev Kiffin went out the front and got on his motorcycle and fled. Lucy says she remembers hearing a motorcycle while she was trying to revive me. Have you heard from J. Talley since? Berger pauses to meet my eyes. No, I say, and for the first time this long day, anger stirs. What about from Bev Kiffin? Got any idea where she is? No idea. So they're fugitives. She leaves behind 2 children and a dog, the family dog, the dog Benny White was so fond of, perhaps even the reason he came to the motel after church. Correct me if my memory is failing me, but didn't Sonny Kiffin, the son, say something about teasing Benny? Something about Benny's calling the Kiffin's house right before church to see if Mr. Peanut had been found? That the dog had, quote, just been for a swim, and if Benny came over he could see Mr. Peanut? Didn't Sonny tell Detective Marino all this after the fact, after J. Talley and Bev Kiffin tried to kill you and your niece and then escaped? I don't know firsthand what Sonny told Pete Marino, I reply. Not that Berger really wants me to answer. She just wants the jury to hear the question. My eyes mist over as I think of that old, pitiful dog, and what I know for a fact happened to her. The dog hadn't been for a swim, not voluntarily, right, Dr. Scarpetta? Didn't you and Lucy find Mr. Peanut as you waited at the campground for the police to come? Berger goes on. Yes. Tears well up. Mr. Peanut was behind the motel in the bottom of the swimming pool. She had bricks tied to her back legs. The juror in the flower-printed dress begins to cry. Another woman juror gasps and puts a hand over her eyes. Looks of outrage and even hate pass from face to face, and Berger lets the moment, this painful, awful moment, stay in the room. The cruel image of Mr. Peanut is an imagined courtroom display that is vivid and unbearable, and Berger won't take it away. Silence. How could anybody do something like that? The juror in the flower-printed dress exclaims as she snaps shut her pocketbook and wipes her eyes. What evil people! Sons of bitches is what they are. Thank God. The good Lord was looking after you. He sure was. A juror shakes his head, the comment directed at me. Berger paces 3 steps. Her gaze sweeps the jury. She looks a long moment at me. Thank you, Dr. Scarpetta, she quietly says. There certainly are some evil, awful people out there, she gently says for the jury's benefit. Thank you for spending this time with us, when we all know you're in pain and have been through hell. That's right. She looks back at the jury. Hell. Nods all around. Hell is right, the juror in the flower-printed dress tells me, as if I don't know. You've sure been through it. Can I ask a question? We can ask, can't we? Please, Berger replies. I know what I think. the juror in the flower-printed dress comments to me. "But you know what? I'll tell you something. The way I grew up, if you didn't tell the truth, you got your bottom spanked, and I mean hard." She juts out her chin in righteous indignation. "Never heard of people doing the things you all have talked about in here. I don't think I'll sleep a wink ever again. Now, I'm no nonsense." "Somehow I can tell," I reply. "So I'm just going to come right out with it." She stares at me, her arms hugging her big green pocketbook. "Did you do it? Did you kill that police lady?" "No, ma'am," I say as strongly as I have ever said anything in my life. "I did not." We wait for a reaction. Everyone sits very quietly. No more talking, no more questions. The jurors are done. Jamie Berger goes to her table and picks up paperwork. She straightens it and gets the edges flush by knocking them on the table. She lets things settle before she looks up. She picks out each juror with her eyes, then looks at me. "I have no further questions," she says. "Ladies and gentlemen." She goes right up to the railing, leaning into the jury as if she is peering into a great ship. And she is, really. The lady in the flower-printed dress and her colleagues are my passage out of troubled, dangerous waters. "I am a professional truth-seeker." Berger describes herself in words I have never heard a prosecutor use. "It is my mission, always, to find the truth and honor it. That is why I was asked to come here to Richmond, to reveal the absolute certain truth. Now all of you have heard that justice is blind." She waits, acknowledging nods. "Well, justice is blind in that it is supposed to be supremely nonpartisan, impartial, perfectly fair to all people. But," she scans faces, "we aren't blind to the truth, now are we? We've seen what has gone on inside this room. I can tell you understand what has gone on inside this room and are anything but blind. You would have to be blind not to see what is so apparent. This woman," she glances back at me and points, "Dr. K. Scarpetta deserves no more of our inquiries, our doubts, our painful probing. In good conscience, I can't allow it." Berger pauses. The jurors are transfixed, barely blinking as they stare at her. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your decency, your time, your desire to do what is right. You can go back to your jobs now, back to your homes and families. You are dismissed. There is no case. Case dismissed. Good day." The lady in the flower-printed dress smiles and sighs. The jurors start clapping. Buford Ryder stares down at his hands clasped on top of the table. I get to my feet, and the room spins as I open the saloon-type swinging doors and leave the witness stand. Minutes later. I feel as if I am emerging from a brownout and avoid eye contact with reporters and others who wait beyond the paper-shrouded glass door that hid me from the outside world and now returns me to it. Berger accompanies me to the small nearby witness room, and Marino, Lucy, and Anna are instantly on their feet, waiting with dread and excitement. They sense what has happened, and I simply nod an affirmation and manage to say, "Well, it's okay. Jamie was masterful." I finally call Berger by her first name as it vaguely registers that although I have been inside this witness room countless times over the past decade, waiting to explain death to jurors, I never imagined I would one day be in this courthouse to explain myself. Lucy grabs me, hugging me off my feet, and I wince because of my injured arm and laugh at the same time. I hug Anna. I hug Marino. Berger waits in the doorway, for once not intruding. I hug her, too. She begins tucking files, legal pads into her briefcase and puts on her coat. "I'm out of here," she announces. All business again, but I detect her elation. God damn, she is proud of herself, and ought to be. "I don't know how to thank you," I tell her with a heart full of gratitude and respect. "I don't even know what to say, Jamie." "Amen to that," Lucy exclaims. My niece is dressed in a sharp, dark suit and looks like a gorgeous lawyer or doctor or whatever the hell she wants to be. I can tell by the way her eyes fix on Berger that Lucy recognizes what an attractive, impressive woman Berger is. Lucy won't stop looking at her and congratulating her. My niece is effusive. Actually, she is flirting. She is flirting with my special prosecutor. "Got to head back to New York," Berger tells me. Remember my big case up there? She dryly reminds me of Susan Pless. Well, there's work to be done. How soon can you come up so we can go over Susan's case? Berger is serious, I think. Go, says Marino in his rumpled navy suit, wearing a solid red tie that is too short. Sadness crosses his face. Go to New York, Doc. Go now. You sure as hell don't want to be around here for a while. Let the hoopla die down. I don't reply, but he is right. I am rather speechless at the moment. You like helicopters? Lucy asks Berger. Never would you get me in that thing, Anna pipes up. There is no law in physics that accounts for one of those things being able to fly. Not one. Yep, and there's no law in physics for why bumblebees can fly either, Lucy good-naturedly replies. Big fat things with teeny wings. Bl 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 bl. She imitates a bumblebee flying, both arms going like mad, just giddy. Shit, you on drugs again? Marino rolls his eyes at my niece. Lucy puts her arm around me and we walk out of the witness room. Berger by now has made it to the elevator, alone, her briefcase under her arm. The down arrow glows and the doors open. Rather unsavory-looking people step out, coming for their judgment day, or about to watch someone else go through hell. Berger holds the doors for Marino, Lucy, Anna, and me. Reporters are on the prowl, but they don't bother trying to approach me as I make it clear by shakes of my head that I have no comment and to leave me alone. The press doesn't know what just happened in the special grand jury proceeding. The world doesn't know. Journalists were not allowed inside the courtroom, even if they obviously are aware that I was scheduled to appear today. Leaks. There will be more, I am sure. It doesn't matter, but I realize Marino is wise to suggest I get out of town, at least for a while. My mood slowly descends as the elevator does. We bump to a stop on the first floor. I face reality and make a decision. I'll come, I quietly tell Jamie Berger as we get out of the elevator. Let's take the helicopter and go to New York. I'd be honored to help you in any way I can. It's my turn, Miss Berger. Berger pauses in the busy, noisy lobby and shifts her fat, ratty briefcase to her other arm. One of the leather straps has come off. She meets my eyes. Jamie, she reminds me.